fighting all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain.
Now the feed is filled with versus flow. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Many goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello and welcome, my friends, to day 2 of the playoffs, and it's a good day to be a Rivals fan, Vicky, because we had the kickoff of season 4.5, and I'm Cozy, honored to be joined by the always brilliant Vicky. How are you?
I'm good, man. Daredevil is out, and we are moving on to the loser side at the moment of this playoffs bracket, Cozy. A lot on the line here for the teams that are vying for their spot in Atlanta.
Yeah, today's going to be jam-packed, not only because we're going to find out 2 teams in the later half of today who's going to punch their ticket to land, to Georgia, get that anxiety away. You're going to be going to the big stage, but also we start the day with 2 teams that we say goodbye to. So Redemption Arc is there and available, but also everything's on the line here as these teams have everything to play for. They face elimination and their goodbyes, Vicky. I wouldn't want it any other way. This is when the stuff gets real good.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this bracket's going to shake up after today, because we already got a little sneak peek after yesterday's action, Cozy. And here in playoffs, we already know with everything shaping up to be with the meta, the ban, safe picks here, as we get to take a look at our bracket. FlyQuest versus Dark Zero in that upper bracket, as you mentioned, as well as Envy and 100 Thieves.
If you missed out on yesterday, FlyQuest did, well, 3-0, pushing down Nemesis to the lower bracket as Dark Zero did the same. That's why we got that Nemesis Rad in that lower. Fly and DZ is going to be a premier matchup today, and Envy and 100 Thieves as well. All the prime orgs ready to go. Talent is oozing from each and every one of these teams, but don't let the lower bracket fool you. A lot of big-time orgs and players down there that would be a shame to say goodbye to, but I'm telling you, Vicky, this is what I enjoy the most. When it's, not comfortable, it's not a seeding stage, it's not, for nothing. It's for everything. You have teams like Sentinels who made it, they won this whole thing. They won the playoffs in stage 1, and they got, had a good run there at China. Facing elimination today. Rad, they've been incredible out through this entire seeding tournament. They face elimination. Nemesis almost made it to stage 1, in the mid-season finals. So much to look at. Dreamland and what they've become. It's going to be a good one.
That's what happens when you have such a stacked region, right? You take a look at the teams in that lower bracket, and it's a little scary, but also Cozy, they're playing for that $250,000 prize pool that is on the line, where first place gets to walk away with that $70,000.
Absolutely. The path to Georgia. And we look at today's schedule, guys. Again, we start with the goodbyes, and then we end the day with the hellos to Georgia. Wouldn't want it any other way. Lower bracket kicks us off. It's Nemesis versus Rad. Sentinels versus Dreamland. We'll dive into those matchups here in a moment. And then again, Vicky, as we've highlighted, the best of 5 there down below with FlyQuest, Dark Zero, Envy, 100 Thieves. This is a premiere of what we're going to see on that main stage. America, we get 4 teams that punch the ticket. 4 teams to make a difference. EMEA, they're right now the current champions, mid-season finals. We got the 4 teams that we're going to look at that's going to go against the rest of the world.
Yeah, who's going to be joining VP? Who's going to be joining Citadel, Na'Vi? We have to find out out here alongside the rest of our other global teams. And there's a lot, because then you take a look at America, you take a look at the skill that it's going to be required to make it into Atlanta. Because aside from the $250,000 prize pool that they're working for here within the MRI Cozy, it's also about the prize pool looking at that land.
Always pride, money, you name it. We've got it here at Marvel Rivals Ignite and the playoffs. And then you guys will be joining in on the fun. 2 Daredevils out there letting the devil out. We've got now Phoenix until rest. We have Human Torch, a little less good as well. A lot of fun to be had here in Rivals. Taking a look at what we think is going to happen today. Let's look at the predictions, Vicky, and how we think this will shake out. Yesterday, a lot of us pretty much went perfect here on most of the calls. And if you look across the board here, we've got some interesting differences today. You got Shib and myself taking Rad, the newer team, but the one that I've looked better in the seeding tournament. And then the more kind of vet team in Nemesis. You guys, Vicky, Dog, have that. Sentinels across the board, FlyQuest across the board, and then one outlier, Vicky, 100 Thieves down there at the bottom against Envy.
I'm a 100 Thieves believer. I always have been, but it's also just looking at how they've progressed, not just only in the group stages, but how they look right now after that one series in the playoffs. And obviously, we are in best of 5 territory, which changes the game. We got to see how these predictions look at the end of the day, though, Cozy, because Shib has been winning too much. So there has to be a change up here to see which of us will come out on top for a prediction.
I need to have another day of casting it. He was in there for a couple more predictions. That's all I'm saying, all right? That's all I'm saying. They should have reset at the playoff production. No, I'm just kidding. All right, guys. Hey, listen, stack day, lot to break down. Want to start with that first matchup. I know you guys are eager. It's early for some of you guys. We're into lunch hour for the others, but don't go anywhere. First, we're going to take a look at Daredevil and what he's bringing to the game right now, and then we jump into the pre-match.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
You know, aside from seeing Daredevil included, I also got to see all the patch changes in one of my favorite channels. You know, Cozy Rivals out here laying the difference on what we've seen between Psylocke buffs, between all the nerfs, and Cozy, you've highlighted it perfectly, and I'm watching your video break it all down to what to expect for Season 4.5 has helped me prepare for my own respective games.
Oh, I appreciate the glare. I'm just a man that loves to yell about Marvel, you know, in general. So, you know, whether it's here in the Ignite stage, they're talking about the patch notes and looking at, you know, what there is to come. It's easy, you know, when you love the game. I appreciate the love. A lot of fun out there making videos for this game that we all enjoy here. But you know what else I enjoy, Vicky, as we look ahead to our first matchup of the day. It's a banger. Nemesis stepping in with absolute nothing to lose, everything to prove. And then you look on the other side, Rad, right? Bold, unpredictable, dangerous. We've seen what they've done. I just don't even know. It's going to be so hard. You saw in the predictions on who's going to come out here because you have one team with that hero captain of, you know, Mello and what he's been able to do. But on the other side, Rad looked like they were really getting it together. They played a tough team there, obviously, to try to advance in this thing. But either way, they look like they could have what it takes now to continue on. Because if you win today in the lower bracket, you got to win one more, then you're to Georgia.
Yeah, safe spot, right? It's that lower bracket semis that our teams that are now playing on this loser side looking at. That is going to be the end goal here. Obviously, you got to play an extra one compared to the teams that were able to win their series yesterday. And as you mentioned, it wasn't easy. Rad having to fight off against Dark Zero, who are looking better and better every time we see them. And then Team Nemesis playing off against FlyQuest, where they lost 3-0. And some unfortunate starts here for some of our teams, right? We can't ignore the unfortunate internet issues issues that Kraz was having just yesterday. Dark Zero, rather Rad, trying to slot in maybe something different there too. But now that we've figured things out, it's day 2, and hopefully both of our teams are feeling pretty cozy.
Yeah, the battle of disconnections is pretty much what happened. Pizza Demon had to sit out a match. Krasman the same. And what it did for both teams is it made their rosters look very different. Let's go to the roster here. Take a look at Nemesis. Allow me to walk you through what you guys might see today, whether you've been here the whole time, just now joining us here for the playoffs. But yes, we had Krasman, a great main tank for them, or just tank in general. Had to sit out there. The Hulk, it was definitely missed in, for that team. And Days came in, did a great job, but they had one tank, Vicky. Wasn't going to work. It's a great team that we saw, right, with FlyQuest. And so as you continue to look at this thing, we expect a different look and beginning and start of momentum for them across the board. Amadian has just been a really rock solid second duelist for the team. We know about Mello by now, and I can expect you, if you want to hear the word again today, you'll get born again later in the day, but at the start, you'll get the Kraken in back there from Mello.
Yeah, born again and again and again, or maybe, we'll see some rotations with the Loki and Adam that we've been seeing try to uprise itself here in the Americas region. But you talk about, strategist Luna coming out for Ricky, a very strong Luna at that. Count how many freezes you see on your screen is usually the game I like to play whenever I see Ricky on board. But now with Kraz coming in, you can expect to probably see that Gamma Squid coming out. And I do think it's important, Cozy, to note that our teams are still playing on our previous patch. That 4.5 patch will be played possibly on LAN. That's what I'm expecting out here. But that is a highlight here, because if you don't really see those Psylocks being slotted in, if you're looking forward to seeing Daredevil, well, maybe boot up Marvel Rivals, play in the background, because we're about to have a different type of gameplay here.
Yeah, and what's funny is some of these teams, they know they're looking ahead towards season 4.5. They're like, wow, that actually favors us meta-wise a ton. We just have to make it there first, because what they have to do to get there is a completely different meta than what we're going to see. Some of you guys already saw what Matt Murdock can bring to the game. Well, that's going to definitely spice things up when we head over there to DreamHack at Atlanta. But yes, the battle between, in my opinion, when you look at what to highlight on this match, I think the Vanguard matchup's pretty spicy. You're right. You got Scatter versus Guru and what he was able to do. Gilbert Noodle has been insane for them, but can we see what Kraz can do now on that back line and just pestering Pizza Demon? It's going to be great on that lookout. And let's go ahead and highlight the Rad roster here, because this is a team in the seeding stage. We kind of said at the beginning, they've done well against teams that, maybe were a bit more inexperienced, but against the big leagues, it's been a bit tougher for them. They had to adjust away from the Angela comp, then they came back to it, and you can tell them they were comfortable once again. For me, it was the highlight of the pick ban phase. They lost that yesterday. Can they clean that up? I'm not unsure of their coaching situation, but can they clean that up? Did they look at kind of the tape and say, all right, this is what we need to change? What is the win con? Is it the meta hero, or is it the hero that the team plays best, right? And that's what I want to see them do today here, Vicky.
Yeah, and that goes hand in hand with what maps we're moving on to. Something that Rad really heavily considers if they do want to play into that Angela to get those environmental KOs. Guru also, being able to not only flex from the Angela, but to the Emma, and if he needs a Doctor Strange. It's interesting to see more teams, while we see Forky Dog having the blonde toupee of the Adam Warlock right behind him, to see them actually slot in and be more flexible, because more teams are starting to look at that Angela and say, if we take that away from Guru, maybe that will try to basically break that foundation that this team wants to rely on in a very unorthodox composition. Pizza Demon, as you highlighted, coming right back into fruition. That crazy Jeff, that Ultron, that Loki play that we've seen before. Gilbert Noodle, who really started standing up at the very last game of yesterday's series. Can we have that hyper start at the very beginning, though, this time around?
Yeah, no, absolutely. BTS Bedtime Stories has been popping off there too, and it's exciting to see him kind of finally help Gale in the offer of what they've done there in the duelist position. Rad has just been such a fun team to continue to see how they've evolved as a team, going all the way back when they were Solaris in the first stage. They weren't even at this point of the tournament, so just getting better and better, kind of like Dark Zero's done, but in the grand scheme of months here, right? Streamers can easily be in the big leagues too, and we're seeing that with them in general. We highlighted that kind of matchup of the Vanguards before, and really, to me, that's the big standout, right? Obviously, Guru has done the Angela show. I do expect him to bring that back out, more today. Emma as well. We saw, though, that what I'm concerned about a bit is we kind of saw what was the kryptonite of that team and what was banned from them and the game plan around it, right? So if they look at it and they're going to somewhere like Araco again, they can't depend so much on that Angela, could be banned out. You know, you can't just ban the meta stuff, and that's what we saw from Dark Zero and more, you know, teams like that continued to do so. Taking a look, though, at that Vanguard showdown. Got a graphic for you guys here to do some comparisons, and look at here, guys. Guru, Scatter, the two we highlighted before. It's not just here in the stats, it's the ults, it's the clutch plays that we saw. 112 on the side of Guru with 31 casualties, 74 and 22. Absolute spicy matchup between these two good, fantastic players for the team.
Yeah, don't let the Doctor Strange fool you. Even though we see Guru, you know, flex over to that Doctor Strange sometimes, Guru is such an aggressive Vanguard between the Emma himself. If it's not the Emma, it's that Angela. And we usually see the Emma banned frequently in these pick and ban phases, which then comes into contention when you look at Scatter. Scatter also has a very strong mag. Aside from the Emma that we usually see Scatter rock, whenever we don't see the Emma banned, though, Scatter just gets to run away with it. So it's going to be that comparison of the double Vanguards. But then, Cozy, the flexibility that comes into play because of that pick and ban phase. We're seeing a lot more focus on the strategist continuing on in the pick and ban phase, and if it isn't the strategist, it's usually the Vanguards.
No, for sure. And what I loved about Nemesis yesterday and what I would want them to do if they're going to win this thing is just play loose and have a good time. I mean, they're going out there with this Psylocke opening. I loved that, Vicky. And then they kind of went back to their traditional role, and it didn't work out so well against Dark Zero. But having that kind of opening that people weren't expecting, playing things that just it kind of complements what they do well is what I want to continue to see. And yeah, if you're an Emma enjoyer, there's no nerves headed, her direction, so you can continue to dominate 4.5 as we see Scatter and what he does. Guru, though, I felt like he played every Vanguard yesterday, depending on the matchup. This one coming back, trying to get the portal play at times, and we saw that with him. And a lot of strange bans with it, right? When it comes to picking bans, typically we had a lot of stats to go back to and say, okay, this is the big outlier. I'm telling you, Vicky, this time around, it's been all over the place, and it's been way more team-focused than it has generic meta in, I would say, stage 2 of this thing.
Yeah, I agree, because when you talk about the Doctor Strange bans, and depending on what map type we're also going to, that's a big deal because it prevents the recontention from a lot of these teams to elongate these fights. And if we do start leaning towards these Atom compositions as a win con, what can that mean when you find your Atom going down without a passive available for him, and now that you can't use that Karmic Revival? So that all goes hand in hand for both of these teams, because we know that Rad obviously has Gale that usually flexes over onto that Atom, and then you look at Team Nemesis, and they can do the same thing with Dinks that usually also likes to play the Atom too, but has a lot of flexibility as well from the strategist.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they had to eliminate how many atoms or how many reses to get through and finally try to win. 18 elims was not enough most of the time. So I can expect there to be some bans there as we head into day 2, guys. It's a good one. We start off with the banger, Nemesis, Rad. One of these teams go home. We say goodbye and hello as we enter in what would be the next round of the lower bracket. It's Rad versus Nemesis. It all starts now in Wakanda, of all places, domination.
Ooh, a little change up to the Halloween vibe that we were having all day yesterday, as already the bans come out, and it's the Jeff that is respected immediately from the other side, while the Mantis is the first one to go.
Absolutely. Now, and looking at it, we did see a good amount of the Jeff ban towards what Rad likes to do. Can't get Pizza Demon, that Jeff. Again, good to see him out there, and Kraz. Internet issues are a go. We can all relate to that. Good old just having disconnections at the worst time possible. There's the Ultron save. We saw them do that a lot yesterday. Depending on the flex there, Gale played that role for them a good amount of the time here. If we look on the other side, Mantis ban into the Ultron. So what do they open up with here? Do they want to go with an Emma? Do they want to go lean towards the Atom, right? That was their big kryptonite yesterday. They're going to match the Jeff. I think right now a mirror pick ban is showcasing what we'd expect from these two teams.
Well, when they see the ban on the Jeff from the first side of Team Nemesis, this makes sense because Pizza Demon, I mean, he's a demon on the Jeff, but he's also a demon on the Ultron. So they protect the Ultron next as the Venom ban and the Star-Lord ban, another sort of duelist character that we've been seeing banned out a lot, even at the very end of our group stages. Yeah,
absolutely here. Venom. An absolute demon. Kraz was the main reason for that. Didn't get to see that as much yesterday until the later half. Star-Lord being banned. Respect to bedtime stories and what BTS can do. But great Namor as well. I expect to see the Hulk Namor there from both teams, if I'm being honest. They both love to rock it. Emma save. So on the last ban here, again, are they going to ban the Atom? That was the kryptonite. No, they're going for the Star-Lord. Maybe they feel like that wasn't a big, thing that Nemesis played, but we both know that Nemesis has it in their pocket. They have played it time and time again. This is a little shocking.
Yeah, Median has not only just that crazy hell that we saw yesterday, as the Atom ban is the final one to go out.
Oh my God.
There's that respect. You were talking about a Cozy for a reason. And so now we get to flex over to the Ultron instead. But Atom's off the table, at least for Rad, but it's still here available for Team Nemesis if they want to lean into it. But I agree that they do want to try to go into that Namor and Hulk composition.
Yeah, but Rad was the one that was suffering from all the reses, right? So it's just like, it's crazy. But you know what? They're not locking it in. So again, maybe they felt like they did the homework. They didn't feel like they were going to get an Atom Warlock that they had to go against. We knew we were going to see a lot of Gamma today. Get ready for a lot of Hulk outs, crash outs, and Namor versus Hulk and what he does as we find ourselves burning T'Challa. No Black Panther to welcome us into day 2, I'm sure, but we get plenty of good sights and vibes here from the iconic Wakanda location. Now we head into it, Vicky, and right away both these teams like to play aggressive. I expect to see that here. We didn't get a Doctor Strange ban, which we saw a good amount yesterday to prevent the last minute touches. A lot of fun when that's off the table.
Yeah, and when we talk about domination, Team Nemesis have a better record right now, 3-2 on domination, but they have yet to play on Burn and T'Challa. While Rad have been able to play at least once, they have the actual upper hand, where they went 1-0 previously here on this map. And as we get started, having that slight upper hand is something that Team Nemesis is going to consider, with one team being able to already come out of the gates with Gilbert Noodle setting up that portal.
Look at that shield ready just in case something happens, as immediately Rad is looking for where they want to land this thing. Team's a little split up there for Nemesis. They're taking different routes. They're deciding which way they want to go about it. And look at this. They know. They're expecting it going back and forth there. Dink's just trying to find not to get closed off from the team as they now close in. Go the high ground here. Gilbert's going to be joined by just the Jean Grey of Bedtime Story. Scatter now pushes back, and it's going to be the rotation for Rad that gets the lower ground to point to start this thing off.
It was funny. Dix was like, which timeline am I safe in right real quick? Just looking at my demons right behind me as Scatter already pulls out the diamond. Gru taking a good amount of that damage. Kraz getting stunned temporarily. But Rad and Team Nemesis are not letting loose in the space that they've already built up in this middle console, with Mello being on that no more, already finding Guru and setting up into place of having the number advantage.
Yeah, Scatter's already just shouting out the commands. You can see it right here. And I'm telling you, folks, if Nemesis is going to win this thing, Mello is going to be the Mello that we've come to know and love there in the stage 1 early seeding stage as well. It's going to be Team Nemesis with the, honestly, pretty dominant capture there, getting rid of the big opposition. And we're already up to a 95% in charge for Gale.
The Median's so powerful that he doesn't even need to be sitting in his seat to be able to play this game. He's doing it all with his mind somewhere else here in the player cams. As the extermination comes out from Gale to try to keep them alive. Here comes the whale, though, coming crashing down as Ricky and Mello continuously press the strategist backline here of Rad.
A quick whale to get this thing started now as the Median continues to put it on as Bedtime Stories does get Scatter out of here. That's definitely going to help the pressure out. They got to capitalize on that Mellow Kid rotation. Oh my gosh, it's the battle of the giants. The two Hulks punching it out. One's going to win as Kraz is going to stay on that point. Going to force now Gilbert to jump off and Median putting that pressure on immediately. Rad taking a lot of damage. It's Pizza Demon out of here. Median, are you kidding me? What an opening here from Nemesis.
Good primary focus right there too, as the extermination can either help build up that space. You could get a lot more aggressive getting that first pick, and Rad do have these two ultimates, Forky Dog with the invisible boundary, but then you look on the other side, Team Nemesis have not only all the answers, but they have the aggression as Mello looking to try to take a flanking angle together with Kraz.
All right, Guru, let's see what they've got here with the seduction. Seduction versus seduction, mother versus mother. One has the whale, one doesn't. It's Kraz and Scatter. Scatter again, the Vanguard show as we highlighted once again. Gets a kick, boom, and it continues to just be Team Nemesis on top confidently here. Little rust, little slow start here for the Rad fellows, as now they're just looking for more of the ban. At this point, how much do you commit to try to get this point? You're down 91%. We've seen big comebacks, Vicky, but it's 91 and counting. And right now, we've got no Strange to get to the point. This is about to go to Nemesis with ease.
Oh my god, they can't even touch the point. Yep, they had used up the portal way earlier, and that's also the drawback, right? That's the risk that you put down when you decide to do something of what Rad just did in the very beginning with a Doctor Strange portal. But also, Cozy, they were not expecting their own strategists to get harassed the way that they did with the flanking angles that we just saw between Mello, Kraz, and Amadian.
Yeah, what the heck's going on around here, guys? Rad, you get eliminated if you lose today. That is not how you want to open up. Didn't really feel like they played together at all there. Just separation. Great pickoffs there from Amadian and co. Only one death to scatter. What a way to start.
This scoreboard is crazy way to open things. But usually, right, I feel like this is like the theme of domination. It's so volatile here for both of these teams, and we've seen so many teams either flip-flop from that first round and then just make an immediate 0 to 100 comeback going into the second round. But can Rad do it after making those quick adjustments, because that was already a speed run for our first round?
Yeah, we got to get jabs here out of Nemesis. We got to get haymakers, not jabs. And typically in domination, just doesn't tell the full story. That's why best of 5 is so important, Vicky, in my opinion, as these teams continue to get set. Look, Scatter, it feels like he's just constantly shouting commands. I love the comms, love the energy there. Mello focused as always now, throwing in those Tritons one at a time. Gonna bring the Ocean with him. Kraz with the clap and the push in. Kraz right now going Monster Hulk mode with an easy freeze and the jump on the Ultron. The Extermination Force, and he's, oh my low! Gale is out of here, and that is not a good start. And this is why Kraz is so important to this team, Vicky.
It's a bird, it's a play. No, it's a jumping Hulk in my face, and I just ulted. I can't get away. And now losing out on the Extermination is not how you want to start things off, when it's usually the fight starter that these teams lead into, and they already have the aggression and the point.
Dude, but the freeze to stop the healing, to get rid of the Extermination, he played that so perfectly. Good God, Hulk mains are just absolutely rejoicing at what was an insane play there from Kraz to give the same momentum back to Nemesis. Melophobia throwing the squids up, has the whale ready. The show is on from Pizza Demon. Gonna wait this out just a moment here as he decides to get the Ocean ready here. Now he's got the Blessing of the Deep. Quick protection from him, about to go down. Good healing from the strategist, but the jump on the Hulk is gonna push him down for a moment, and the Tritons continue to go, and that's going to force BTS now of his Blessing. Oh, 14 health.
At least being able to find Amadian right there, too. In the process, Amadian was also trying to split so much of attention and not only focusing on keeping Mello alive as the whale comes crashing down. Dinks next starts rotating in with that Fate of both worlds. Invisible Boundary coming in next when Bedtime Story right through the cracks finds his Kraz here. Rad finally flipping the script here, taking a page out of the Team Nemesis book, and finally are able to flip the point for the first time of the series.
Sidon is jealous of that slam. What a way to get that team now back into it. Bedtime Story, I expect him to be the difference maker. We saw the King pop off there BTS yesterday. Got to bring that same energy today. Extermination is back after Gale was unfortunate to go down from the Angry Man early. But you look around at the Ulticon, you know, right now, good neutral fight. Not a lot of strategist ults outside of Gale to lead this team to success, so they can sustain up to that 50 again, Vic.
Uses it right now. Well, Gilbert is going to turn into that Bruce Banner before Graz comes right back to the rest of his team. I like the way that he's just repositioning, but continuing on the pressure. And with Mother Knows Best, with the Silent Seduction, you want to be able to listen to her to get these follow-ups. And she's already got 2 in her line of sight. Having to back away, though, both of the Vanguards fall incredibly low. Dinks, Amadian, and Ricky try to keep them alive as Kraz gets booted out back into the Bruce Banner.
Kraz there, the Bruce Banner Guru and Pizza are showing why the rust doesn't matter to start this thing. Again, you highlighted it. We've seen it time and time again. These teams just takes a moment. You know, the lights are bright here as we face the playoff elimination, so just getting adjusted, waking up for some of them here. Now continuing to look forward. Bedtime Story as the whale ready to go. No setup for it, so he'll just have to nail it the old-fashioned way, throwing the Giganto onto the enemy team, but Bedtime Story can match the same, continuing to push up, 70% and climbing for Rad.
That is much better.
Must have put a fang on that Trident, not gonna lie, with the way that he's able to move and close in this space. Talk about the damage output as well, but he's with that whale that he's got available, and Guru with the Silent Seduction. They're trying to brute force their way through this choke. You can see the split of the aggression from Kraz is trying to get their attention. Both Vanguards finding themselves on the point. We're trying to back cap because Rad are already at 90% as we get to see Kraz getting the reset. Dinks putting them into position with a Fate of of both worlds.
The show on, and the Monster Hulk's gonna dance it out. Melophobia gets the best of the other Namor, now throwing down the whale, trying to dodge this. They do, but Kraz follows up, and my gosh, it's a throw off. Guru off the environment with the juggle. Kraz showing why he's such a demon there on the Hulk, and there's the extermination keeping his teammates alive. Gale with the focus, nice job. He's going to continue to try to poke that Namor up above. Scatter does have the seduction, going to continue to look towards it, 99% in climbing.
Good on Rad, though, to not fully just give up not just that space, but to continue on the aggression, to then reposition, giving that space just slowly to Nemesis. Amadian does have that extermination, and with the silent seduction, they're trying to get these follow-ups, and nobody is looking behind them, while Mello continuously terrorizes the backline. Pizza Demon, the next victim in his sight.
There's only one king of the sea right now, and it's Melophobia getting the best at bedtime story. That's a big difference maker, 81%, and they're continuing to get this thing going. Melo is just doing what he does. I mean, I'm telling you, Daredevil is not here, but I continue to hear, let the devil out, and it's Melophobia as he now pushes in 98% climbing. And Madian now with the extermination to follow. Bedtime story does have his whale that he can try with. Extermination hopping on, forcing T to push back. 98, 99, they do touch, but Melo's on the point. Rad has got to now send the whale themselves. Gamma Shield was perfect. Kraz is the MVP of this match right now.
He is going crazy. And look at Amadian's positioning, too. Takes care of the squids. At the same time, Guru has the Eye of Agamotto, but he gets pushed back. And he still fights Scatter, but it's better to fight Scatter than any of the strategists, as Dinks had that fate of both worlds. This fight is going. Overtime ticking away, and Rad can easily match that. It's a dance-off, and Forky Dog is stunned. But with the invisible boundary here, they keep them both alive. It's a Venn diagram coming up from Ricky as well with the invisible boundary. Hulk almost pushing out Forky Dog, but he stays alive.
Yeah, if you look at ult counter right now, it's going to slightly favor Rad if they continue to stay in this thing as Gale pops his ult. Gilbert can follow. Bedtime stories at 83. Got to stay on the point. They do flip it. Okay, wow, what a big push off there as they continue to try to eliminate them with the contention. Melo now pushing forward, has the whale ready. Got to go up with the blessing, get his height advantage, throws down the whale. Did they pack the floaties? Yes, they did. They're safe. Gale, elimination. Time is ticking. It's going to be Rad that can continue to get this thing as Bedtime stories comes alive. Rad makes it 1-1.
They had not only the ult economy in their favor there, but they unleashed it all to be able to take that second round. Now, moving on to a round 3 here, Cozy, and this is what I like to see, the turnaround to open up our day for our first series.
They're good, bend up break mentality. The way to, get down. They get up to 99. They lose the point. The rotation goes their way. Works out, but I mean, I'm telling you, Vicky, there's nothing scarier than, I would say, the top skill ceiling hero in the game in Hulk. A crazy Hulk can do things that you don't see in ranked play. Kraz doing it all right now, 10-2. 10-5 there from the Vanguard. 6-2, 9-4 in the side of Rad and their Vanguard. So we're seeing these teams come to life and showcasing it as Dinks has not fallen once.
It's like seeing a Hulk whack-a-mole, literally. Just the way that he goes jumping around, just completely annihilating the Flyers here, too, from both sides. Now rolling out, though, in this final round. Gonna see how that's gonna be able to be fared here in that middle point. Coming out of the gates, Gilbert Noodle Kraz been doing such a fantastic job, but Gale has been a terror in the skies, with Guru having the advantage and having that Eye of Agamotto if he could find the opportunity to isolate the backline.
Okay, I can't understate what this win will do for momentum. You're up 1-0. It's an elimination. Win, move on, lose, go home. One of these teams need this here as Gale now is pushing back. Got the extermination coming from Amadian as that's going to open up the aggression. Guru does have that Agamotto saved from the last round. Tried to portal back to get to the team. Now is rewarded with the ultimate, pushing forward to the point. App is going up. It went to Nemesis. Nobody was on point. That's actually a huge early take for the team as they can sustain this out a bit. But it's going to be, oh my goodness, a quick elimination. But Ricky going down.
And this is a big first fight to win here. Gilbert Noodle going absolutely crazy. They didn't have to use anything. And look at the stagger on top of it all, too. They still have the extermination, and they still have the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, it's 9% now. Rad was able to flip this thing pretty easily, and it's just crazy to know. I mean, before Guru changed, his team was playing the exact same comp, the mirror comp against each other now. One team doing it slightly better. Gale and Bedtime Stories locked in, looking for the early poke, 23%. Guru's got the eye. Gale's got the extermination. Bedtime Story can throw the whale on top of it. Right now, you got to be in favor of Rad for the setup just because of the aggression that Nemesis has to take here to try to get this point.
Crash got the stun before backing away here. Crash taking a lot of damage, though, from the back. He has the reset, though, so he allows him to get into position with the Sonic Seduction. Together, Mello is close to that whale. Bedtime Story, the same. The Extermination, saved, but it's going to be met from a Madian from the other side as both of the Ultron try to keep both of the teams alive, but with the whale coming, crashing down, it's found Scatter. Eye of Agamotto following up with Dinks and that Fate of Both Worlds, but he gets stunned, and Mello needs some help. Invisible Boundary from Ricky keeps him in this fight, but Bedtime Story can't be stopped.
You can't fight the tide on either side. I mean, my goodness, everybody's in the splash zone here as we continue to see the Hulk just, oh my, violence. It's hit something as now Ricky is going to be struggling. Gilbert Noodle hops off 70% climbing. Rad, what a turnaround so far. If you look at the ults, it's a neutral fight for a while. Forky Dog first to it. That's going to give Rad even more sustain. So right now, if you're Nemesis, you've got to lock in and win and try to get an early pick, because if you don't, it's going to be a rough one now as the portal comes back. It's Guru trying to get to the point.
Trying to recontest, he does so successfully, but they have yet to flip it in their favor. Rad approaching that 90%. Guru dancing back and forth through the window of the portal, gets choke slammed. Invisible Boundary now coming up from Forky Dog, keeps him in this fight, but Gale being on the high ground gets isolated as Mello's right there trying to find not only the Ultron, but the other Namor Ditto.
They're going to take their eyes out to the point. 99% to 12. If you're Rad, you want to play it like a marathon, not the sprint. We'll see how they decide to defend this thing. Melo's just getting free reign down there. Someone's got to address him. He's going to get Guru down with these. Hello, Tritons up top. They're stabbing you in the head. Someone's got to look up. Still not doing so. Now forced to back out, forced to retreat. It's going to be Nemesis getting the point back. Again, Rad, not a sprint. They can reset. They've got plenty percentage to their favor. Get those ults up. Nemesis has the answer to the call on at least the first push for Raz. This thing is going to be tighter than ever, Vic.
Yeah, but if you were Rad right now, you're super happy with that stall. Now you're looking at the next round of rotations, and they only really need to overtake this once in comparison to Team Nemesis and what they have for that sustain with the strategist. Rad now trying to approach from the high ground, but they see the split positioning that Team Nemesis has taken as they're still holding on to all these ultimates, but they will probably open up with a Madian and that Extermination.
Bedtime Story is now climbing towards the top. Gale to follow. It's been the partner duo for now as they move on up 45%. They've got the Extermination. Look at what they can match. Blow for blow. It's going to be Infinity War out here as the ultimates unleash. We've seen these caverns, the squids before. Here comes the whale early from Melophobia. No connection. Big there as Gale's going to be making the Age of Ultron, pushing from the top rope. You've got the Luna Ult Pizza Demon keeping the team alive. Damage boost if needed. Bedtime Stories expected the whale there, but did not throw it. But it's Gilbert that gets a pick on a Madian. That's going to open things up for the team. Maybe force them into a strange pick. It's the whale from above. Melophobia, though, is going to be the Namor on top.
And he's able to find Pizza's even big first pick, even with Bedtime Story getting that stun and trying to delay that Berserk Hole. And then he gets to find Mello in the process. A Madian forced to swap over to the Doctor Strange. He opens up the portal right behind the high ground here from the terrorizing of Ultron that we keep seeing from Rad. Gale, combine that together with Bedtime Story. Gilbert Noodle being able to back away, help peel for the strategist, allow them to have that bubble as Kraz is able to find Guru next.
All right, guys, now time to look at what is going to be the win here. Scatter's close to that seduction. That's going to open the team up to continue to get this point versus the other side. Gale's at 84% in climbing. Guru now swapped over back to the Strange. They just have to sustain this thing, wait for the other Vanguard. It's close. This is what the playoffs are all about and what you want here, as Gale does have Extermination. Seduction happening at the same time. It's two forces meeting one another with two eliminations to follow. Ricky down. Ricky and Dinks down to Gale. Gale doing everything he can, but the Tritons come from Mello. Look up once again. Oh my gosh, Scatter jumps off the point. They're trying to retake Vicky. Bedtime to Psylocke. Mello cannot be stopped into the splash zone. 1, 2, 3, go down, Vic.
And with Guru making that desperate swap, it's not going to be enough. From 12% to 100. Team Nemesis clutch out the first map.
Holy, what a absolute show. What a start on our side, Vicky. I mean, you couldn't script it better than game one there. Rad has to be in shambles. That was theirs to win. Absolutely lost. Got staggered. Guru fell. Then they followed. Gale opens up a 2. Where is the rest of them? Gotta look up. Gotta get rid of their biggest threats. Eyes on Mello at all times. It's Nemesis that takes that one from Rad. Wow, what a show.
17 final hits, 30k damage on the board with Bedtime Story that was on that Namor together with Gilbert Noodle on the Hulk, dealing almost 30k. Talk about a Madian clutch, by the way, with the Doctor Strange portal, and that's why we had to always highlight why sometimes Doctor Strange bans at the very beginning, if these teams are trying to feel each other out, why it can be so important, because that recontest allowed for a whole new set of ultimates.
I'm just blown away. I'm blown away. There's nothing we can even say about either team on what they can fix up. I think that was as close of a game as you can get in terms of who's going to win it. Brad took a little bit of time to heat up there. Nemesis kind of always looked how they did. Good job to not to bend or shake. And it's obvious, Vicky. I'm telling you, it's the whole team is great. Kras was my MVP for the consistency of that match. But Melo, most important star of that team. If this team's going to make it, clearly it's going to be at the hands of Melophobia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that he just popped off right now, 24-3. Can we talk about survivability, by the way, too, from Dinks on that Luna, dealing 32,000 healing alongside Forky Dog, who was on that Invisible Woman, too, originally. But it was also the damage output that we also got to see from the strategists. The way that they were able to cycle through the Invisible Boundary to combat that of the Invisible Boundary. And then the double Ultron Rage, as Ultron needs to take some anger management classes, because we got to see him not only put the team on board, but then the support that we had from the verticality height that we saw in that third round.
Now, this is why you saw the predictions of the casters split in the dead middle, and most of the predictions out there 50-50. It can really go either way, as Melo is going to be our MVP. And Vicky, we see this in sports all the time, right? One play, one decision could have been the difference of your team, having glory or just facing elimination. And right now, you look at that match, and if Rad does lose this thing, it's like, man, what that does to set the tone. Right now, though, it's best of 5. Shake that game off. It's gone. You lost. Move on. Get ready for game 2 to try to win this thing, as Nemesis up 1-0. Wow, as the last seed in this entire playoffs. What an opening.
Remember what we were talking about too, right? Usually Team Nemesis on paper have done better on domination versus Rad. And if you're Rad right now, you're considering, okay, well, where are we going to go? Maybe our better record being Convoy would be the next map that we may be moving on to here for them. But then you look at Team Nemesis and what they have, they're also 2-2 on Convoy. So usually domination, though, as volatile as it is, as we keep repeating, that is usually the type of gameplay that we get to see. The back and forth gameplay, but also the reserved ultimates were there in favor for Rad.
Yeah, and I would say Nemesis won the pick ban phase, in my opinion, as well. And we saw exactly how important Kras is to that team, folks. But we've got another good one. I'm sure it's going to be tight. I'm sure this is not going to be just a 3-0 sweep, y'all. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, reset, reload. We'll be right back. going on, guys, and welcome back. If you missed what just happened, Nemesis, they honestly stole around there from Rad. Rad was up 99-12. They had 2 ult rotations, didn't get the job done. Vicky, what I look for in this next matchup, yesterday, the key to success for them to ban was Adam. They didn't do it. If you look at Nemesis, they're a different team if you can take out Krasman from the equation. Melo's got too much flexibility, so you got to try to take out the Hulk and eliminate what I think is the answer for them.
And now as we move on to game number 2, we're actually going on to Convergence, where Rad is currently 0-2, and we'll be moving on to Central Park, Cozy. And you consider Kraz being a problem onto Team Nemesis. What do you think right now Rad wants to do when they want to take them to Central Park? You think they want to be able to start already on defense here and maybe break through that choke?
Yeah, so Central Park is a really cool map for them. This is how they won, I believe, in a reverse sweep to even punch their ticket to get into the seeding stage. And they've continued to win and dominate on this map. This is where typically Gale doesn't play Ultron. He plays that kind of lead, duelist role, Punisher and friends. So I expect them to make that swap. Probably go on offense first. They like that usually to prove what they can do early on. But we'll have to see of what they change. For me, I need to see they've learned from yesterday, and it does start here in just a moment in that pick and ban.
If they do start off things on the attack too, we also know that they have a pretty interesting Wolverine gameplay that they could roll out with. We're going to have to see how they break through that choke. Obviously, we've been seeing the combination of the Store with the Omega Hurricane as well as the Moon Knight with the Hand of Khonshu, building up both of those ults just as quickly to break through these chokes. And we saw a lot of momentum built up just from those compositions alone at the very beginning of a map like Central Park.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're Nemesis, keep doing what you're doing. I mean, you guys played, again, just kind of loose fun. We could see that from them. Amadian was that perfect complement piece to what Melo does. And the strategist front, they were always just on point, keeping their team up. Great rotations in terms of keeping everybody alive. But the X factor is going to be their missing piece from yesterday. Krasman can look to see what they do there. Guru, the end of the game on Angela. Does he go back and does he start with Angela? Maybe in the later half of this point, but maybe in the first. You do have some push-off potentials, but again, we'll see what they can do. This is going to be their home, pick, their map pick. And so Rad does feel comfortable on the map. We talk about it a lot. We have usually the best play. Speedery and friends are playing Ultron, right? Gale does play that role for them, but I love to see him on that kind of carry duelist role more.
Yeah, we know that not only can he play Ultron, we've seen him on the Punisher before, Adam. Although Punisher's taking a step back, we've been seeing him a little bit more often, even after yesterday here. And as we move on to our pick and ban phase, Cozy, you were talking about it. You like what you saw from both these teams. The double Ultron and double Emma save makes you wonder what that first ban is going to look like. Because we saw Rad, they really focus on banning that Star-Lord, that Venom, that Jeff, Mantis, obviously. And as we move on to Central Park, it could be a different look, maybe a bigger focus on the Vanguard specifically.
Oh, for sure. And, honestly, this is a great map to ban Strange if you're going to do so as well, which we saw a little bit yesterday. We'll see if they jump into that today. It's Emma, the first one out for them. Scatter. There's the respect. Right back on over. This is one of the hardest Jeff maps to play against. And so I love the opening there to get Jeff out. Pizza Demon shut down off the gate. They're going to have to win the old-fashioned way for this team. First save. Going to go up for them. And, we'll see what... Yeah, okay. I'm telling you, they went from not protecting or banning it, right, into the inverse. Getting the save right off the bat. That's what I'm talking about. We're going to see Gale on the Atom for sure.
Yeah, because they had the Atom banned against them in that last game. So playing into one of their win conditions here when we have Gale being able to pop off on Atom was something else that we were wondering about as the Mantis ban comes out next from Team Nemesis and they want to protect that Magneto.
Now, if you're Nemesis, you don't need to ban Ultron here because really the main player of that is Gale. He'll be on the Atom. Sometimes they do flex the Atom and Gale still plays the Ultron, so we'll see if they go that route. Jeff ban going to happen for them just to match blow for blow. Magneto save there to give Scatter some comfortability. And then again, this is, do we see the Hulk ban? That's what I would target, but also have to get rid of Human Torch here. I hope Human Torch doesn't sneak through for this team because we know without question, Melo would love to have access to the heat in Torch. Ultron's going to be saved up. Mantis ban. Oh boy, let's see how this, they have one more ban. Hulk, Torch, both are very important. We'll see what way they go, Vic.
There's only so much you have.
I don't think they go. I would not go Star-Lord with the strengths of the other team personally. I think Melo plays Torch a lot better. Not crazy about it. Not crazy about it.
Oh man, you're gonna have Ultron and Torch up in the sky, something that we usually see side by side. Because if you do get the Ultron Protect, which it's gonna be the Emma Frost this time around. Okay, so that was good on the, Team Nemesis to recognize. Okay, we can't play Emma Frost. They just banned that against us. We protect the Magneto for Scatter specifically, who we know has a really strong Emma, but also a Magneto in this case. So now they're gonna be able to have that safety pick on that Ultron Mag and see what they're gonna be able to roll out with.
Yeah, Melo's going to start with the Bucky. I think he would rotate to Torch on the second point if he does decide to do so. Median, love the Storm play that we've seen out of them. They've been going off on the hero. On the other rotations here and what we're trying to do, I mean, Gale and Bedtime Stories are just going to have to be on it for this team now as the lock-ins come in. Forky Dog going to go with that early aggression of the res. I always love that from this team, even though they're not on defense. They open up there with the quick res because they can just, allows them to, you know, to kind of play full aggro, and this team Rad loves to do so.
I was wondering too. I was looking at Team Nemesis already trying to roll out with the Storm. I was like, all right, wait, hold on for a second. You guys are starting off on the attack. No Mega Hurricane to really break through, but it's an interesting approach to see if they do stick with this as we take a nice little stroll here through Central Park.
Alrighty, now taking a look at what these teams are going to start with aggression wise. Typically they always just take that main path right off the rip here. Now if you are in the side of Rad, yeah, let's see that. So they're going to just go the old-fashioned way. Gilbert Noodle has played some of the best Groot in the tournament, so just go right up through the tree. It's going to be tree on tree though, as we also see Team Nemesis get that going for Kraz, who can play it all. Dinks in the Loki pick I like a lot though here for the defensive effort, Vic.
Yeah, because then you'll be able to get that copy either onto Ricky or Radiant, or, you know, after the interviews we even had just yesterday, don't be afraid to get that Loki copy onto a duelist if the situation calls for it. But again, it's all situational when you want to be able to have that sustained, especially when you're starting off on the defense. Already a lot of damage output coming out from Dead Time Story from Rad.
Yeah, good aggression here right off the rip. Forky Dog a little low and climbing. 72% for Forky is crazy, but to match, Amadian's right there as well with Ricky to follow. The ults are flying here as we are just seconds into this thing. Scatter, though, going to get the first bit of Guru once again. Guru going down early, not great for the team in terms of what they want to do rotation-wise. Amadian trying to hunt Bedtime Stories. That's going to be a tough fight to take. I back away with the team there. Smart decision. Continues to push in. It is Gilbert Noodle getting pushed way back into there at the hands of Mello. That's rough. Now he's got the Kraken impact.
And that's a big stagger, not only in the damage output that Guru wants to build up with the Emma Frost and the Beam, but also with Gilbert Noodle. So this puts a dent with 2 minutes, 50 seconds still on the clock for Rad. They got Forky Dog and that Invisible Boundary, as well as a reset from Bedtime Story and the Phoenix Ultimate.
All right, now Mello looking to do what he does best. Look at the entire team is fully loaded on each side. Guru still has some time to get there with the rest of them now as the disappear goes up from Forky Dog. The group goes out now, and it's going to be all of Rad trying to sim what they've got, but it's Bedtime Stories to match. Nothing come from it, and Ricky now putting up the first ult. That was not great for Rad. They didn't get anything from there. Pizza Demon now 2 ult. Gale can do the res, but they're going to have to win the old-fashioned way, Vic.
Yeah, they do. And with the Invisible Boundary, it sets Mello up in the driver's seat. It's the wombo combo between the Strangling Prison and the Bucky Kraken Impact. But Gale in the back, born again, brings them right back around after Team Nemesis were patiently waiting on cycling through these ultimates. Now Rad Esports will be able to have the Sonic Seduction, and Scatter does have that Meteor M that he wants to hold on to.
The word of the day is once again, Vicky, as Mello gets Forky Dog out of there. And, ooh, okay. At least a little bit of a slowdown there, but we have 2 down, so this can be rough for them. They're pushing, though, with full aggression on this defensive effort. It's Amadian who's had now 2 absolute clutch. And even going back to the first map there, Vicky, he's been playing in a disgusting Ultron for this team as he just picks off Bedtime Story and the rest of Rad.
Right, like he had put down 17.5k healing and 17.2k damage just in that last match before he made the swap over to that Doctor Strange, where he also tried to pull off an Eye of Agamotto, and now Amadian has been able to boost up these Ultron ultimates just as quickly. But Rad, Gilbert Noodle has that Strangling Prison with Bedtime Story and the Phoenix Ultimate.
Blink and it's gone. There's only 1:11 left. Rad has to get something rolling here. They've not gotten anything to get the slowdown on Nemesis. Mello just charging right back up to that Kraken Impact. Once again, it's going to be the Imprison coming up, and there it is. Once again, we've got the combo coming from Rad, and there is once again the Nothing Burger from the team. Kraz going to with his own, and it's Mello getting Gale out of this, and it is just a show right now. Nemesis playing absolutely just nasty.
Man, the difference is Gale couldn't get the reset because of the invisible boundary that was met by Ricky. Meanwhile, Mello was able to get at least one reset, and then he just gets to steal Guru from the cracks of the Groot wall.
Oh my gosh, just the arms loaded, the bodies are dropping, and it's just right now, One Winter is feasting. It's crazy what Melo's able to do for the consistency of the team. Scatter doing a great job here. Meteor M ready to go. They've got the extermination to follow. Bedtime Story with the quick swap to Moon Knight, 14 seconds and down. Rad is got to get the point here if they want any chance in this lower bracket to not face elimination. There comes Khonshu. He does get Melo out of there. That's the pick they need, Vicky. Oh my gosh, a big one at that now as Dinks trying to push this team in. It's full aggression from Rad, but the Meteor M goes up. The slam dunk slams down, and it lands. And big one, Bedtime Story out.
Gets a bigger problem out of here before he builds up another set of ultimates, considering he gets a hand of Khonshu just as quick as Gilbert Noodle brings everybody together with a strangling prison, but with nobody else to follow up, no sustain. Team Nemesis, overtime taken away. Rad desperately trying to recontest with this portal, but Team Nemesis did lose out on Scatter. They lost out on Ricky, and Mello comes right back around with a portal of his own.
Crash just having his own way with Groot now, trying to push the team out of there. Look at these walls through. The magic does get... Oh, kid up. I love the switch over here to Wolverine. It's a big one at that. Bedtime Story coming back with the passive. The good swaps and the switches. They got to stay on point, though. Time is ticking. One bit left for the hopes of Rad. Anything's possible, but right now it's looking rough for this team. Someone's got to stay on the point. No mistakes can be made here, as now it's Amadian getting yet another crucial pick. Mello to follow. What a defense. What a team. Your lowest seed right now puts on a massive show.
And what a Groot wall, by the way, from Kraz. You see that? They were able to isolate both of the main strategists in that one hallway with the health pack, and there was nothing they could do. Even if they wrapped up on the other side, they were still getting harassed. There was nowhere for them to go to help the rest of the team that needed to desperately stay on that point for overtime.
Amadian right now, he's going to get my tip of the cap, right? We try not to always highlight the terrors of 100 Thieves. Like, we know how well they're going to do. We know Mello would show up. It's Amadian and that difference maker, and just honestly being unsolvable for this roster of Rad. I mean, hey, your only option now, as your back is now facing against the wall, is to put on a defensive show of a lifetime. 80s Bears type of material, Vicky. If I'm Rad, I'm nervous.
Because you got to talk about what's on the line. This is the lower side of the bracket. And when Team Nemesis already has taken game number 1 and they just fully held off your attack, we have to see how this second game goes, because they're finding this as one step closer to sitting at match point for the series.
You know, when I was like looking at the predictions today and I looked between these two teams, it was so tough, Vicky, because Rad is kind of the hot streak team, but Nemesis is more experienced. You know, they've been in so many big matches like this, and the standout in Mello and their identity of who they are, you know, 2-0, 2-0 Rad to open up the seeding, then 0-2 and struggling since. But we see here now as a porter, they're going to do the old, the portal turret. Wow. You know who does this a lot is Rad. I've seen this from them, but it's going to be the opposition now. And what a way to just get this thing aggression right away.
Peekaboo, I see you. Gets the turret, ready to go right through the window. Puts down the pressure. You see the group walls putting out. As Scatter takes a good amount of that damage before he tries to split up more attention with Amadian going uncontested, because Rad looking around them like chameleons. One eye up on that portal, the other eye down that hallway. And Forky Dog too taking a good chunk of that damage. But with Scatter fighting Guru, this sets up Team Nemesis to freely take the points. Rad nowhere in sight.
You'll clock the stopwatch. Speedrun complete. Someone tried to beat that time. What? Talk about shaking off the first match. No. What? What just happened? 1-0, and let's take a look at the time here after the MVP. I mean, no more than 7 minutes. I don't think I've seen that game mode go quicker. That is just absolute madness, and one team showing up with absolute guts, knowing what's at stake. 5 minutes, 32 seconds? Is this dominant? What the hell?
Dude, they only died 3 times. Oh my, they only went down 3 times. Look at this score. This is Marvel Rivals Ignite playoffs. This is the lower side of the bracket. And now Team Nemesis are at match point. They're upset. They want revenge. Amadian 18-0. Mello single-handedly terrorizing this team.
Everything clicked. Every single thing clicked. The team is absolutely playing like they belong in this thing. And You know, again, we saw they had to change their whole identity when they lost Kraz. They were playing one tank. That was not going to get it done. When this team's back into full form, they know exactly who they can be. We saw it right there. And it's not even just Kraz. Everybody's stepping it up to play. I would say Ricky and the visible boundaries and the timing of those were absolute perfection. And it's just a lot of scattered play right now. But hey, listen, this team's done reverse sweeps. We've seen crazier in Ignites. But if that's any indication of what map 3 is going to be, a 5-minute match in the playoffs is something I did not have on my bingo card.
Nope. I guess you see something every day, but can we talk about these walls from Krasu were honestly one of my MVP things to look for, just because not only did he block out the positioning and isolate the strategists, but constantly we're trying to wall everybody from Rad inside. They felt the pressure. They can't even poke one toe outside of that one choke, yet they have to see that they barely even got any progress when they were on the attack, and Rad just walked up for free.
I mean, just crazy, right? I mean, just giving that one away as easily as possible on your home court, too, the map that you picked, and really just going down there with the quick portal and the Punisher. That's something that, you know, you'd want to see from a team trying to do some shock and all. Right now, it's all Nemesis on top. This team that just does not get a lot of, you know, talk about, you know, didn't have the best seed showing, but they can just break Giants time and time again. We go back and look at what they did in stage 1. It's the same team, Vic. We talk about these teams that had roster mania and a bunch of things change. This is one consistent team that's continued to do what they do in the shadows, and it's showing here right now in what they did versus Rad. They are up 2-0. It is elimination here on the line. Vic, I mean, wow, what cinema.
They're looking for that 3-0 and a handshake, it looks like, but it ain't over yet. It's best of 5, and that's why I was concerned a little bit about Central Park. Team Nemesis, they're a team that, you know, they don't do so bad on this type of game type either, obviously, but the way that they were able to not only cycle through those ultimates, the win condition. You got a group, you have Strangling Prison, you got a Bucky, you hear again and again. Sure, you see the Atom on the other side, but you're not even concerned because you have all the reset potential available for you, and the strategists from Team Nemesis were cycling through those ultimates so fast. We saw Ultron with like the ultimate, like what, 4 times within 4 minutes. It was incredible.
Yeah, and the ult combos were not connecting at all. I mean, every single time they came out, it was like one Ricky ult and everybody was saved, right? And it's for me, it could be a little bit of an identity issue. They had the Angela, the craziness. It was working. It was hot. It was, you know, working. The vibes were high. Then they kind of stabled it out after getting rocked by a couple good teams. And then we're seeing a bit of like, what Rad are we going to see? And I want to see, it's the last game. Bring out what you want to. Play your mains. Play what you feel best at. We're about to find out in game number 3. This break is going to be pretty much as long as that map is, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick reset. We'll be right back for match number 3. going on, guys, and welcome back from break as we find ourselves potentially getting a reverse sweep or sweep. One of the two here, Vicky, most likely. And if you look at the teams, for me, the standout is the fundamentals. I think Rad, listen, guys, we're talking about the top 8 teams in the entire nation here. Rad's got the pro players, they got the talent, right? But when it comes down to the fundamentals, the pick ban phase and the coordination, that's what I want to see cleaned up from them. When you have a team, you know, these guys, they do stream, they do have some fun, right? So it's like when you have one team full locked in, you're kind of seeing that come to play a little bit here. But this team has what it takes. We've seen them against others, and they perform great. We got to see it here on the big day.
Yeah, right now Rad's win record on Convergence isn't the best. It's 0-3, so that's why I was maybe expecting if we were going to try out Convoy first. But, you know, that is going to be our third map as we will be moving on to our game number 3 of this series. Somebody tell Nemesis it's not a speed run, right? We are here to indulge in the playoffs in this lower bracket. But Nemesis just want this quick 3-0 and a handshake, it looks like, as we move on to the pick and ban phase, Cozy.
All right, Rad. Again, I want them to play. Look, we got a blade lock, a phantom lock. This is what you want to see here from Rad and what their Lord icons are. You can tell these guys, they play the game a good amount. Guru there with the Mr. Fantastic Lord icon. Love to see it, man. But okay, we got the Emma band to open, Jeff to follow. Nemesis has kind of followed that path. Magneto, why change it when Scatter was playing the way he did, especially with that Emma band to open it. And to match it, Mantis is out of here. I thought Ultron would have been that pick, but Mantis important as always.
Something we've been seeing consistently with a lot of the teams, right? But the Ultron was a problem and how often he got that ultimate online. But the Magneto save following up after seeing that Emma Frost ban. Once again, it's just to help enable Scatter here and rocking out that mag. And it's going to be the Ultra Protect on the side of Rad.
Yeah, the Ultron Protect is huge for them and what they were able to do in domination. Remember, that first map was theirs to win, right? So momentum, he highlighted at the beginning, can do so much for a team. Mantis going to be banned to follow up. The next ban from Rad is an important one. If you're looking at Age of Sail, I think a couple ways you could go about it. I think getting rid of Groot is good on this map. Strange, you know, important as well. But they're going to go with the Jeff for now, and then you have BTS once again not being able to play Star-Lord.
Yeah, Team Nemesis has not played, by the way, in Age of Sail yet. And while Rad has, they've actually won 1-0 here. So this could be the chance that they need to reverse this momentum and put it back on their side. But let's look at that last safety pick that they want to lean into after banning out that Jeff. You can imagine here that since they're starting off on the defense, they're going to be able to protect that Emma Frost. But it's been more so a focus on taking care of these two strategists, as well as that one Emma versus Scatter. But he also has that flexibility. No Adam.
Yeah, the Adam ban right away. They know what they might want to lean into here. And I think that's okay for Rad. Not sure if they would have gone that route either way, because they at least have the Ultron gameplay they can go with. Again, though, Gale, then that means he'll be on the Ultron. The ban happening last. This can go to a number of Vanguards. It can go to Torch. It could go to try to, you know, limit Mello a bit more. I'd probably focus on one of the big Vanguards of Groot or Hulk here, but they're going to go with the Invis, which honestly, with how Ricky played, I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's true. Ricky's crazy. The way that they're able to cycle through those ultimates too, if Dinks decided to play Loki, is another thing. As we get to see everybody lock in, Doctor Strange, no ban. So you got those recontentions available for you, as well as those elongated fights with you got Dinks cycling through with the Loki God of Mischief onto the Luna.
Yeah, and looking at how they're locking in and the way they're deciding to play it. First one up, Rad on that defensive side. And they typically, you know, we always see the triple Vanguard here as people get adjusted. Pizza Demon does play a great Loki at that. I like the play call here. Mello can swap over, or Madian. They both like to play the old Moon Knight. I expect, obviously, Madian just runs Storm. Typically, not only just first point, but here on out, we've seen that time and time again. And the weather's going to get a little bit stormy here in Asgard. We'll see if we see the One-Wing Angel as well make an appearance from Guru later on.
It would be characteristic if it isn't, though. We're going to have to find out, because this is the game where they need to turn things around, or this is going to be the end of their journey here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and listen, we got him locked in. Kraz going to go with the Groot once again. Why not? Worked out so well for him. Mello plays easily the most Winter Soldier in this tournament. You know, Tara likes to play too, but Mello's been the guy repping the Bucky. And here we go now. Gilbert Noodle gonna match tree for tree. Too good on this opening point, just walling off the strategist heals and pushing the team away. Amazing on that Storm as we expected. Damage boost ready. What's scarier than a regular Mello is one that's amped up, fueled up with the blue arrows up. as now they continue to get their will imposed. Pushing in, Guru already out of this thing.
Oh, that's why you have the hand-in-hand coordination with the Storm and that damage boost. Forky Dog does bring Guru back, but that's already the BRB used up. The Lantern Suit just providing Mello that extra sustain. But look at the damage output right now. Already having the reset potential, and he doesn't even want to get the wombo combo. I was maybe expecting him to wait out on Kraz to bring them all together. But now you have the Sia coming out, and it's looking to get deleted. I have Agamotto desperately coming over by the other side of these walls, and it does catch Gilbert Noodle.
How is the Kraken already unleashed? How is this possible? The skies are opened up. We just started this thing, and Team Nemesis is going through now to their second ult rotation. The heck are we watching now as Gale's going to be on the Luna, trying to keep people up through the show. Guru going to be getting back to the squad after getting picked off early from Mello. Then kneeling the seduction. Look at Guru, he says, as they try to get something out of this. They've got to make a statement here, Vicky, before it's too late.
Oh, the strangely prison. Oh, he's going to be able to isolate the rocket. Forky Dog nowhere to go as he was called out in that side room. Kraz taking a lot of damage, but the sustain is right there as Mello has the Kraken impact again. Dinks gets the God of Mischief, gets the copy, and now they're going to enable Mello as he's looking to clear this first checkpoint.
What a demon! Playoff pressure. He's not feeling it. He is feeding it now as they continue to push forward, and this is just easy street as they push down the main streets of Asgard. Forky Dog going to be bringing this team back for what is one more fight into it. Gilbert's gonna be the only one that can put up any sort of ultimate with the Abyss there. Piece of the Abyss. Looking towards it though. Another one is gonna be coming from Elo, I'm sure, in seconds.
Amadian finding Guru next here too. The Feast of the Abyss from Gilbert Noodle, man. He's going to be able to take so much damage, but he popped the armor just in time. They need the sustain, but with the isolation and these group walls, it's so hard. Amadian and Ricky follow up, and after getting this first checkpoint, they need to restabilize. Rad, it's back to the drawing board as they need to back away.
Yeah, Maiden has been the Storm player of this tournament, and to have it there on the opening offense, it is crazy work. Absolutely, with the damage up. It's not about starting strong, it's about finishing big. We'll see if Rad can do it. Typically better on the third point here on this map. Mello, 57 climbing, got another Hurricane to open things up. No strategist ult to boot, so usually this is to kind of get that strat ult out from them. They don't have anything to counter it. That's going to be a tough one to counter as the skies open up. He's looking to make it a stormy day. We got ourselves a potential cat 4, 1, 2, 3, nothing. Good rotation, good position there from Rad to make it a nothing burger but clear skies.
They put down the sandbags. They get to bunker down here, try to negate a lot more of that damage, while Rad, though, are still dropping like flies. Bedtime Story tries to put down the hand of Conchu, but Amadian also follows up and finds Guru before the Sauna Seduction also comes out. Extermination from Gale, just trying to desperately stall for as long as possible, but look at Kraz's group walls here, too. Gale's just trying to float away, but he's going to get pressured out as he's isolated from the rest of his team.
Asman now getting yet another pick there on Gale, and right now it's just a full offensive effort, picking up right where they left off, going from Central Park to Asgard. Doesn't matter the location. They just want to play in this multiverse to continue as the Kraken goes up, goes down, and Maiden with the follow-up. Forky Dog out of this thing. The show, Pizza Demon, trying to make this thing a competitive show now with the Kraken slamming down, looking for the reset. No connection there. This is the tough point to take, but it's going to be now, once again, the clouds opening up, and it is just an absolute feast fest for Team Nim.
You know how much damage output Amadian is putting in right now to be getting these Omega Hurricanes just as fast as we just saw the last one? He just had it, like, what, less than a minute ago or so? They're speed running right now on this game mode as well, just as we've seen the last two maps, already getting to the second checkpoint, but it's usually this third checkpoint that is the hardest for every team.
I mean, it's when the game gets real here. I mean, this is obviously it for Rad if they're unable to hold the 3 with 3 minutes left on the clock. Nimbus is playing with that championship level of confidence at the moment as they push in. Mello continuing just to let the aggression fly. You can see him locked in there with the red flashing from Bucky, and the limbs now wants a great claw. There it is, trying to get something rolling. Bedtime Stories has the Conchu. They can open up with something here, pushed into tight corridor.
Jumping right over the wall, though, but as the moon hands out, the hand of Conchu tries to block off their only exit, and finally holding back Team Nemesis in winning the first team fight of the map.
This is where heroes get remembered, Vicky, in the playoffs. One of the biggest stages here to make it to the biggest stage of Georgia. Bedtime Story trying to get the Crescent Darts rolling, get that Conchu right back, 30% climbing up. Pizza Demon does have the call answered. We have the switch from Wolverine to Namor is what Guru's looking at. Interesting swaps here. Gale on the Hulk is something I've never seen in my entire life, like the last quick improvisions here. And Bedtime Stories is at least keeping everybody at base, slowing down Nemesis. Down 3 minutes and 30 to 2 minutes.
The Guru and Gale Hulk, no more Gamma Squid. Okay, different looks here from Rad than what we're used to seeing. Pizza Demon does have that Fate of Both Worlds. Hand of Khonshu, just to try to block them and separate them, but is the follow-up there is the question. Forky Dog has that invisible boundary. They're trying to cycle through these ultimates safely, and Team Nemesis just as patiently are waiting right behind that choke.
Khonshu's not impressed with that one. They wish to get more out of it now. Bedtime Stories got to rotate. Strategist going to find him here. 66 and going down. It's going to be Forky Dog. Can Bedtime Stories get back to safety? He does. Forky Dog with a nice escape there from the team. Guru here over on the Namor. Everybody playing different picks. Love to see it. Playoff pressure can't be there. Scattered with an opening pick. Mello going to go down. Slam for more. It's potential one. Nope. Can stay alive. That's big for the team. And to sustain 1 minute 40 seconds, Vic.
Oh, Forky Dog is trying to run for his life, but can't get away as a Median finds him next. Double jump after double jump, and now you got the Hulk smash coming out from the other side. The Berserker Hulk gonna be able to get the reset. Clobbering time to follow up from Kraz, and Dinks gets the copy in the form of the Luna Stone to get the Fate of Both Worlds to push him all the way up.
This is the pressure on. You can feel it in the air here as the whale crashes down. Guru throwing the whole ocean on him. Ricky, no floaties in sight. Pizza Demon with another pick as well. This happened all yesterday, Vicky. Remember this? They would get pushed into the third point, then fight back and make it a 3-0. But the overtime clock, can they make it just 2 points in? It looked unstoppable. We had at one point Mello with 15 ults at the start of this thing. Great job. 55 seconds left for Rad.
A Median too, right? And now being able to dwindle a lot of that time bank away, trying to restabilize. The Hand of Khonshu is back on board for Bedtime Story. If you look at Team Nemesis, a Median wants to force out any strategist ultimates that Rad do not have right now with this Omega Hurricane.
These are the moments, folks, that define a team. We'll see now as the moon is landing, the hurricanes are rising. Pizza Demon's going to be out of this thing. That's a big pick to help with the ult rotation. Forky Dog does have something to keep his team in it. 70%. Mello's close with the Kraken. Haven't landed 2 in the last one. Scatter 80% and up. It's going to continue to pour on. Can somebody get an opening pick? It's been Bedtime Stories with it lately to slow down this team. 16%. At least overtime is going to be the option here for Team Nemesis. We'll see momentum continues to ride. Amadian farming up. Getting ready. Mello going to be frozen in his tracks, Vicky.
Kraz also taking a huge stun from Gale at the hands of the Hulk stun here too, so he goes down less than a minute. They get a retouch on this point. Overtime ticking away, and Pizza Demon's close to that Fate of Both Worlds. They have the survivability. Gilbert Noodle has the reset with the Feast of the Abyss, but all eyes on Mello as Ricky has a Fate of Both Worlds to set them up into position. 1v1 between the duelists as it's Guru v Mello. He's got high ground. Forky Dog manages to get away, and he's saved by the Fate of Both Worlds.
A slippery raccoon. That would have been a huge pick for them. Gilbert's going to close in on it. You're going to have now the Bedtime Stories raining down from above. The reset's happening. Ricky's out of this thing. Kraz does get Luna. It's Bedtime Stories down, but the prop back is there. It's going to go to Luna. I think that's the more important one as they continue to shine. Gale's going to go Hulk mode as he does. And what we've seen from him in the past, Forky Dog throwing up an ult here any moment. Guru with the pick. This could be what an absolute show here from Brad. The playoffs, the moment. Could it be bigger now? Sliver on the clock, Vicky. Any moment now, this could end one way or the other. Forky Dog with another pick. It's Rad. Holy defensive effort.
You saw in the player cameras looking right back at the rest of the team to see what they could do, because Team Nemesis, they were on a terror to get to that third checkpoint, but the Gamma Squids win again, and they also stopped Mello in potentially resetting with that big whale that came in to get that big stun. So there were constantly stun between the Hulk originally there too, as well as Gilbert Noodle and the survivability of the Venom and the Feast of the Abyss.
This is what's so cool about Gale, his flexibility. You know, I was like, oh, we haven't seen a Hulk from him. He has not played it in the tournament. I know, I popped in the streams. The man does play a nasty Bruce Banner, but we just have not seen it at all in stage 1 or 2. So look at the swap ups in roles. Love it as well with Guru, who does love the Wolverine. So you got the comfort picks coming out. This is the Rad that you want to see, just playing loose, having fun. If your Team Nemesis locked back in, you just had the same speed run in point 1 and 2. But let's see how we can get the response for in the defensive side.
Dude, the Moon Knife from Bedtime Story. 14 and 6, 7 final hits here. You look on the other side, Mello with 8, a Median with 8 as well, swapping over to the triple strategist. You still have one of those duelists, 2 Vanguards here on their side of the defense.
Hey, listen, they set the ball up for a home run hit. Rad can make this thing 2-1, and then at that point, Vicky, anything can happen. Anything can happen from a 2-1 standpoint, but they got to get there first, and it's going to be answering the call once again. That's the constant ring of Melophobia. Ready to go once again on Star-Lord. Didn't get the ban this time, as Peter Quill will be in the hands of Melo, pushing in. Good early aggression. Bedtime Stories has been a crack moon night there. Now we've got more from Gilbert Noodle, just the pressure constantly. Kraz is going to get the first lap there. Guru going down on the reset chamber into spawn. Forky Dog is going to follow. This is going to be a quick reset here for Rad.
Yeah, they used up that BRB a little earlier. Looked like it also got distorted over onto the side. Forky Dog making the swap over to the Invisible Woman. It's back to the drawing board for Rad. They don't want to waste enough time here, swapping right back into the Gamma Squid that was working out for them when they were on that third checkpoint. Looking at Team Nemesis, though, we were talking about the Star-Lord and Melo having that flexibility within this duelist pool as the dive comes in onto the backline from Gilbert before he comes right back to the team.
Pushing forward here, Kraz once again just being a demon in the backline, getting those opening picks, having the whole team stagger behind. At this point, Red just trying to farm up those early ultimates here, Vicky. Look for that to try to be somewhat an opening they can have. Bedtime Stories has got the whale ready. It's going to be the extermination from Amadian. This is the ticket to winning for them last time, as he's going to get the pick on Bedtime Story. It's a stagger show right now on point 1.
They still have enough of this time, but Team Nemesis are just going to be able to rotate into this next set of ultimates. Amadian's ult count needs to be considered here by the rest of everybody watching. Kraz waiting in the distance before jumping down and diving down. He's got the Feast of the Abyss activated, as well as Bedtime Story now moving up. Wants to back up Gilbert as he gets frozen.
Not choreographed moments like this. Now the legendary coming up from the legend himself. Melo pushes forward, tries to get something good sustained there from Rad as they try to match it. It's the whale out. No connection from the whale. Forky Dog now forced to keep the team alive through it. Once again, the ults are not clicking. Wow. It's just one man, one symbiote. Kraz going crazy here as Bedtime does get a good, important opening pick. But Kraz, man, stop! Someone stop this man.
And Feast of the Abyss chomping on Pizza Demon on that Luna Snow. Unfortunate. Well, Ricky's gonna be able to have the dance off, and Scatter's got that Meteor M. Kraz is gonna be able to find Bedtime Story, and they're literally scattered in the different rotations that they've been trying to take to at least overtake Team Nemesis, who, by the way, have been backing up so well in realizing when they need to reposition. But Gale with the 3K, the Gulk.
Oh my Gulk. Oh my Ford. Eliminations from the man that's just there to throw some punches, but the haymakers come out. The Mike Tyson in the most important moments in the ring, and he rides the goats to the point of victory. But you do have another point of contention if they choose to go there. Team Nemesis resetting. They think they can just walk it to it, have plenty of space. They know they're up there. Guru can spot Melophobia. If you look at the Ultimadian, can open up with Kraz. That has been all they need to combine those two combos and win the match. This is what Team Nemesis needs to do to advance.
Get over here as he tries to jump on Amadian's head, but it's too little too late. Amadian finds Bedtime Story in the process. Gilbert Noodle with the Feast of the Abyss. Team Nemesis have all the survivability. Forky Dog in trouble, about to have the invisible boundary. If he stays alive, he has it just in time. They re-engage. Scatter with the medium wants to pinpoint where that invisible woman is.
Num Num goes Venomous. Scatter now continues to try to make the connections. Good rotations from Rad. Using the protection inside there, but left alone outside. His strategist inside. No healing to be said, but able to stay alive. Melo going to pop the legendary. It's going to be close. The shields are going to be popped there on Gilbert as the symbiote goes into some protection there. Somewhat, but it's right now going to be Dinks with the copy to look for. Ricky can follow. The sustain is there. Pizza has the show on. It's the screen melting. Bedtime Story throws the whale. No connection. Everybody's kept alive. Vicky, this is it. 10 seconds left for Rad's Story to continue or in, and Scatter, it's Melo looking to put an end to this team.
The God of Mischief to keep them alive overtime, and Rad with the sight here of wanting to stay in this tournament are looking at it escape through their hands. Gale goes out next. Amadian finding that pick and the number advantage as Team Nemesis hold this defense, forces Rad for some desperate measures. It's a portal play to try to put contest here in the overtime.
Seduction comes out from Guru. Gale's ready to go into this thing as well. It's going to be close. Look at everybody's got to be on the point, but Kraz once again does it again. He feasts again now as they continue to push in. Forky Duck keeping the team up. Gilbert Noodle going to be over on the cap to do it all day, and there it is once again. Melophobia, wouldn't you believe it, with the legendary trying to find cap. Goodbye, Steve Rogers. Hello, Peter. We've got Kraz. We've got Melo. Nemesis rises. Rad falls, and the underdogs punch up in a statement win.
Wow. What a dominating performance from Team Nemesis there. You were talking about the Star-Lord out here. Putting in some work. We had to make some adjustments. But I do have to highlight both of these teams understanding the situation, whether they lose out on one or even two individual members. The repositioning that both Rad and even Team Nemesis did at the very end there. Rad staying alive in that side broom, trying to recontest. But the damage output that we had between that Venom, by the way, that stayed alive from Kraz, was on another level.
Yeah, I'd say so. 12 eliminations. Kraz, you can see the importance. It's like when a star wide receiver goes out for their team, right? They just look different. The identity's different. Kraz, what he brought every match, from the domination to that, Amadian stepping it up in what they do. A 3-0, a sweep. Call them the underdog seed-wise, but you can't call them an underdog team-wise. Insane performance there from Nemesis. Definitely getting the respect right back to this org of what they can put together when they are on all cylinders, Vicky. I am stunned, but also in the same way not from what we've seen from this team.
Yeah, you know, no internet nerfs this time around for Kraz. He was upset after yesterday, but you know, GG, you go next. Things happen sometimes. And today, they needed to deliver. They're in that loser side of the bracket. They need to win 2 more to be in that safe spot to make it to Atlanta. Now, after winning this series, just 1 more to go. And that's what Gale, by the way, popping off right here before Team Nemesis didn't even use up a Doctor Strange portal, just in case it was an emergency to recontest if they had an elongated fight like this. And they still made it in their favor.
Yeah, green on green, just mutual destruction there. It's crazy to watch it with 2 Hulks into the fight consistently, but 0 brain cells come out of it. Kraz with the 23, 25k damage is insanity. What an absolute madman. And the performance they put on today is one they should be proud of, as they now advance into the lower bracket. Win 1 more, Vicky, right? They advance and they continue to they get to claim Georgia. They get to get in there and make a name for themselves.
Yeah, they need to make it to loser semis. That is where that cutoff is. And now they are 1 step closer. Team Nemesis, they've been vying for it, Cozy, and they're right there. They need 1 more series, and Kraz is setting them up. 25.2k damage off of the Venom. Even if you look at Guru, who was on the Emma for majority of that game, he did 24.4k. And Emma, as Mother knows best, we know how strong she is on the front lines.
Listen, we saw this team early on, right? They did insane work against Dark Zero. 2 of them with ease. Dark Zero has been a team that made it to the grand finals in the seeding. Then they 3-0'd Rad themselves. We knew Nemesis had this in them. Kind of lost a little bit of the identity there in that seeding phase. Found it right back. And yeah, now they're 1 away. What a turnaround for what this team's put together. And I love watching, you see Melo on Twitter. He'll be like, no excuses. We just got to play better, be better. And, we've said time and time again, humble team here. Love to see what they've continued to show on the biggest stage. And this is not new to them. They've been almost to the LAN now, what would be twice. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this thing shakes out.
I want to give a highlight, too, to Amadian and his performance throughout the course of the series, whether it be on Ultron and the amount of times that we saw that ultimate online and being able to have the Omega Hurricane just as quick. He had 15 final hits in that final game, right? We compare it to Kraz, who was popping off on Venom with the 12 final hits, but now we have to see how this bracket is shaped up after that crazy victory, 3-0 from Team Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely. If you take a look at the bracket now and you see the advancement to come, all eyes are on the lower bracket quarterfinals, as we're going to continue to find out from the losers of today. The teams punching their ticket and answering the call to Georgia, and the ones that are going to fall down and have to, win 1 more to prove this thing. Sometimes that lower bracket momentum can really spring you into action to continue to win these things. And we saw for Nemesis, momentum was a huge factor as they got that domination clutch early.
It's not going to be easy, though. Can you imagine just sitting there as Team Nemesis and you have to wait out on the loser between either FlyQuest, Dark Zero, and then on the other side, if you're looking at Sentinels and Dreamland, Envy and 100 Thieves, the stacked bracket. I would have expected anything less.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. You know, we had a lot of Cinderella stories the last time. Now it's just teams that deserve to be here. MRC champions, top orgs, great players, insane talent across the board. And we are seeing it as they're going to be trying to, you know, play for it all in Georgia, in for those finals. And listen, you know, Rad, I would love to see them come back. You know, 2026, we'll find out what that is going to be for the esports of this game. And I hope that they can look at, you know, trying to clean up some of the fundamentals as we've continued to highlight. And they played great there. Nemesis, we said this before, Vicky. Remember we talked about this in the grand finals, like when we said the loser or the winner got Nemesis, and it was FlyQuest. They, you know, they handle business, but that's a tough seed. Them being the last seed is just highlighting how strong this tournament is.
Yeah, 100%. We were wondering, okay, well, how is Team Nemesis going to do against literally the best team right now within the region, being FlyQuest? And we saw how that match went. Even though it was a 3-0, FlyQuest is FlyQuest for a reason. But it still was Team Nemesis taking some of the rounds. First game, they had taken one of the rounds on Celestial Husk. Second game on Symbiotic Surface, they did the same thing. Then it was Midtown where it was incredibly close, but it still ended in a 3-0. Now, and that was with them dealing with those internet issues, right? Now, they're locked and loaded. Kraz is here. All is fine, and Kraz comes and pops off.
Yeah, they were 2-2 over there to get into this thing, and 5-5 now in terms of what the sets are. So you can tell they're right there, and two of those you can't even count with just, you know, the way of identity change that you had to have for the team as we continue to get our interview here together and talk to, you know, these champs. Not to mention a lot of these teams, I believe Rad and Nemesis were some of the two that didn't fly in together, but pretty much everybody else has the boot camp buff. 100 Thieves flew everyone in Dreamland. Dreamland got everybody up on that plane, got them all together, as well as, you know, we look at these guys getting all locked in, and there's that buff there. But doing it fashion way online, and it's Nemesis who doesn't need no boot camp buff.
It's crazy because the authority you have there when you're all together, it's a different type of energy, but then you also kind of feel each other out. It's literally the IRL synergy build that you have within these teams. Looking at Team Nemesis, though, this is already one part of the journey done. There's still that one more series that they have to look forward to, and I can't wait to talk to one of our members from Team Nemesis to really see how the vibes have been after bouncing back after our first day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to ask you guys as the viewers, are y'all surprised to see a 3-0? I mean, definitely, I think some people could say that they thought it was going to be a bit tighter than that. I know I had my whole day planned for what was going to be a long day here, but not with 5-minute matches here. As we've got the interview ready, the winning team, Nemesis, is going to be joining us here. And hello, Mellophobia. How you doing, man?
Woo.
Hello.
Hey, big congrats there on the win. We've been watching your team. I've been watching your team for a long time. Always see what you have to say on Twitter. Super humble guy. You always just say, hey, I got to play better, be better. Listen, you guys were the last seed coming in here, but you're anything but. Tell me about this team and the difference of who you guys are compared to back in June when you were playing for it all as well.
I think we're a lot more nose to the grindstone now. At least we try to be. We try to humble ourselves because now we're getting paid, we're under a great org and great representation. So it's just kind of hard to like not let yourself get up there. So we just try to keep humble and just stay low to the ground.
Awesome.
I like that mentality. You guys are in good hands. I love Team Nemesis here. And now looking at your progress, man, I had you guys winning. I had you guys winning in this series just because of how you guys have been looking thus far. You move on to the losers bracket quarterfinals. You still need to win one more to make it to Georgia if you find yourself in that semifinals. But you have to play the loser between FlyQuest and Dark Zero. How are you feeling about that? We're, you know, maybe thinking about Dark Zero. How are you guys feeling about maybe playing against that team?
Is it FlyQuest? We had other teams. We thought we were facing the loser of Envy versus.
Was it the other side, the Envy and 100 Thieves? All right, so
that's what we believe.
From that series.
From that series,
I think this weight is too much.
We try not to look past the match we have in front of us. That's how we find out. We lose that way. So now we just have to take this amount of time that we have. I think we have a day. I think we have the same time next day. We just have to prep, plan. They're both are strong teams, so both are just gonna be really hard no matter who we face up against.
Yeah, I mean, everybody in this tournament is strong from what we've seen here. And I got to ask you, buddy, you know, we saw a different identity you guys really had to change yesterday when, you know, the internet was the true winner yesterday against you guys as Kraz, you know, could not join you. Days had to do a couple games. Very good player, but definitely changes the identity of your team, I think, a little bit. You were rocking one Vanguard. Talk to me about Kraz, because that man, he showed up today in a massive way on Venom, on Hulk. I mean, he's a demon there, and what he does for the identity of your team.
We give Kraz a lot of like hard times. We make fun of him a lot, but it's all love. We're all friends. Kraz is a big component of our team. Not only does he not only is he the Vanguard player, but he's also just he keeps the energy up. He always pushes us to do better and stay focused and locked in.
Awesome, man. I don't know if you have your Halloween costume plan. I just want to give you the suggestion of Bucky, because I'm telling you, out of this entire tournament, you are, in my head, the Winter Soldier. You are the Winter Soldier. You got to get the metal arm, rock it, buddy. But listen, man, it's been great to continue to get to know you, interview you. Hope I get to meet you and the team in person as well. But wait on just to let this seed define you guys as a team. We're excited to watch you. I want to give you the floor before we close this interview. Any other shout outs to things you want to say?
Shout out my team, obviously. It's not a solo game. I know I get like a lot of praise, but I can't do anything without them. I play so well with them. I can't see myself on any other team. Shout out Nemesis, obviously, repping the jersey and everything. Nemesis is an amazing org. And I think that's all.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Love the humbleness. You are that team captain. You are the difference maker. But yes, it takes a whole team to win, buddy, and it's fun to see it. Good luck out there. Appreciate you taking the interview, and relock, reload, get ready for the next one. And we wish you luck.
Yep. Goodbye.
Bye now.
Thank you.
That was the one and only Mellow Vicky, and that is, again, that heartbeat, right, of that team. When that guy's playing his best, we continue to see the best from them. And listen, we saw Scatter, what they could do on the Vanguard role. More specifically, we got to see a lot of Emma Ross, a lot of White Queen from Scatter, and no sign of the new skin. But you can rock it right now in Season 4.5 with the Hellfire Protocol, Vic.
I am already rocking it. I've been rocking it since October 3rd, and it comes with a really nice nameplate, too. A little animation nameplate. You don't want to miss out on being able to cop this amazing skin. Pick it up, the Emma Frost Hellfire Protocol.
Absolutely. Once again, just absolute sensational play. 3-0 is not what we expected, but what I can tell you is we have another fire matchup underway here. Sentinels, who was a huge org, made it to the main stage, won this whole thing last time. Different team, different game. Dreamland, winner of the MRC, can put up an upset though. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, relock, reload. We'll see you in just a second.
Crush! Priceless! Feel presence! Across all time, I see you turning the tide.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back from the break. We have now said goodbye to Team Rad as Nemesis pushes forward. What a great interview there from Mello, and look towards match number 2, Sentinels and Dreamland. Vicky, one team, chip on the shoulder, momentum, confidence, and easily I would say the Cinderella story of this entire tournament and who we have that's made it to this point. And then we've got the Big Org, the Big Org Sentinels, who have been decorated in many games across, all FBS and more. They look to now try to win this whole thing again, but it's from the losers bracket. Vicky, I have to say, we saw Rad down 2 games, and they lost 2 in a row. They finally lost their third. It's looking the same story for Sentinels here, but we have a good one.
Yeah, you're talking about what happened to Sentinels. They put up a good fight versus Envy at the end of the day just yesterday, but you already know coming out of that, they're fired up because their next opponents are Dreamland, and it's not going to be easy. This unsponsored team, by the way, Dreamland, has been putting on a performance thus far between the group stages to now, but their first opponent within playoffs was 100 Thieves, and that's also pretty hard. But they took the first game, which a lot of people were really impressed with Dreamland's performance, but now they find themselves in this lower side. And just like the case it was for Team Nemesis, these teams already that find themselves on the loser side of the bracket need to win 2 more to make it to Atlanta.
Well, listen, I love this Sentinels roster. It's a much different look for the team, but these guys, they've been getting it done. And the one and only AMER, who just plays the role with such confidence, and love to see what they can do. These are proven champions as we take you for a look here on the Sentinels roster and what they have to bring to this matchup right now. It starts there with Crimzo and what he can do in the Vanguard position. Techie right there to match, but Nectar, even the winning team, they called him Thanos yesterday. I mean, he is an absolute difference maker for this team.
I think there's a lot of flexibility, too, that this team could lean into. If you talk about Nectar, we've seen them pop off on Mantis when we see those 3-3 compositions rolling out something else that they could usually come out with. We've seen even Nectar try to flex over to the cap if Crimzo's not on there and he's rocking the group, too. We even saw a little sneak peek at the Crimzo Angela. So we've been seeing that coming out with Techie being also able to be that mainstay of the Emma, the Magneto, the Venom if they need. Aramori being on that Invisible Woman more than anything at the very end of yesterday, playing on that Luna, while Renko has been taking much more of that Loki look with Team 3-3 and then being able to flex over to Jeff. And I can't ignore Avery, who also has that flexibility, whether it be on the Ultron, Torch, Phoenix, Bucky, Wolverine, you name it, they have it.
No, for sure. And Nectar is such a player to highlight, right? Playing Mantis yesterday at such an extreme level as well, with what you're saying there. And then the magic, you kind of get it all. And I don't want to say, Nectar was the reason some of the roster changes happened, but they are so good that you have to have them on this roster, and they show it right here. Mantis just going off as usual or per usual. And once again, stacked from head to toe. I think this team has the talent. Avery coming from, another great roster and performing well here as we see the Kraken Impact continue to make the impact that he's done for this team. They are to me, for a reason, all of us picking them to win today because of the talent. It would be a shock to not see the talent that they have. But Vicky, I highlighted this. Rad lost 2. That momentum carried. They ended up getting eliminated. Sentinels, they've now lost 2, right? And so that's a big difference here.
Yeah, they're on a losing streak right now, and they have to try to regain themselves. And that falters your confidence. And as a competitor, you can't let that snowball here, because at this time, you only have one chance. You cannot go down in this lower bracket if you want to find yourself over in that land, in the championship nonetheless, in the infancy of Marvel Rivals Ignite. And if you take a look at this record, Sentinels is a team that does pretty well on domination, but as of recently kind of faltering. They're currently 4-3 on domination, but they're 0-4 on convoy and then 3-2 on convergence.
Yeah, they're still trying to find themselves as a team, and we saw, Dark Zero and the old Sentinels find themselves after 1 loss, right? Sentinels, you have 2 now. You got to continue to find out. They've had a hard path, don't want to undermine the teams that they've played. And this is a very locked-in roster. So, again, I would give the edge to them experience-wise by a country mile. I think that they're going to have that there. But don't let that fool you guys. Dreamland is this team that has constantly believed in that dream to get it done, right? Guess what? They win the MRC. Who did they beat? Nemesis, Vicky. The team that we just saw dominant there and to advance. Dreamland has continued to really improve and just make this roster better and better. And in my opinion, there's so many good duelists, but the clear team captain of this team in terms of play is Stinkers.
Stinkers 100%. Between the Phoenix, the Star-Lord, the Namor, they could rock out with that Gamma Squid composition too. Mace being on that Emma. Chuckles, by the way. We talk about Hulk, his Venom on top of it all, while Chime comes in together slotted with either the Ultron, the Phoenix. We've seen him play on the Jeff. And then Valentina Eve, one of my favorite players to watch as well. Between the Invisible Woman, we saw her on the Luna, the Cloak, even flexing over to the Loki if they need to run out with the 3-3 composition. And then Jabori could run out either with a Luna or Jeff.
Yeah, Chime is their typical Ultron player they like to lean into. For me, Vicky, if this team's going to win today, it's going to come down to the Vanguard play. We've seen Mace and Chuckles play at elite level, and then we've seen them struggle at times, and we know what Mace is capable of. We've talked to him many a times, and we'll see what they are able to stitch together here in this game against Sentinels, right? You know, they have a lot of respect for these other teams out there, and now there's no bad teams left for them. As, you know, to win that MRC, they came back from the reverse sweep. But yesterday, here's my highlight. Yesterday, they ended up one game up and then dropped the rest. And so that, you know, you got the momentum starting. We'll see if they can carry that on.
It's true, because they started things off great on Domination, which, by the way, they had a losing record on Domination. They were like 0-4 before they won that first map versus 100 Thieves, which, again, the Titans, one of the Titans within the Americas region, and Stinkers had actually stood up on that Phoenix very well. So if it isn't the flexibility between the Phoenix, we know the Star-Lord could come out too.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes Terra's just going to tear and TTK is going to do his thing. So they've got a great team there, and so you can't let your head down too much, but Nectar is just as much of a final boss, Crimzo to follow. So they've got their matchup. It's crazy that we're going to say goodbye to either the Cinderella team or this infamous org. Shout out to the owner. Got to know him a lot there in China. I hope you're watching your team here in the lower bracket. Stage 2, Sentinels, Dreamland, ready to go.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this plays out here between our two teams. A lot on the line here if you're Sentinels wanting to reclaim that winner title. And it's going to be a long journey because they got to play even more games since they're starting things off on that loser side of the bracket as we start off our first game on Krakoa. Again, a nice little change of environment for us, Cozy, as the Mantis and the Jeff Bands are the first to go out.
Yeah, I expect this to be a dogfight. I'm telling you, I do not see a 3-0 coming. I don't see it, but who knows? I didn't expect that last time. Jeff, first off the table there for their team, looking at what they might answer with. It's the usual suspects, the Mantis, the Ultrons that we come to know. And there it is, the Jeff save to give them a huge advantage. Krakoa, it's not my favorite map all the time for the Jeff, but there are some points definitely there on the second map, usually of rotation, that you can use it. Human Torch for them.
This here, a lot of respect coming out of these Jeffs that we've been seeing lately as the Phoenix Band comes out next. Dreamland doing their homework, the Star-Lord to follow. Star-Lord again, also being one of those duelists that we've been seeing off the table frequently, but it's nice to see a little mix here. It's not just a strategist. We're looking at the duelist, but the protect over onto the Star-Lord for Sentinel side is also something else to consider.
All right, yeah, now looking at the Phoenix Band as well, trying to answer some of the call there to what Nectar and Avery can do. Star-Lord, though, is gonna... Wow, right now, Sentinels really like their pick band and what they have to offer to try to win this first map of Domination. Last band gonna go to the Invisible Woman.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. That's definitely speaking volumes there. Last save, what do you think, Vic?
Well, the Invisible Woman was a target over to Aramori, who we usually see either on the Invisible Woman. We did see that Luna outlook as the Phoenix is the next to go. And usually, something that I've been noticing against Dreamland is that a lot of teams have been banning most of the strategists because the backline for Dreamland is so strong. That's why we keep highlighting it, whether it be Valentina Eve coming out of the works here, Jabori to follow up with either a Rocket, Luna, Jeff. But let's find out with Chuckles also having that Captain America. We've seen it before. It's not just that Venom. It's not just the Hulk. And Jabori highlighting maybe over the Loki with them being able to also run the Mantis, something that Sentinels can't run out with.
Oh, man. Nectar on Star-Lord, though, I'm scared of that with the combination of Crimzo, who's just played Cap, to such success for the team. Avery going on the Ultron on the other side of things, and it's going to be the old Chuckles versus Crimzo show on the Cap as we take a look at Krakoa. You're right, it's not as much spooky season today. It was all the symbiote maps yesterday, just pure open sunshine today as we enter the Hellfire Gala for our second match.
Little different scene here too, right? As here in Florida, it's been storming all week long, so it's a nice environment to see some sun, maybe touch some grass virtually at least, as we move on to our first game of our second series of the day. Everyone, so far we've had a clean 3-0, almost like a speed run out here, with the second map only lasting like 5 minutes, 16 or so seconds. And now moving on to our first game for Sentinels versus Dreamland, I'm expecting this to get pretty hot.
As it's underway, folks, and the lock-ins are here. The caps ready to commence. No Doctor Strange for either side, so the aggression will be tamed at least for a moment. And love the confidence coming out the gate here for the teams. I'm telling you, if you are Dreamland, just go out there, have fun. Know you're in this biggest moment of your entire team's career. Stinkers on that Phoenix, though, and they banned on the other side. That's a huge advantage if he can land the shots.
Wanting to prioritize that Phoenix after they had saved it alongside with that Mantis Nectar. They're over here on the Star-Lord here, and this is what they wanted to find that protection too. Talk about some boot camp here. Sentinels taking their time and trying to build up that synergy alongside their progress, as they not only are trying to put in this pressure, but Chuckle's taking a good amount of damage.
Yeah, good old mixtape moments per usual. Nectar farming up with the poke, 39% climbing. Rinko is close as well. The point could go either way. Usually takes a second here as the duel of diamonds is happening in front of us here. One will crack, even though it's hard to do so now. And pushing forward Mace, we've seen what he could do yesterday, Vicky. Both teams farming up, though, ults considerably. Rinko is going to be the first to laugh there as the baby shark.
Crimson taking a quick nap too, thanks to Chime putting him to sleep before somebody waking him up, and Avery's already close to that extermination. That's going to open things up for Sentinels, as Crimson's taking a good chunk of that damage. Both Vanguards from Sentinels trying to stay up, though, as Renko also has the It's Jeff. Chime's going to be able to meet that together with the Soul Resurgence and the Psionic Seduction to follow, but they lost out on Renko before he could try to go in for a reset.
Yeah, they can tell that the Jeff, the shark, was smelling blood, but quickly put down to rest by Stinkers in the first cap going to Dreamland. This is how they started off yesterday, so good to see they picked up where they left off. Now Stinkers with that damage boost up, give your best player the opportunity to make the big difference, and this is such a crazy matchup. Wow, the solo ult to get him out of there. That is respect to Nectar, and what a hit there from Stinkers for the stagger.
Feast your eyes on what you can't do within your own client here in Marvel Rivals. Sorry, Phoenix mains, but it's nice to see Stinkers utilize that to the full potential on the animation cancel too. As they move up, this is one of the teams that are rocking that Loki, Mantis, and the Invisible Woman, so they have the lanterns out so that way they can push all the way up, as Crimson with the Freedom Charge are going to be able to push forward. But look at the flanking angle that Stinkers trying to take, while the It's Jet fights both of the strategists.
The snack is secured. He's got them ready to go. He's got a slight smile to add to it now. It's going to be Chime right up the map. Ooh, the quick comeback there with Rinko now eliminated. That's huge from Jabrori. But Nectar, the legend, once again, mixtape up. And the shots are out. He connects as Techie gets another, and they're going to look to get this recap here. But Dreamland doing a good job on the sustain.
Yeah, it's a stall from Chuckles, who had the Freedom Charge there. You could just basically consider it to be a 4-strategist ultimate, but it's just a matter of time. They flip the point. Dreamland do have that 62% advantage.
All right, now they got the recap ready. Good reset, refocus. Dreamland, to hold on to that, did use a good amount of ults, though, so Techie will be right there with Stinkers to match the setup. Avery to follow, so Sentinel should be able to match that 62 in terms of what they can do defensively. Stinkers back up with that damage up. He knows the assignment. He's trying to find Nectar there, who could be their difference maker. I think Sentinels has the picks and bans they wanted to. Let's see him put it all together.
Extermination to start things off, but after losing out on Nectar, just going to be a slight disadvantage here. Trying to get the isolation onto Chime, who tries to get away. Big first pick, but the only difference is that Jabori is on the rocket. You have that BRB, and Chime will come right back around with the Soul Resurgence, ready to go for this next fight. Sonic Seduction is going to start things off for Techie, but they don't have more of these ultimates to rotate from. Crimson is still behind on that Freedom Charge.
All eyes on Emma as Techie does get the seduction happening, but Mace will be the one to get the recap for this team. Such a big gap because of what Sentinels had to be able to carry on that sustain. Techie now moving forward, and there is the Phoenix connecting to that wall. Once again, Stinker's not getting anything from it. Forced to rotate down. Jabrori does have the call to answer. Valentina can match. We'll see if they can get the comms right to keep this thing going. 99% is in their sights, Vic.
Oh man, double diamond form, both Emmas duking it out, no choke stands, but it's gonna be the freedom charge to lead the way. Jabori, pesky raccoon just trying to float away. Little slippery with the Sonic Seduction now from Mace, just trying to bring them all into their line of sight as Renko after the It's Jeff calls out Chime a second time in a row as Jabori brings back Chime again. The clutchness with the BRB as Avery's gonna delete the Sia from the Rocket Ultimate.
Yeah, Chime unfortunately has seen more time in Jeff's mouth than there on the point, getting spit off now twice. Legendary comes out there with the damage boost there from the Rocket. Two Guardians working together, and they eliminate the biggest threat in Stinkers. But once again, it is going to be Chuckles who could just keep this point locked down. Time is ticking down, 47%. If you're Dreamland, you can sustain and get your whole team back, and they're going to do so. You'd almost want to just reset and relock in. You don't need too much. Oh, okay, Sentinel's got to stay there. On the point, though, time's ticking down. And just a couple step-offs and a push-off could have done it. Look at this overtime, Vic.
Yeah, that stall was crazy. Dreamland pushed that all the way to 99%, and it took a lot out of Sentinels. You take a look at Dreamland, they really only have Chime with that Soul Resurgence, while Sentinels will be able to get another rotation with these ultimates too, starting with Avery in the Extermination.
Masterclass in coordination, as we expect from Sentinels here. Techie's close to the Agamotto. We've seen now time and time again, they team with 99%. Doesn't mean much here at the top level play for Rivals. Phoenix ready to connect. Chime gonna try to keep their team alive, but Rinko has found the best of them twice now. Could be 3 times as 80% in climbing. Avery to match with the Extermination. There is the Agamotto. The eye opens and down goes the Strategist with the pump. Chime ultimate means nothing. Jabrori to follow. Jabrori does get the res there. Stinkers is gonna get Armori out. Vicky, this is blow for blow.
That's why the priority is to find Jabori first, and now Chime comes right back around, but it's not going to be enough of that sustain. Even with Stinkers diving all the way down with that Phoenix ultimate, Sentinels get to keep their position on this point, pushing this to 99%.
Yeah, not only that, they are going to have to just try to keep this thing alive now as Jabori is going to go to the Strange. Get them back in it. Time is ticking down. The yellow is meeting its maker. Crimzo is going to assemble the Avengers. That is Sentinels together here as he throws down the blows, going for the Strategist. Techie. The Vanguard getting down Stinkers. Valentina going down. This was looking all Dreamland, but once again, it is perfection that doesn't need commentary as Sentinels look to get this point right back with the momentum. Wow, Vic.
And Cozy, you highlighted Nectar too. That Star-Lord coming out here from Nectar and that flexible hero pool that they have.
Yeah, I mean, him getting Star-Lord there going to Nectar is just massive. And they played at such a high level. So pesky. So, I mean, we saw Stinkers respect. He solo ulted him. Stinkers doing what we thought they would do. 6 final hits. But if you look on the side of Nectar, 19-2. 19-2. That's insane for them.
Oh, man, the survivability? Renko going crazy out here. Aramori, too, with the BRBs as well. Trying to match that from the other side of what we've been seeing from Jabori. Difficult outcome as Dreamland had that position on the point first. Now the reversal as Sentinels roll out with that momentum.
They look different team, but they still have Crimzo at the helm, and that is the difference maker. 18-1 as that cap, quite literally doing it all day. We've seen imposters in the multiverse trying to play cap today, but it is truly Crimzo that just does it best in the red, white, and blue. Pushing in Dreamland, looking at the comp. Chime really had a struggle there in just constant getting the first one to be out of there. You know, can't help it with the Jeff ult, but hopefully we'll see more survivability from him.
No worries, I've got your back.
We do have that Sia coming up for this next upcoming fight, and luckily, Aramori's already got set up with the BRB to bring back Renko, who is the first to get picked off. Looking behind them here, the Magneto from Chuckles first. You have those bubbles. Valentina's Eve's got that invisible boundary, but it's Crimzo who harasses this backline the moment that Chuckles looks away once.
Now, once again, Crimzo doing what he does best. Valentina with that ult to keep the sustain rolling for Dreamland. First cap so important as we continue to see now Avery and Crimzo, though, all gas as they push into the back line. Aramori going to go in and boost up her husband in Crimzo Techie now with the elimination on Chuckles. It's the Vanguard matchup that we highlighted earlier, and Mace goes down to Techie. Just so resilient here as the Fortress player of the Vanguard.
Look at this damage output. Oh, they pull him in. They pull him in. He manages to get away, stay alive. Sonic Seduction now to bring everybody from Dreamland in their line of sight after they saw the Soul Resurgence activated from Chime. Stinkers has the reset, may want to look to see if they want to hold on to it to delete the CEO from Aramori. And Crimzo's close to that freedom charge. It's up to Renko with the It's Jeff to hold back Dreamland, who are struggling to find their position up to this point.
Yeah, try and use that to keep the team from staggering, but then you can't use it here on the important team fight, so maybe that'll make a difference. Valentina 83 and climbing. Chuckles has to land the Meteor Imps of Meteor Imps to make it worth. Use the defensive effort that they're going to look to soak up those bullets. Once again, Chuckles does get the connection on Rinko. Nectar now, Star-Lord styling as usual. Armor going to bring Rinko right back in, and there it is. Baby Shark time. Looking to delete as we've continued to say here. Chuckles moving in now, trying to get something rotating for the team. The Jeff lands, and it's Stinkers with the deletion.
That's what you have to do. You've always got to reserve that ultimate to delete that Baby Shark. No more as Snap after Chime gets taken out. Avery backs him up. And now Techie with the Silent Seduction just to follow. Bring everybody into their line of sight. They're literally one shot as he finds Mace. And then to follow is going to be Stinkers.
Oh my, Techie. I mean, this team just has so many. I mean, representing Hydra, right? Get rid of one head, two more will replace it. And it's just, you know, try to shut down one of their star players. The other two shine that much more. Avery back now up with the extermination. Jabrori and Valentina do have ult to set them up. Right now, though, not enough. Not enough for this team to push through an 84% and climbing, Vicky.
Welcome to the Hellfire Gala. Very fitting here as Techie leads the way. Valentina Eve looking right behind her as Chuckles bubbles her, and Jabori's going to be able to get that God of Mischief. It's going to be the copy over to the Soul Resurgence off the Mantis, and Avery always with his exterminations are ready to not only control space, back up Nectar here too. Now as overtime picks away in favor for Sentinels, they did lose out on Nectar before, and they don't really have that survivability with no freedom charge. Renko can't distract the Dreamland side, and Chime and Valentina Eve will keep this fight going in favor for Dreamland.
Yeah, with Nectar out, that opens Stinkers here to try to get a pick rolling. Techie has been the one undefeatable Thanos right now in the form of White Queen, with the undefeatable coming up from Chime, continuing to pressure them. They're using everything to get this cat back. They do take it to slow down what has been a heater for Sentinel so far. You can see the comms flow in there from Crimzo with the shield at the helm, rotating back. Nectar now trying to join his team.
Has that legendary ready to go here. If you're looking at Dreamland, they didn't use up too much. We did see that God of Mischief just before, and already halfway through being able to get another one in the copy of possibly that Soul Resurgence, depending how Valentina cycles through this invisible boundary. Looking at Stinkers, though, it's going to be reserved to deal with Renko, with Nectar already coming in with that legendary. There's the invisible boundary forced out.
Valentina Eve with the invisible boundary, as you've stated, to keep this team going. Stinkers does have that connection once again. Two have landed, two have not. Techie fighting right through the seduction. You cannot seduce Mother. Back at it now as the quick mace delete of Rinko is a thing of beauty, but Armory once again there to throw up the ult, keep the team in this thing. Avery to follow. It's the strategist trying to get this done for the team. Jabrori can try to help match the effort. Backing into it. Good hold here from Dreamland, Vic.
Love it, and that's with Sentinels putting everything that they had on the board to try to reclaim this. So Dreamland now are going to have another cycle with Chime having the Soul Resurgence for the next fight. Renko having a little issue with not having a Magneto on their team. There's no bubble to protect Renko when it comes to Stinkers, reserving that Phoenix ultimate to delete the It's Jeff.
That's a good call out there. Good call out, absolutely. Now with the neutral fight being the play to continue this sustain 80% and climb to 99. Dreamland can try to take this map back, making an even fight.
Ow.
Stinkers looks to make sushi immediately and does so. Now Rinko back into the spawn room. That's a huge pick early for Dreamland. Techie now trying to get rid of what has been their threat. It is Mace. It is Techie. Emma on Emma. Multiversal clash. Nectar, though, styling as typical flipping, dipping. Patches O'Houlihan out here getting the ult charge up. Techie now pushing in 96, 97. Seduction to follow.
But what timeline is this with Techie having the Psionic Seduction right through the Ammo Frost Shield? Needs sustainability. They're trying their best. The Ultron together with the Rocket, as you see from Aramori. Nectar coming in. Also has that legendary, but it is Avery with the Extermination to control the space. But now they have to deal with the invisible boundary laid out by Valentina Eve.
Yeah, what a good rotation there. They used it ahead of them. They tried to stay alive, put it on point, put the Roman Coliseum at place for these two teams clashing.
Oh.
It's Mace getting rid of the legend in Nectar. Ult down. Dreamland tie this up. Vicky, this is just how we looked at the last map of Rad versus Nemesis on domination. Both teams won it. This is the playoffs.
0 to 100 takeover? How bad do you want it? Both these teams, they want their spot in Atlanta, and this is how you start things off while we take a look at the scoreboard right now. Nectar 9 final hits, 10 final hits for Stinkers. This is why we've highlighted this player time and time again here from Dreamland. You talk about the survivability, Valentina Eve with these invisible boundaries, as she has not been called out, even with the sign of seductions that we've been seeing laid out by Techie.
Yeah, for me, the difference maker there was Chime. Chime was, flipped the script there with Rinko being in the spawn room versus themselves. And really, Rinko made such a big difference on the first map. Was really a non-factor there on map number 2. We find map number 3. This is still not the greatest Jeff, point. You can push people off there if you take the long trip. But the teams get together here for one of them to come away up 1-0. Will we see the difference of momentum? Crimzo leading the charge once again with the shield, Vicky. Let's see what they got.
Nectar, they're kicking their feet after Mace shut them down after using that Star-Lord legendary. Crimzo already putting themselves into the position, about to have that freedom charge, could help stabilize everybody here from Sentinels, but they have Renko, they have Uromori, but Stinkers are going to try to survive with that Phoenix ultimate and land it on top of Renko's head to give that shark a haircut, but Dreamland also have Chuckles with that Meteor M too.
And this is interesting. They're both showing patience. No team's using the ults yet, and that's after, as you've highlighted, Nectar, kind of used that to close the point. Oh, it's going to be a quick spin. Oh, it's going to see if he got the flip into the connection, but now allows Jabrori to heal back up. It's the massive 3! Rinko makes the difference once again off the waterfall. My goodness, all of the strategists in one.
A lot easier this time around when you have some safety behind the waterfall. You get out of the line of sight and you find all 3 members off the side. That is literally their face right now, by the way, right underneath Sentinels. Renko says, I can get away with it this time, as Stinkers also was not in the position to get that follow-up.
That's insane. I mean, 1 shark, 3 targets, 0 survivors, including the shark itself. Stinkers with the ult ready to go. Oh, man, that's crazy too, because if you look at the ult economy change and just the shift in momentum, as now Crimzo's looking to go head-to-head there with Magneto and co. Jumps down below. Good rotation. Look at this positioning, getting the health back, touch back up, letting the strategist stay with the rest of them. Techie sees Mace. Mace does not see Techie. It's Avery.
Oh, my.
Oh, Avery. My goodness, with the double extermination.
How many Ultra gets extermination so quick with this ultimate at this point, but they can't walk off the point just yet. After those 2 picks, they want to be able to move right back in. Crimson Nectar, clear up Chime and Stinkers. It's another team fight win in favor for Sentinels, and that's only having to use up that extermination.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, nice dagger.
Absolutely just crazy fireworks happening here as... Yeah, Techie gets Chuckles out. No laughing going on from Dreamland at the moment. They look to reset. Hey, listen, this is exactly where they were last time, though. They came back, won the whole thing, but with lifetime to do so with 99% there on the ticker. Now looking forward... Stinkers on that Psylocke. Always love what they do. People would ban this out, Vicky, because of how well these burst combos happen. Guess what? He also has the quick burst of the team up from Emma. We'll see if it makes a difference.
Yeah, don't need that 4.5 changes just yet here when we're playing on season 4.0 instead. And with the legendary now from Nectar, calls out Mace right before the invisible boundary could have saved them. Valentina Eve not in their own invisible boundary. They laid it out to help out Mace originally, and now this forces out the Doctor Strange portal.
Oh my, blasters up, Juke's locked in, damage is clean. Nectar just absolutely being the Thanos that we see time and time again. Stinkers, goodbye, 99% overtime, ticking down. Mace now on the Strange. Wizard looks to make the difference, but the team staggers behind, and once again, in the skies, it's Avery throwing down the extermination as they exterminate the chance for Dreamland to try to get this point. Getting through, though, they still have some time. It's Wolverine slashing, dashing. Stinkers tries to do what he can there as Logan.
See if we can go into that down form, get the choke slam here reserved here. They're going to be able to find Stinkers in the process. Overtime ticking away and nobody in sight to contest as Atlanta is calling and Sentinels want their name all over it as they take map number 1.
Sentinels in playoff form, in elimination form. You love to see this team rise back from what has been the ashes, even with no Phoenix available. I mean, that really kickstarted with the easiest way to pinpoint it. It's the 3-piece from Rinko, who was the non-factor map 2, and he was everything but there on map 3. But Techie in a consistent performance, showing ice in the veins as White Queen does best. Vicky, what a map 1.
look at that damage on the Emma Frost. Techie 27-3. Talk about the survivability as well from Orimori as 10-2. Avery 31-1. The Ultrons today, Cozy. I mean, it's not even just today, but it's just Ultron in general. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, look at Chime. Chime was like 11-13 with worse stats than Renko there, and then Avery. Not falling at all. That's the big difference maker, right? Just when you don't have your strategist, they're busy falling off the map and checking out the viewpoint from falling to their deaths. Thoughts and prayers, as Angela would yell out. Now, Stinkers, did what they could. Definitely want to see more there. Hey, but either way, if you're Dreamland, you took a map, right? And you won Domination yesterday and lost the whole thing. So Domination doesn't always tell the story. You got to look to get relocked and loaded. Vicky, I think obviously, as we highlighted, Jeff and Star-Lord being available to this team, you can't let them get away with it.
Yeah, even when Renko had to play out differently because of the reserve ultimates to focus target Renko whenever he uses the itch Jeff, he had the happy feet in that third round. Now you see me, now you don't, right through that waterfall, and the Meteor M unfortunately did not land, and that made all the difference, right? We saw Sentinels were able to boost up into another round of ultimates.
And once again, claiming that MVP, it is going to be Techie, who once in a Orimori interview, when I talked with them about the team, she said Techie is probably our best player. And what a pickup they had there last time they got in. Stays with the team, delivers 27-3, 33k damage. Wow, what a show. And again, you're seeing these orgs that are well established, put together, kind of nailed down the fundamentals. If you are Dreamland, we want to continue to see that, especially with the homework phase, right? Not exactly the fun stuff, watching the film, seeing what teams like to play, but that pick ban phase, so important.
Yeah, it makes you wonder here if they're going to start target banning the Emma, because usually on the other side, I don't think we've seen target ban Emma onto Dreamland, but that's what we usually see Mace run out with. And then you have to consider the Mace v Techie Emma matchup here between these two vanguards, with Techie leading the way, 27-3 with all that damage output and 56,000 damage blocked.
Yeah, when Emma's available, it comes down to kind of the one-on-one a bit. We saw that yesterday, Kalush versus Mace, and that continues now into what has been Techie versus Mace. And so we'll see who comes out on top, or if Emma even makes it into the next map. Dreamland do get to pick how they want to play, what they're going to play. We've got yet another heater here on day number 2 of the playoffs. Loser goes home, winner moves on. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me.
going on, guys? Welcome back. We have a Cinderella story versus the infamous Org Sentinels. One is gonna, obviously have the clock strike midnight. When we look at the difference here, Vicky, for me, Dreamland continues to play so good in all of their matchups, and then one or two things happen, and then it kind of gets out of control.
Yeah, and now they're actually really smart on this counter pick in terms of the map set, right? Because you take a look at the pick and ban phase, and you have to wonder how strong Ultron has been in all the series that we've seen him. And now we're going to be moving on to Hall of Jolly, I believe. And this is where Dreamland has shined before. They're currently 2-1 right now on this map, whereas Sentinels are 1-1-2. So they also have been able to find success on Convergence more so than anything, because in total, with that game mode, they're currently sitting at 3-2.
And we know what this map brings. If you don't like Jeff, then I would go to another game, because this is definitely the map where there's so much important Jeff ults that can, swing the tide of battle continually. So looking at it, going back to that pick ban phase, Star-Lord would be a good starting point. Nectar's kind of like Mellow, where it's like they can play anything. Terra, same way. You can't ban the player. You can only ban some of the heroes. So, they're going to pop off on whatever it is. But if you look at the strategy that they want to try to run, I love how Sentinels adjusted to them targeting, Mori, and then she played the Rocket. Had that with the Star-Lord. That worked out well, and that's what this team does. They kind of adjust on the fly.
And you have to, right? With the way that the pick and ban phase has worked out, even in the group stages, there's been a lot of target focus on the strategists. We've had a few interviews where the players have said that the strategist players have been forced to be a lot more flexible. And this works great into the win condition of a lot of these teams. You then hop over to the Rocket, you work out together with Avery popping off on the Ultron, and then you let Renko do Renko things with the It's Jeff, despite even getting target focus and conserved with some of these ultimates to counter the It's Jeff.
Yeah, listen, guys, last time, stage 1, we saw no Cinderella teams make it the entire way. It was always the expected champion. Sentinels have been full of huge moments for this game. This roster has been through a lot here now as we take a look at our next one. Wakanda, once again, hard map 1.1 to take. If you're either of these teams, Sentinel's going to go on defense first. Dreamland want to get their first shot at it. Mantis ban, Mantis save. Love the start off.
Saw this coming through already just
Jeff
earlier. The Jeff Protect. You think it's the first time one? Okay.
It's got to come. I'm telling you, there's no shot. Boom, gone.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, so kind of following very similarly to what we already seen, right? Because Sentinels also banned out the Ultron versus Dreamland when Dreamland wanted to prio the Mantis, but they've learned their lesson. Avery was a problem. You ban out the Ultron this time around so you won't have that extermination online as much.
Yeah, for sure. And once again, I think they're kind of realizing what they need to shut down, and they're doing the same approach. Dreamland is not swapping off of the way they played. In fact, both teams are banning and picking nearly the exact same here, Vicky. If we take a look at the last ban and save, in terms of both teams, Star-Lord's going to be the save there, so we can't get rid of that. Both the kind of kryptonites we saw and what we pointed out are unchangeable, unshakable. Emma would be a good ban here. I think that would at least give the respect over to them, but they go with the cap. They try to instead shut down Crimzo and force him to, play Groot or somebody else.
Which he's popped off on exactly on Convergence with the Groot. So let's see if that works into their favor. Captain obviously couldn't go in for these crazy stalls, but what is this last Protect going to be? As we do see a change up in Dreamland's ban phase, they did target the Invisible Woman before, and they protect the Invisible Woman for Valentina Eve.
Yeah, I mean, you can go a lot of ways if you're Sentinel, so you can go Doctor Strange and shut that down. Hulk, yeah, okay, Bruce Banner. Now, Chuckles, who does love good old Bruce and stinkers on the Namor. That's kind of a classic for this team on this map, and they've done their homework. Once again, you can tell they've watched this team in their successes through MRC and more. The relock-ins happen. Mace now hovering over Magneto. Everybody else to follow. Chuckles does do a crazy Venom.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I expect Crimzo to be on the tree there, unless they want, I don't know, symbiote shenanigans, but Crimzo doesn't play much Venom.
You get away with the Mantis damage boost onto the Venom. We move on to map number 2 on Hall of Jalia. And for those of you guys just tuning in, it is nice to note and highlight we are playing on patch 4.0. This is not patch 4.5. So if you're wondering, where's the anti-heal from the Venom? Well, you may not be able to see it in your own respective games because there's a high chance Venom's getting it banned, but you will be able to see the Venom power up with the damage boost that the Mantis provides.
The stakes could not be higher. Lose, go home, win, continue on this thing. Sentinels up 1-0 if you're just now coming into the matchup. Dreamland look to keep their dream alive here. for the Cinderella run. They continue to have Stinkers ready to go as the Omega level X-Men, and it's going to be the Angela on top. I repeat, we have unless my eyes deceive me, I thought I saw one wing angel. I thought I saw it, and it is Crimzo on Angela.
That's always what I hear here whenever I hear the one-winged angel coming out. But Crimzo has showed this before. He's highlighted the Angela, as you can already see Avery taking to the skies, and you're about to remember why they wanted to try to ban out maybe Torch earlier on in that first map. Well, you can't ban everything. You only have so much to go for, as Dreamland also roll out with Jabori being on that Loki still too.
Not meta, but mythical. You know, Crimzo even said in his interview, I think it was the first game, they were like, I don't even play Crimzo or Angela much, but it's a good time as Nectar and Avery make it look like a fun time for Sentinels to continue to get picks. But okay, Stinkers does get that opening pick.
Nice little stun right there too, following up before he could get away, thanks to Stinkers catching him off guard before he could get away. But now looking at Sentinels just backing away, Nectar being on that Jeff, and Mace setting up the Doctor Strange portal.
Now, Mace, we see these portals come on point as a little bit of a separation and protection for the team, that they can use it as a wall here. But Avery is just a demon on the torch, looking to heat things up. Flame on, game on. Stinkers is his main priority. Good rotation there, as we're going to see Nectar on the Shark. Look at the rotation of this team. Rinko over to Luna, and it is the one man that can play anything for this team. They have everything they need now, as Aramori and Avery are going to continue to feast. 2 minutes, 32 seconds left for this offensive effort.
Another highlight at the flexibility that Sentinels could pull off. If it's not Renko, here comes Nectar instead, and they've been able to also put in a performance being on this Jeff. About to get that it's Jeff here, but it's Avery, as the Human Torch has the ultimate online, and Chime too, going to be able to set everybody into position with that Soul Resurgence, but they're playing split up.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much to fear on this team right now. Vicky, Crimzo and the madness on Angela. Avery just popping off there on the torch. And then you have Nectar, who can do it all with the Baby Shark. 96% there, close to the Jeff time. And an easy spit off the mountain there to enjoy the view of Wakanda as you fall to your death. You cannot stop. There's the shield. A nice distraction play. Crimzo now looking for an off angle and continuing to fly low under the radar. It's the entire flight team, though, here with Human Torch and Angela flying below and using that bottom protection.
Supernova, though, is going to be the first team to get called in here from Avery as they try to do the wombo combo together with Techie, bringing everybody in their line of sight the moment they see Jabori use that God of Mischief and the copy of the Manta Soul Resurgence. But the It's Jeff comes out. The backline is gone. Hasta la vista, Nectar says with a big 4K.
No. Num. That's crazy. With 4 of them out of here, that's with the ults too. I mean, undefeatable Mantis. You're gonna have to think of another call line, because that is anything but as Nectar. I'm telling you, the winning team yesterday in Envy was like, hey, Nectar is Thanos, and we just saw it there in form of the Baby Shark.
We are undefeatable off this map, actually. Here we go. No armor, sadly, for Mantis in that Soul Resurgence. All for the good, though, as Dreamlight come right back around. They have the invisible boundary. They have Mace and the Silent Seduction. But Armori and Renko also have the survivability to cycle through these strategist ultimates.
And when you get swallowed up, right, like the comms, all you can say is scream, right? I mean, that's it. There's nothing else you can do at that point. Mace now looking for some type of rotation. They're down now a couple of ults. Valentina can put this sustain on the point if Mace needs more help. Health is still doing well. Good job keeping the Vanguard alive. The difference maker for the team is going to have to happen right now. Crimzo just flying, imposing their will here on Angela. Mace looking to get something on Avery. Got to take down the flame and get the torch out of this thing. It's going to be now Stinkers, though. That goes down, and Mace to follow. Oh, no. I hate that disappear. That's not good.
Yeah, no, not going to be able to really come in clutch at the very end, too. But that's going to be met, at least with the dance-off that we just saw from Renko. And Seki has that Sonic Seduction, isolating Chime. Got to get the follow-up here as Nectar tries to get aggressive. But you have to be careful with the Meteor M coming all the way up from Chuckles as Techie reminding Dreamland why Emma Frost continuously is the problem here to deal with.
Yeah, slightly more patience. I would have loved there to be able to get the more sustain on this point here, but it's going to be Chime with the undefeatable once again. 99% though. The Shark's hungry. He's looking for more, but it's Techie. They don't need an animal. They've got a beast in Techie in form of the Vanguard, and it is Sentinels putting on a dominant performance, Vicky. They're like, we don't belong down here, and they're showing it.
They shut them down. The Angela coming out, but Techie and the Itch Jeff plays right now from Sentinels are chef's kiss here as Nectar with the quick insta-lock back onto the Jeff.
Oh my goodness, just absolute perfect play from across the board. The uptime from the strategist, Techie and Crimzo just being on opposite sides of all time of constant chaos and stagger, throwing, a lot towards this, newer team that has to face not only just a tough coordination and, performance org that we've seen, but also the talent on the other side. And that is so well displayed, whether it's Mantis, Star-Lord, Jeff. Got to, talk to Nectar a lot there in China and find out just the game set. The guys just, they're just a baller.
30 seconds before
I love this. Look at this. Look at this right now. Renko has not gone down a single time. Neither has Techie with 7 final hits. 9.5 thousand damage with 10.4k damage blocked.
71% accuracy on the Shark. Like what? What? With a whole stream to try to hit. That's wild. All right, well, Dreamland. This is the map you picked. This is your time to shine. Keep the dream alive right now. They've already been so proud of where they've made it. They have said that they had bigger plans after winning the MRC. They make it here as that 4 seed. But they play a good team in Sentinels now as the portal drops in. Crimzo looking to bring the aggression right away.
Here you go. The magic play, by the way. Nectar making sure that they have nothing to expect. The schmicks up, as I say, as Crimzo coming out of the gate swinging, finding Mace, finding Chuckles. It's not just the Angela plays when you're not expecting it. Nobody. Chime was one shot. Didn't even try to show one face, one hair strand onto that point.
Listen, all I know is Sentinels, they watch Nemesis in that speedrun. They're like, okay, fine. You want to make it a competition? We will. Now, just so you know, we do remember times around here. The final time there for Nemesis in that speed run was what? It was 5 minutes 30 seconds, Vic? 5 minutes 35 seconds, somewhere in that range?
Yeah, maybe like 5 minutes 32. Yeah, I'll convert. Oh,
all right, and it's 5:04. We got a new speedrun champion there for the quick win of a game 2. I mean, Vicky, I think these teams just want us out of the booth here. I mean, we are going to be wrapping this thing up shortly if it continues this way. Sentinels, again, looking like such an upper bracket dominant team who have won this as an org before. Down here in the lower bracket, played a tough team on the top, but they look pure confident.
Somebody tell these teams that I want to see some more rivals. I like casting these games, these speed runs. I mean, this is also a highlight to how desperate these teams want to make it into Atlanta, Cozy. Techie with another MVP performance.
Yeah, Techie again is just often one that doesn't get talked about enough. And again, I got to be right over the shoulder, watch him play, and dude is on it with the comms constantly. As Nectar with that 4, I mean, just absolutely. I'm telling you, the cutest massacre you've ever seen here on the big stage of the playoffs. That was such a huge momentum play because you had both of the ults too going on there with the Mantis. It just the Mantis pick has not been working, unfortunately, for this team.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's been a tough look out there. Techie MVP 16-0 doesn't get cleaner than that.
Yep, this comes to show that with the double MVP pick here too from Techie, third map, we surely have learned our lesson, right? Like when we go into the pick and ban phase, we're surely gonna have to ban out this Emma, right? Because Techie, very strong Emma, Techie could roll out with the mag. We've seen it happen before. The Venom's another one too, but this is a very different look of Sentinels. They're hungry, and you could tell.
Yeah, because if you look at the bans, I believe they went for, on the last side of things, we thought they were going to go Emma. I think they went with Ultron as their final ban. And so maybe that's what,
Captain 2.
Oh, yeah, it was Cap. It was the Cap respect there for Crimzo. And so when you look at it all together, I mean, Nectar is just like collecting action figures with the strategist in the back line too for them. They're just, Dreamland's just trying to find a way to survive this thing, because then at that point everything falls down. And then you have Crimzo constantly saying, hey, over here as Angela, right? And you have to pay some attention to that. It's just constant bombardment, dive. They're doing it all on them. Dreamland though, they've reversed swept before. You know, they've been here. They are a newer team, but they do have what it takes to, you know, bring an upset.
Yeah, and maybe get that ban over onto the Jeff is the next thing that they want to do, because obviously something that Sentinels has been saving up, Cozy, you've called it out constantly, is protecting that Jeff. It all comes down to saying where we're going to be moving on to for our third map, though.
Yeah, it starts with making games last longer than 6 minutes, folks. This is the playoffs. This is it for potential Dreamland. Don't go anywhere. We see if Sentinels can do what they've been doing so far. We're going to take a quick break and get back to the action.
We are undefeatable!
Hello, friends, and welcome back. It has been an honor thus far to cast the first 2 games of playoffs day 2, Vicky. And when you look at what these 2 teams have brought to the table, for me, it has been perfection in the early game there for Sentinels. They get rid of 2 huge strengths and why they picked that map. Namor, not an option for Stinkers, right? Because the Hulk's not there. And then on top of that, Shime had so much success on Ultron. It's just been the Mantis show, and that's not been working out too well.
No, it hasn't. And then now you have to consider, are we going to ban out the Emma? We've learned our lesson with the Ultron. Now we have to look at the Emma this time around. The Protect onto the Jeff, as you've called it constantly here for Sentinels, has really come in clutch. But we're moving on to game number 3 as Sentinels find themselves at match point. 1 more game to go if they want to progress through this loser side of the bracket. 1 more game to go before Dreamland finds themselves out of the tournament. And as we move on to Spider Islands, it comes to show you that Sentinels hasn't had the best success on Convergence. Convoy. They're literally 0-4 thus far on Convoy, and they're 0-1 on Spider Island, whereas Dreamland, they've found that 2-3 record on Convoy, and they're currently 2-2 on Spider Islands.
Well, if you look at the past, it would say Dreamland's favorite, but if I look at the 2 games, I could put the house on Sentinels, looking at what they've continued to do. If I am Dreamland here, let them have the Mantis, dang it. Let them have it. Ban the Jeff. Start from there and see what happens. But, guys, we now see Emma going to be banned instead, coming there from Sentinels. It is the Jeff ban coming on game 3 from the Sharks, so a little bit of a difference maker there. The save is going to have to be to protect Magneto because Mace or Strange, but probably Magneto there. We see that time and time again. The teams do target them. For me, Vicky, I feel like Sentinels had like a game plan of 3 different ways to throw so much difference at them. Like the magic coming out of the portal, the Angela, things that they like this team with a bit less experience would come to expect.
Exactly that, and then you add in the torch here too on top of it all. Like, there's so much that Sentinels has been rotating from, and I think every time, I mean, Chip said it the best yesterday. Every time I see Sentinels on my screen, they just get better and better. Emma, and this is a good call because we were just talking about it. If you're Dreamland, you want to ban out the Emma, but the first thing they see as the problem is the Jeff, and they still opt for the Mantis ban here too, as they get the protection onto the Jeff, but this allows Sentinels to rely on Techie, who has been popping off with 2 MVPs back-to-back on the Emma Frost.
Yeah, I don't think a 5-minute and 4-second match came down to the Mantis being gone. I really think, just switching it up completely, but they do get the Jeff and a different shakeup, but Emma versus no Emma is very hard to come back from, especially on this map. Spider Island is going to be the pick there from Dreamland. And again, I want to shout out Dreamland getting to this point. This team got this team together towards the very end of the Ignite qualifiers, won the MRC, has made it past so far the expectations. And so, hats off to them right now. They're just, hoping to make this thing competitive in the lower bracket. They did, a good job getting at least 1 game off the top end there from 100 Thieves yesterday. Vicky, we have the Invisible Woman banned. We're going to continue to target AMER, it looks like.
AMER had no issue, though, rocking out with the rocket just in case you need some of that flexibility. And considering that Dreamland are starting things off on defense, this is usually when we get to see that 3-3 coming out to play. But this is also a team that doesn't have to rely on that 3-3-2, right? Stinkers has a lot of that flexibility as he's hovering over the torch. The Groot ban. It's the focus on the Vanguards minus that 1 Mantis that they really wanted a focus target ban.
They didn't have the Magneto. It's tough because they want to do the triple Vanguard look here, but no Strange, no Groot, no Emma. Oh boy, that's going to be kind of rough for the team. It also kind of shuts down the Psylocke Stinkers, team up. So they kind of get 2 birds, 1 stone. Luna's going to be saved there to give more play and options for Sentinels. Last ban going to Dreamland. What are they going to do here? What pick to go for? Could go with the cap they did last time. I don't think they need to. I honestly, I mean, after what we saw from the torch, do you even go that direction?
There's only so much you go. Oh my, they're target focusing.
Okay.
Or Mori, it looks like. Because you have the Invisible Man, you have the... I mean, it's all strategists, right? And if you do want to roll out with a 3-3, well, guess what? You're pretty limited into what you could rely on. I'm expecting the Loki to come out too. Cloak and Dagger is actually what Mori is going to be able to hover over, as Renko is going to be able to hop back onto that Luna, it looks like, but maybe seeing some swap-ups as Dreamland, once again, starting things off on the defense. Chuckles has a pretty fire Venom. Mace forced to go over onto the Magneto when we usually see Mace on the Emma.
Hey, you know what? I actually like that play because you can ban the Star-Lord there or whatever, for Nectar, but they can swap to anything. And so get rid of what has been that support for the Star-Lord and at least avoid that pick. As we find ourselves facing quite literally the last point of elimination for today. 1 more team to go home as of right now, and it is going to be Dreamland trying to keep their dreams alive. Spider Island versus Sentinels, 2-0 right now. Can they bring this thing back and get a fighting shot? Folks, we're going to find out right now as it all converges, and they do not have a lot of Vanguards to pick from in this opening defense.
Looking at the fact that they can't rock out with the Groot, no Doctor Strange, no Emma. They have the Protect over onto the Magneto, but coming out of the gates already, Sentinels getting ready themselves. Mori is going to be able to be on that Cloak and Dagger while Chuckles waits from the high ground.
Chuckles here, we do see on Venom time and time again, so good rotation. They don't have the triple Vanguard because there's not much to pick from it. They got Stinkers on the rotation over to Star-Lord, 2 strategists to boot. Chime does get the Jeff, though, as they wanted. Nectar versus Stinkers, Star-Lord on Star-Lord, the flips, the dips. This is going to be cinema in the making. This is the playoffs for Ignite now, and it's going to be 1 team with the Magneto bubble continuing on the pressure. Crimso over to the Groot as we continue to see.
So good here, too, on this map, especially for this first choke here. Combine that together with Techie, who's going to choke slam, roundhouse kick you to the ground. Chuckle's trying to harass that backline, but it is Nectar taking to the skies. Already putting in more of that pressure. The 1v1 versus the Star-Lords is what I like to see. And Renko going to be able to get that first pick off of Chuckles, but they have that BRB thanks to Valentina Eve being on that rocket.
Yeah, but I would say Magneto's a little slower to come back to point there than the Venom.
Yeah.
And on top of that, guess what? No Doctor Strange portal. That is so big for this map. Making this turn from 3 fights down to 2 at minimum. Now looking Nectar fully focused as that Peter Quill continues to dip, dodge, and weave now as we've got the Venom of Chuckles in that back line trying to find safety. And it is Nectar just building up that ult charge. He's on fire.
Termination, though, now coming in from Jabori. It's going to be met with the Eternal Bond together with the Cloak and Dagger going over to that side room to also block out any sort of rotate from Dreamland as they desperately try to move up. But it is Avery having the Ultron that was a problem before in that first game. Hitting Ghost with that Meteor M, but you have taken so much of that damage from Nectar and the Legendary.
I mean, just absolute great play from Avery time and time again. Mace just jumping right off to the death, just trying to get back with his team. Valentina with the stagger. Oh boy, Vicky. Sentinels, they are looking like an easy final boss here, final map. This is tough. This is rough to see every single one of them playing at top level.
Everything on the line here. This is Sentinels when they're upset. The in-game rage factor has Chime in flanking position, by the way, isolated here, trying to harass the back lines if he could try to get away, but also just delaying what Dreamland wants to build into. He's got the It's Jeff if he needs to reset. Chuckles needs some help. He's popped the armor already, and Stinkers has a legendary, but it's met with Renko and the fate of both worlds to keep everybody alive with the Luna Snow.
Nice little switch over to the damage. Just be Crimzo there with the cheeky Groot ult, trying to get something really for the team. It is the quick cloak to protect them all, and Chime is out of here. Got to watch that cooldown. It was not done, and it is going to be a clean push through point number 2 right now. Avery continuing on with a nice call out. You see by below, this team prides itself. You can hear the code laughing from the Ultron as Avery continues to light up the Olympiad.
Very fitting here. That's Mr. California for you. As Renko then follows up to find Jabori in the process. The armor, the freeze, the reset with the Feast of the Devouring as he finds Renko and Avery from Stinkers. Beautiful follow-up between the dive duo of Dreamland as Valentina Eve also sets him up in the driver's seat.
Now Nectar 95% climbing back up. Star-Lord versus Star-Lord. Identity theft is not a joke. Now we see Stinkers not being able to put up the same fight against Nectar in the air. Crimzo 74% wants that ult back from earlier. It's Nectar to pop first. Team's gonna have to rotate back. Jabrori finds safety in the house now, pushing towards the fortress of point 3, but that just allows Sentinels to push this point, and they still find Jabrori cannot find safety.
Nectar is just running it down right now. Jabori being the first pick off too. They don't have a rocket for that BRB. Jabori wills down without using that extermination. And now everybody's taking a trip within the strangling prison. Walls and all to deal all the extra damage. As Oromori also has that terror cape. Eternal Bond to follow up right afterwards to keep everybody alive after Jabori had used up the extermination a little late.
I mean, just like a move out of Dragon Ball Z. Got the terror cape in there, extermination and more. You cannot run. You can only try to survive as well as possible. Stinkers can't do so, and right now, Sentinels just fully loaded. Push forward, Crimzo, Renko with some. Everybody wants a piece of the pie now. They want to get on that Olympiad. They want to get that MVP as they're trying to make this a boat race. And they're put on a clinic at the moment, Vic.
This is what I like to see from Sentinels right now. After what has looked to be so detrimental in their last few series, they are turning up. Dreamland have the Meteor and Valentina Eve close to that fate of both worlds. Jabori having to rack up more of that ultimate percentage to get that invisible boundary, but Sentinels have everything ready to answer.
Not giving a single inch so far. Stinkers switching from that Star-Lord to Star-Lord matchup. Going to go over there instead. Nectar, they do not need the Rocket Raccoon. Forget the teleporter. The old-fashioned way. Avery continues to poke the high ground there of the flanks from the Shark. Chime can get himself a nice ult if able to even get close enough, but Avery's got eyes on the Shark at all times. We're seeing that connection there as now forced to back up a little bit. And the extermination is going to follow the age of Mace once again. Fear nothing. I mean, absolutely. The Magneto has been a non-factor right now, getting deleted in the ults. Chime does try to find something. It comes up without anything, Vic, and dies.
Seeing that meatball just hurtled in his eyes before he just dips and dodge, and then now Nectar, Avery, they follow up. Two terrors in the sky. The extermination, the legendary. They've used up a lot, and Dreamland now having to stagger as Chuckle's forced to use the armor to try to contest the stalk coming out before he gets away.
I mean, yeah, Fear Sentinels right now. If you're Dreamland, as Techie is trying to get the seduction rolling. More and more getting the Eternal Bond out there as they continue to push towards the spawn. 2 minutes, 4 seconds left here on the clock. Rinko picking up the scraps. Chime does get a pick. But is it going to be enough to continue to get this clock going down? Okay, decent there to keep the time going down. Minute 53, not enough. Goodbye, Valentina. Goodbye. Hopes for a good defensive hold against Sentinels.
Including which side you're on.
Chime was isolated so many times. Oh, trying to take an aggressive position on the Jeff, isolating their own team. Sure, they get to rotate with Jabori on the triple strategist between the Luna, the Invisiwoman, sure, the Jeff, but there hasn't been the impact that they want with this dive composition together when you have Stinkers, Chime, and Chuckles together.
Yeah, just winning fights before they even start, right? No sweating, just stomping. It's the statement performance right now. Last 2 maps here. Of course, Sentinels Dreamland. You're on offense. This is your last chance on the big stage. We know what this moment means to this team. And again, hats off getting to where they are. But right now, it's 11:59. Clock striking midnight here for the Cinderella story. The 4 seed. We saw Nemesis move forward.
They've gone down 3 times. Sentinels. We have Mace without any KOs. Jabori, who's been trying to take more of these aggressive positionings, rather. That was Chime, actually. Jabori, that was on the Invisiwoman originally. Not really having that same impact here.
Yeah, stats speak for themselves, you know. It's like whenever you have dominant performance like that in rank and everyone will make fun of who got the 1 death. It's like, oh, who died 1 time? It's like, oh my gosh, that's when you know things are going right. All right, we've got Stinkers coming out the gate. What a phenomenal player that we've gotten to watch now for about a month. We'll see what they have in a potential last matchup. Locked in, we can see there. Neon and all pushing forward. Avery now going to duck away to safety. Chime going to get an opening there. Going on the Human Torch, like the swap.
Changing things up a lot more, especially if Chime wants to play a lot more aggressively here. You get the follow-ups too from Stinkers, and this is a perfect spot before this first checkpoint to play both the Phoenix and the Torch. You have everybody grouped up together. You get a lot more out of those stacks, and they clear up the point already off of Sentinels as Techie re-engages with the Doctor Strange portal.
Stinkers there also getting some momentum, but one team has the Strange, other doesn't. Techie brings them right back into this thing. Chuckles throwing down the cap shield, trying to keep hope alive. Never tell me the odds. Chuck pushing in, trying to get that back line. Mace, though, gets the best of Techie that comes back with the portal. Supernova up for Chime. And all right, a little bit of life here from Dreamland. Airmore going to put down some red path to keep what is left of this team alive, and then quickly swallowed right after it. But once again, Jabrori is insta-deleted. No shark impact right now.
Yeah, get away from Orimori here. She was trying to get away after using that Eternal Bond, and Crimzo, the insurance policy that she needed to back her up. And he's got the Strangling Prison. Renko coming right back with the fate of both worlds to cycle through that Strategist ultimate. As we know, Avery gets that Ultron ult very quick.
Yep, Crimzo back on it, and they played that so well there too, but just did not get to move this much with the way that Sentinels were able to stay in this thing and put up the defensive performance. Now teams locked in, they can see their chances in this thing vanishing before their eyes. Crimzo staying alive, throwing out the imprisonment now just to stall things out with the backup, the rotate, the heal up. It's going to be the spin to win here for Nectar. Nectar going up. Nectar's got the legendary ready to begin. Ready to pop it. Mace, Valentina, nothing landing, Vicky.
Yeah, I was looking at that Meteor M and where could it land, but it doesn't find a mark, and instead Nectar just comes in to clean up whatever is left. They didn't need the Wombo combo from originally, because the Wombo combo instead of the Strangling Prison, it's a silent seduction. Techie bringing them into their line of sight, building up that space, and now Sentinels clear up another fight. And that was with them, Cozy, recontesting off of that Doctor Strange portal.
Oh, yeah, Dreamland, it's starting to hit reality, man, that they're not going to be able to advance if they can't pull something crazy out here. Base 16%, all ults were used. Chime at 82 and climbing. First of the Ultron we've seen from them. They've done such a good job thus far. Avery has that ult, has been so impactful with the Extermination Nectar and friends in that house of safety, and 29% going. There's the Extermination Chime, the first Avery to match. It's Kamehameha versus Kamehameha now pushing forward. No limbs yet. We've got the drone there on the group. Just the sustain is unstoppable.
Dreamland here just struggling while Sentinels are taking him to the Fountain of Dreams instead. Crimzo has a strangling prison, a nice freeze onto Avery, but coming right back around. Ormori, she's got the Eternal Bond ready to go. Jabori to match that with the Invisible Boundary, but look at Stinkers and that Phoenix ult before diving down. Blocks them out, by the way, with that group wall as the Invisible Boundary comes out. A beautiful freeze in the end of the Eternal Bond, but Ormori is safe as Jabori gets taken out in the edge of that Invisible Boundary.
It's the Vanguard's getting it done. Nectar in the sky. Vanguard's on the ground once again. 24 seconds left for Dreamland's last attempt before we say goodbye to this team. Nectar now hunting, praying for more. 15 seconds left to secure the win and move forward to play to get into LAN. This team getting knocked down to the lower bracket does not belong to be here, as we can see, trying to set not only the tone, but they're putting on the standard for the lower bracket. Now firing, dipping. This is it, Vic.
Overtime ticking away now. If Dreamland want their chance, this is all they have. Extermination and Valentina Eve as Chime plays the Extermination to be a lot more aggressive, but Mace with the clutch factor and a huge Meteor M gets the 4K, followed up by Stinkers to take out Techie. It is a team wipe in favor for Dreamland with their backs against the walls and overtime ticking away.
A full court shot for a chance of survival. And it swooshes in. What a huge play there. But once again, the magic comes to play. A lot of superpowers here at work. And once again, Techie is going to summon the portal. Team jumps in. Got to win another fight here. They used a lot, Vicky, to win that one.
Getting pushed back. They need to recontest Crimson with the wall just so that way they can build up that space. But Stinkers is a problem, and that Phoenix ultimate is ready. Chuckles has the stall available with the Freedom Charge to bring everybody up to health for Dreamland. The ult of overtime taken away. The Groot ultimate. Renko finding Stinkers. No reset potential here. No BRB and no Adam Warlock. The walls are up, and they have to stay on this point as Oromori unleashes the Eternal Bond, following up together with Nectar and the Star-Lord.
Pixels left on the overtime clock. Only a little bit left for the hopes of Dreamland behind to advance. It's Sentinels with another blow. Now just Chuckles. The Vanguards remain. Crimzo Avery with another from the opening fight to the final blow. Sentinels were in control every step of the way, Vicky, and they advance. We say goodbye to Dreamland.
The pick and ban phase could not have gone any better for Sentinels. Once again, this team showing time and time that they keep playing here on my screen. They just get better. As Crimzo, the Vanguards here from Sentinels, have popped off all day today, and he claims the final MVP.
Yeah, snap the losing streak in the best way possible. Go down 2, win a 3-0 here to get right. That's what you want to see from this professional or getting it all together now as they advance for one more for us to see them again on LAN, on the biggest stage for yet again a huge moment to be had. Now we're going to talk a lot about Sentinels. I want to highlight quickly the Dreamland as we say goodbye to this team. And I just want to say to all of them that come back, listen, what a performance we got to see from them, chat, and excited to see what they were able to put together in such a short time from the Strategist, Duelist, and the Vanguards. We appreciate your effort, but it's Sentinels on top, the winner of the lower bracket as we look at ourselves, the highlights of this dominant matchup.
Man, what to expect, though, on what their next opponents could be, Cozy. We'll get into that a little later, but that's going to be crazy. It's a crazy storyline as Sentinels take it in a 3-0. Someone, again, needs to tell these teams that it's not a speed run, but Sentinels taking a page out of the Team Nemesis book after our first series of the day. They walk the dog, basically, with this payload, but they fall nicely together with Avery once again being a menace on this Ultron.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Vic. I mean, to think that just 2 months ago, I'm sitting there, at lunch, getting breakfast, actually, I believe, and we were just talking about expectations for the team. Sentinels kind of fell early. There was a team that won this whole thing, and they were ready to go in there with the same momentum, and now you've got half those players on another team that if they lose today, they face this team. You couldn't script a better timeline as Crimzo takes the MVP, 31-2, 22K. From Techie to Nectar to Crimzo, all around this team, absolutely elite right now.
And the survivability, too. We have to highlight Oromori, who went 17-2 with 36,000 healing output out here. And all Terror Cape follow-ups too, allowing her to get 39 assists. That is amazing. Literally the strategist backline here for Sentinels all up in these fights, even with these recontentions off of the Doctor Strange portals.
Yeah, that's a good point. Aramori was not only what kept them sustained there on the defensive push, but it was the target ban, right? You saw everything target ban for their hero, and Aramori just continues to show the pro that she is. As we welcome in our interview, Sentinels advance in the lower bracket here, and it is the one and only Aramori. Hey, listen, first of all, it's great to see you again. So glad to connect again. I saw the tweets yesterday. To take that, flip it around, use that as fuel. How you feeling right now, Aramori?
Really, really good. It's kind of like a bittersweet win for us because I think we scrimmed Dreamland probably the most. Like, I think they're kind of like our sister team. They took a lot of our concepts and used it in their matches and stuff. And I think, you know, we were friends with a lot of those players a lot. So it was like really bittersweet, I think. Like, even at the end, I was like, GG's, like, you guys are such a good team. Like, it really sucks to have to be the ones to send them home. But yeah, I mean, we're feeling good as a team, but yeah, really bittersweet, really sad for us, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we were highlighting that too. It was a fun run from that team, and it's never fun. Someone's got to go home, you know, and you guys definitely not one that belongs in the lower bracket and had to put the end to that. But yeah, definitely heartbreaking, but, you know, glad for you guys.
Yeah, you guys are, I mean, it has to happen, right? Eventually. And this region is stacked for a reason. And just to see already the teams have to play from the lower side has just been, it's devastating. But you know what? You guys have one more win to go to find yourselves in Atlanta. And you guys have to play the loser between FlyQuest and Dark Zero. You guys just keep getting better and better every single time I see you guys. How are you feeling after looking at how maybe that series is going to go right after this?
I mean, that series is going to be really insane. I'm really excited to watch. It's going to be really, really good. Like, hold on to your butt cheeks, y'all. So I'm really excited to watch that one. And, you know, whoever ends up in the losers bracket, you know, they get to play us, and it'll be a really good match then too. So I'm excited for it. Lots of good games coming. I think we'll do good. I think we will.
Butt cheeks will be held on to, because I if I'm not casting it, I'll be watching it. I mean, to think, you know, I was just talking about this. I think we were all sitting together at breakfast, you and Kurova and Amazing, to now you two would be the reason one would go down potentially. I mean, just insanity there from what FlyQuest has been doing. Who knows what will happen up there? But yeah, I've got to say though, I mean, how has it been putting this team, you know, back together? People don't realize, yes, you guys, infamous org, but y'all have really now taken pieces now over the time to combine to what you are, and you come off losing 2, you come with a 3-0 win like that. But how's it been getting this team to form where you guys are at now?
Yeah, so the new players and everything, like, I think we've had, like, I don't know. I think we've had a journey together, and I think we're maybe finally starting to hit our stride. If there's any time to hit our stride, it's now, right? Like in the playoffs, do or die, like one more match to qualify, one more match to go home, like it's now. And I think we really are like hitting our stride, and we've been working together more than, you know, in the past weeks, and I think that shows in the match today.
Absolutely.
Aramori, I have a question here. I need to ask you, because a lot of players at home wondering how to prevent getting mentally boomed and how just to, you know, GG go next. Can you talk a little bit about having that reset mental between yourself and the rest of your team? You see that you didn't perform to your expectation, but you know you have the potential. Can you explain a little bit about how you are able to kind of slot yourself back into I could do whatever I can do because I'm here and that's what I'm going to show off?
Yeah, so, like, I mean, we all just kind of, like, had, like, a team discussion. We were like, okay, do we actually want to win? And, of course, everybody wants to win, right? So it's, like, nothing outside of how we play in the next match actually matters. So just lock in, sit down, play your best, and that's all that's control. That's all you can do. So that's what we've been doing, and
yeah, listen, Aramori, again, to address a little bit of what I saw yesterday, you don't have haters unless you're not doing anything worth noticing. And this girl is a gamer right here, folks, and there's just no place for it here in Rivals, and what you've been able to put on for this team. So excited. I expect to see you again in person. It was so much fun getting to know you more in China, and hopefully give you a big hug and say hello once again at Atlanta. Congrats to the team. Relock, reload. You have another big one here, and we'll see who you guys play as you do your homework, as you always do against this upper bracket. Appreciate you as always coming on, though.
Thank you so much. Nice talking to you. Bye, everybody.
Absolutely. Here, that is AMER coming from Sentinels as they have a dominant performance against Dreamland again. It was a bittersweet for them, Dreamland being a team they're close to, and we give our, salute and tip of the cap to them. Vicky, two great matches, though, that we got to see here as we take a look at the bracket. If you're just now coming in or you've been here the whole time, this is the look at the picture. We're just getting halfway point of what is a crazy day two, though.
Yeah, look at this. We talked about it right now with our interview, but Sentinels would have to play the loser of FlyQuest versus Dark Zero. Potential run back opportunity there if Dark Zero find themselves in that lower bracket, whereas Team Nemesis fight the loser between Envy and 100 Thieves. Cozy, this bracket is shaping up, but if you are either Team Nemesis or Sentinels, they need to win one more to find themselves at LAN.
This is must-watch rivals every single game. Fly versus Dark Zero, Envy 100 Thieves. The losers going to Nemesis on the heater. Sentinels both 3-0ing, sweeping the lower bracket. What a time to be watching the first bit of what this competitive scene is. And y'all, while you're watching, you get yourself a nice little bit of Twitch drops here to get yourself some in-game items as always. And it's just been sick to see these skins come to the game. It's Rocket Raccoon now. We've seen a good amount of Rocket, who's a hero that's gotten a lot better with Phoenix now getting nerfed. You get a little bit less of that ult ruining your ult.
Yeah, sometimes you get that combo, that counter pick there too. I'm not gonna lie, I've already claimed my rocket drop, it feels like 2 weeks ago. It started September 25th. So make sure you guys keep watching to claim your own Twitch drops here. You want to rock that new Rocket Raccoon skin.
Listen, I was prepped for a marathon myself here. I got ready for a long one, but Vic, we just did a sprint, right? We did the 100-meter 2-3-0s. We're out of this thing, y'all. It's been an honor to go ahead and cast this first set of games, and hopefully you all have enjoyed the entertainment thus far, but we're just getting started. You guys know him. You love him. I run ship. Dogman, who knows what he's going to say next? Love to see what they can do, Vicky. It's been an honor once again to cast with you.
Yeah, I always have fun with you, Cozy. You guys are in good hands. Don't go anywhere. We got 2 more crazy series to go on the other side of this break.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Stage 2 Playoffs Day 2 Part 2. I'm one of your co-hosts, Iron Shib, here with my co-host, Dogman. How you doing today, brother?
Doing great, Shib. It's good to be back with you again for a day that is a big deal for a lot of these players and teams, right? If they make it to LAN, or if they win today, they make it to LAN, sorry. And it's a big day. I'm excited, Shib. Super fun to be here with you, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we got some big games. Like you said, LAN on the line now for these teams. So we talk about nerves and being backed up against the wall. And that's one thing when you are, on the table to be chopped out of the tournament. But now you're moving yourself into a tournament with $1 million on the line. Although there is a ton here for this tournament, the LAN, the finals coming up here is everything to these players. Starting up here with FlyQuest and Dark Zero. That should be a fun one to watch, as you can see down below.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big match, right? FlyQuest has been so good, right? Yeah, throughout the whole tournament, we've seen this team constantly improve, constantly get better, and they're kind of a sight to behold. That's going to be terrifying to go against them. You know what? It's like this. They're sort of a super team of North America at the moment, Shib. I don't know about you, but this team, it feels very complete now with the addition of Visions, and their backline has always been fantastic. Alongside people starting to realize how good Spark, Chief, and Vess are in that front line.
Yeah, again, we talk about teams that have it all, and FlyQuest, they, like you said, made those adjustments, and they have seen nothing but upwards momentum, and they are a team that not only excels insanely in scrims, but they have just been showing up in every single matchup here, and I know they are confident. They told me they are confident going into this matchup here. They want to make it to the LAN, and they think they will do just that. So again, a team that really does have it all. It's just a matter of, now that things are getting more tense, can they keep pushing forward?
Yeah, that's 100% the point to make about FlyQuest is, can they keep that momentum, right? Can this team truly level up and become that final boss that they, definitely have in their potential, right? Right now, it seems like a lot of the favorites are winning. Right now, in general, the scene has been pretty consistent in terms of the expected team to win is winning, right? And if they want to make sure they can, make that LAN, right now is a better time than any. We know how good this team was in the past, but now I think they've really taken the next step, and today they'll be able to prove it, Shib, right? If they were to win this in convincing fashion, that definitely bodes well for them moving forward, just because, I mean, they're going to be up against a pretty tough opponent on the opposite side, right? There's not necessarily easy opponents at any match now that we're in the semifinals of the upper bracket.
Yeah, and I just to kind of reiterate your point, I think Dark Zero is a team in a similar boat as Sentinels, where they have just gotten better every single matchup, a team that maybe has a newer roster, at least together, and they're starting to figure out that synergy. We've heard from Dark Zero in interviews essentially saying things along the lines of, we're not afraid to give each other some real feedback, really get into it with each other because we want to win. I don't want to beat around the bush with problems. I want to attack those problems, even if it kind of, is a little harsh to hear, so we can work on them and be more successful. And that's what you need to do to go into a team like FlyQuest, as we check out the roster here, again, looking at some of those changes coming up.
Yeah, Dark Zero, we've already talked many a times about Karova and Rymazing joining the roster, but let's talk about everybody else, right? Let's talk about Velocity. Let's talk about Karova. I mean, this backline is one of the best. Every interview we've had with Velocity as well, Shib, has been so much fun, right? I mean, he is genuinely a well-spoken individual, and it seems like he's, garnering a lot of fans, but also not just because of his personality, but his gameplay, right? I mean, he's one of the best strategist players in the game, and also is the captain of this team in terms of draft, right? So there's a lot of pressure on his back and on this back line of him and Karova, and they've been, living up to expectations. So we'll see if they can keep that up, right? Really maintain a strong back line, because it does feel like this stage 2 of Ignite, Chib, has been really dictated by, fantastic strategist play. Like, we've seen good teams have fantastic duelists that still lose, right? So at the current moment, it does feel like you need to have excellent strategist play, and then we can talk about how much impunity has improved, right? Madara, this front line of Dark Zero, is sort of that anchor of the team, right?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we could really call out virtually everyone, but yeah, that's a great call out in terms of the strategist line in this current meta, which, we will be seeing that change as we progress forward into that finals, obviously moving through patches. But yeah, currently right now, mistakes on a strategist line, a single mistake can cost you everything. You've got to be super locked in, especially against these duelists that do not miss. I mean, we watched some of this play today, even just, flashback to the last matchup. We saw Nectar, they were just frying and not missing a shot. Imagine playing strategists into something like that. It would be terrifying.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of difficulty, I think, for the opposite side when you deal with good strategist play, like Shiv and Ranked. If you play against any of those top guys in strategist role, you're like, shoot, this is going to be a hard one, right? And comparing these two teams together, right, as a constant sort of change, it feels like Dark Zero Shib is like the new version of FlyQuest. No, like this team, has been constantly getting better and improving, and it's in the record that I think FlyQuest is more consistent as of right now. But Dark Zero as a team, they're improving, and especially on domination, where that's their weakest game mode, they're gonna have to improve today if the Quest there.
Yeah, you can see obviously Dark Zero with more quote-unquote experience in this tournament and convergence, but still you look at the stat lines and Fly is just obscene. Every single line looking very clean. Obviously convergence being their quote-unquote weakest again, as I just stated. But yeah, I mean, I'd agree. Obviously clearly favors here Fly. So what do you want to do if you're Dark Zero? If you can take domination off the rip, that bodes really well for confidence and the momentum that we always mention, right? Momentum is so important. I mean, we saw momentum shift in these matchups even this morning. 2 back-to-back 3-0s. Again, for Cozy and Vicky, and they fly through those games, man. It's insane. Again, it's just that momentum. Once a team starts figuring something out, you've got to try to shift it. And I think the way you go against a team like Fly is you make something happen immediately, even in domination, which is maybe a mode that's considered more wishy-washy in terms of how team fights can go.
And this is kind of something that we could talk about, Shib. We've mentioned before that, now that we're in America Stage 2, there was a lot of teams in the qualifiers that, did really well, like Dreamland, and like Rad, which those teams were good. But the problem is that the meta shifted. Like it's not in the Psylocke meta anymore, Shib. And that's kind of been the biggest change, I feel like. I don't know what your take is on it, but it does feel like the difference of meta and what's happened in the ban phase and the draft phase has really, turned off a lot of these top up-and-coming teams.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of having a team that's versatile. I love bringing that up. I think that Rivals, as a professional, esport, it does a great job of needing a team that can really roll with the punches, just due to the fact that this is one of the very few games in existence. And I will reiterate that again, as somebody who's been a gamer my entire old life, that this is one of the few games that updates so frequently, monthly, with new heroes, constant balance changes, and that translates directly into the pro scene. You know what I mean? So you need to be, as a team, versatile. So again, like you're saying, it maybe makes a certain duelist not work so well, not having that Psylocke, but then you need to have something on your roster that can fill that gap, or you need to have someone that's versatile enough to practice something like a Phoenix or a Torch right now that's incredibly strong, or jump on the strategist like we've seen some of these duelists do, and then make those adjustments and still stay as a top team. And that's super impactful in Rivals as a whole, which I personally love.
Yeah, it's going to be the constant change, the addition of new heroes like Daredevil coming out soon for our pro players. We're still on the previous patch, so in this current one, he is not out yet, and a lot of the changes that are going to come, I imagine, will be at the LAN, but we'll kind of have to see, right? Wait for the announcement to come out on social media, and all that. But at the current moment, we are back where this, Ultron is still pretty strong, didn't get nerfed, and builds up ult so quickly, and that's why both teams protect it. Meanwhile, the Jeff favoritism for Dark Zero again in FlyQuest, this is kind of the change that we've seen, Shib, is a lot of people prioritizing how strong Invisible Woman is, less focused towards Luna Snow because of, everything in terms of pace of play that Invisible Woman could bring in terms of peel. There's so much that character provides. On top of that, they're letting the Jeff go through because a lot of teams we've seen, they're dealing with it now, Shib. They're being able to deal with these good Jeff players and prepare for their ults.
Yeah, I think that's something that's been very different from early on here in Stage 2 than as to what we've seen over the past few days. Or maybe it's just a quality of teams conversation, but I will definitely agree with you in that teams are not finding nearly as many successful Jeff ults, and if they are going for those plays, a lot of the time they're just used to burn cooldowns and find their own safety when they know the play won't work out, or if something's in the sky like a Meteor Ram or something to counter. And Yeah, I'd agree with you. It's definitely been a shift up, and we've definitely seen changes in the ban phases already. So I can't imagine as that develops and as we switch through patches what's going to change. And that brings back the conversation of who are going to be meta. And I'll tell you what, Daredevil, incredibly fun. Been hands-on today. I'm sure a lot of the folks here watching have checked out Daredevil. And yeah, I mean, just a ton of fun to play, and hoping to see some presence here in the scene as we progress forward.
Yeah, I've been spending too much time watching the VODs and I haven't been able to play them yet, man. I'm gonna load in after today's cast for sure, and you know, go out there as a blind man and, you know, hopefully get some KOs. But now we start out today, Shib, and you know, Dark Zero, this team has been improving, but can they take down FlyQuest, right? Can they qualify for land here today? Because that's what's on the line right now, Shib, right? If we saw the last teams, right, in the lower bracket, those were elimination games. So they're just going to be out of the tournament. That's your tournament life on the line. But right now, it's kind of a different, you know, sort of circumstance, Shib, where if you win right now, you qualify for Atlanta, and you're going to be in those grand finals.
Yeah, it's a whole nother level of pressure, right? It's a different kind of pressure, but it also, you can feel it. It's butterflies in your stomach. It's the same thing, but instead of, you know, having that more stress on your back, it's more so just the angst of wanting to be there and making it happen. But here we go, off rip now. Ultron drone going to be sitting here on energy up in the sky. Oh, that would have been an insane pull opportunity there. I like the idea of you using a rocket's jump for something like that. Not something I've seen a ton in this tournament, but big brain plays as energy finds one on impunity off the rib. Vision going to be on the sky here with Ultron. This is one of those maps, and as I say that, Vision falls from Amazing, and impunity comes right back from the res on the BRB on Rocket now. Smash, as you can see in the bottom right on controller, that's Amazing on the screen there, but Smash maybe doing a little camera switch up, but still going to press forward and hold on to this point. And at the moment, Dark Zero maintaining position, but Fly still holding one body on.
Yeah, Dark Zero really taking advantage of the fact that they had that Emma Frost in the fight. Energy trying to do everything he can to bring it back for FlyQuest after losing fast. He's going to come back on Magneto, but it's not enough. The pressure's too much from that Psylocke, from that Emma Frost. And right now, Dark Zero look well practiced. Their ban phase working out. And oh my goodness, aggressive play from Smash 2 on the back line, forcing out so many cooldowns and still getting eliminations with the help from the dive. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we talk about how Psy maybe not as prevalent in the meta. Still can do stuff like that, getting out incredibly quickly, farming it off the front line, going right into the back line. If they don't have an answer, if they're unwilling to use that answer in the moment, goodbye to the back line as we see 2 fall. And Dark Zero 24% on FlyQuest. We'll have 4 alts, 5 going to be on the side of Dark Zero, and excuse me, almost 6 here for Fly in this next fight. There will be the availability 6, but let's see what they do as immediately Sonic Seduction comes out now, walking forward from Madara. Does that find value? Does get Vest walking. Cooper going to pop out and just keep the team healthy with the dance floor here. Fate of Both Worlds walking them forward, damage boost out. Madara trying to drop back, and Amazing now. Ooh, out of the sky. Energy with a nice shot from downtown. Gonna find one, but Amazing right back in the fight with the BRB, which has happened again and turns the tides of the fight back their way. Will this land on Jeff? It does, but there is protection, and that is huge. 2 alts, not finding a ton of value, just juking for days, and does get dropped there, but that's a lot of value from Kurova.
Yeah, I mean, he bought time, right? That's he didn't have to maybe find those KOs, but did a good job staying alive through all of those one-shots, which we rarely see, Shib. But at the current moment, FlyQuest still have ultimate advantage. They're able to walk on Dark Zero. Here comes Smash on the backside, finds one. If he can find multiple here, or at least get them low enough, they're going to be down a lot of healing, Shib, and that keeps Dark Zero on the point.
Yeah, I mean, just obscene play here. Really smart play by Smash. Already 82% here for Dark Zero. And again, for those who maybe play the game on the controller, on the stick, Smash showing up here for those who do, showcasing how strong you can be on the controller, despite whether you're on console or PC, and you can definitely make it happen. Zelos, though, going to find Madara in the sky. Early pick there for Fly, but at this point, they need a ton, as they did have to burn out that portal, too, to get back here. Again, holding on now, but 99% for Dark Zero early on here on map 1, game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for the dive, trying to counter dive it now is FlyQuest, and they actually do so quite well. Everybody coming back to Peel. They finally stave off Dark Zero, who stalled out this point, Shib, and we always talk about how strong it is to control the point, right? How committing ultimates just to hold on to the objective for a little bit is huge, right, for your team moving forward. Also, Dark Zero has just stalled off in these dives. They're sort of like long-term dives where they go in for the back line, they go in for the KO. They don't always find it. Sometimes they get traded, you know, but because of the Rocket BRB advantage, they're always back in the fight. Now FlyQuest have a lot of ultimates to work with, right? How do they want to commit in this fight? If they overcommit, that would bode well for Dark Zero. They're going to try to force out as many ults as they can out of FlyQuest here, and if you get a W on top of that, that'd be big.
Exactly. That's a great call out for those who are maybe climbing ladder. That is the huge advantage. At this level of play, a missed ult or an opportunity wasted with an ultimate is enough to lose you the game. So right here, FlyQuest does have ult advantage, but Dark Zero just needs to win one fight. So every ult needs to be crucial as that lands onto Korova. Speaking of which, one goes down, trades with an ult. That's big value there for FlyQuest. Cooper brings out the dance floor. Energy goes up with the Kraken looking for one. Does find two. Can they get those picks though? Out goes the boundary and walking is Energy towards the Psionic Seduction. Spark Chief now. Beast of the Abyss on the back line, on the front line, excuse me. Not going to be able to make much happen, but what is this tech? This is crazy to see there from the Venom. I've seen that a few times. Those who can hold on, but that was clean.
Yeah, it's insane. Just like running around the point. This is his point, right? And his map. But at the current moment, Dark Zero trying to hold on, trying to come back in this fight. I mean, FlyQuest building up that time bank at the current moment, Chip.
Yeah, again, Energy now saying sit down, Smash still gonna walk forward. Smash was showing up like crazy in this match. Energy trying to turn those tides around. Korova falls. Energy with a two-piece. Do I see three all in the neutral here, now at 94%, and this is what Fly does. Calm, cool, and collected. Portal still available for Dark Zero at the moment, but the staggers are really happening here as Madara falls now. If they get another at this point, it's gonna be dicey for Dark Zero, who have no ults to commit just yet.
Yeah, none at the current moment. They do have that res to bring back Madara, but Madara goes down again, and this has been brutal. FlyQuest have always kind of capitalized on these sort of Emma Frost bans and protects, or rather saves. Madara, this time around, has to even get up on Emma Frost because he went down earlier. Smash falls again to the peel of Energy, who's been popping the heck off.
Yeah, it seems like Energy has been studying Smash's plays here because Smash was really making that happen for the first three fights, and now consistently now Energy finding value again. That is going to get shut down. We talk about countering Jeff. Exhibit A, folks. Make it a two-piece. Why don't you? As Amazing falls from Vision, keeping the pressure on. Kraken Impact looking for two. Energy is going to make that happen. Why don't you make it three as they take map one?
Man, Energy's so good. I mean, a couple things from that fight, Shib, on Celestial Vault, like you mentioned. I think at first we saw the Jeff, like the peel come through with the Rocket Raccoon, see you later with a bunch of strategists, or rather, you know, the shields, everybody kind of coming in to save the Jeff. You're getting almost over commitment to save the Jeff, but it's just like not worth it at this point, right? Just because of how much damage that FlyQuest are doing, how much they're focusing on it, right? We saw Energy and Visions, and then Spark Chief open up the fight earlier. You know, just like so much prioritization towards that Jeff, making sure that he can't get a single ult off. And if FlyQuest can't do it, I don't know if anybody can, right? Or sorry, if Dark Zero can't do it, I don't know if anybody can, because at the current moment, I mean, it looked like they had so much peel for the Jeff. They played well around it, but maybe we got to see what those other Jeffs are doing, right? Just kind of not actually going for anybody, just kind of ulting and then falling back. Maybe would be a good change up for Dark Zero, because at the current moment, they're giving all of the peel to Korova, and it's simply not enough to FlyQuest, who, you know, we talk about Vision, we talk about the whole lineup, but Energy, man, is so good at Bucky as well. There's so many good Bucky players in the tournament. Energy is definitely one of them.
And the tricky thing is, if you're going to run that Jeff, you want to have some sort of solution to help Jeff make big plays. We found some good eats there from the side of Korova, but you really don't have much besides Cap trying to reflect in that moment. Maybe Madara going to throw a shield there from Emma to protect you, but when you have Magneto, that bubble, it like really helps Jeff get success. Usually counters and all almost, you know, guaranteed if you're playing it smart. And every single time Jeff's gone under, Energy goes up, and it's been consistent. We've seen Vest popping up there a few times with the Meteor Red found to counter that as well. Good play there. As Korova find again, Dark Zero off early. Vest, though, going to find Smash evening those numbers. Cooper, who was up in healing by about 5,000 already, that's just what Luna does, is going to pop that Fate of Both Worlds. Energy out of Madara. Energy consistently getting picks. Another one of those in conversation for the best duelists in the game right now, at least in the Americas region. Meteor M goes up, and that's right in the mouth of a rocket. Velocity falls, Impunity goes down, Amazing falls, and Fly is looking like they'll take this first point.
Yeah, they take the point, and it's pretty cool to see too, Shib, that they were playing, you know, Energy on that Bucky instead of the Phoenix. You know, we've heard a lot of people talk about how good Phoenix is. They only had the Star-Lord ban against them, right? That was the change up that Dark Zero had in that ban phase. They're not even going for the Phoenix though, and that makes sense. Like we talked about stats wise, at least just in ranked. I mean, Energy is one of the best at this character on the opposite side, so they're trying to change it up, Shiv. They're going to go over to that Adam Warlock alongside the Bucky to try to take advantage of their matchup. But you know, right now it's going to be an interesting matchup in terms of one team has that Ultron and one has the Adam Warlock and a Jeff.
Yeah, that's kind of a tricky thing, right? That is the switch up here. Gonna get Ultron off, like you're saying. You know, we've seen off the screen here, right? Energy gonna find velocity off rip, but this is, again, one of those compositions I think is tricky. It has worked in the past. It's one of those unique things that teams don't necessarily always practice against because it's two quote-unquote off strategists that can do unique things but aren't typically always play together. Vision gonna find Kurova, though, again, countering that right up. Smash onto Zelos. Now as Dark Zero is trying to put the numbers back in their favor. 54% here for Fly, after losing 99% off rip, have had a consecutive 158% straight on the board. Right, amazing with a huge res though, as the whole team back at it, and they're walking in heavy now. Out goes the Psionica to fight a few. Energy looking for a big pull here, and there is one. It's going to find the cap of the front line of Impunity, but it does not get too much success. There will be another pull entered into the game here with Daredevil coming up in the next patch, and you can actually animation cancel that to force them towards you instead of meeting halfway, which is a cool little trick. Dropping back to point now. Vess still holding on, but that's the name of the game now for Fly. Stay here until you lose everything. Force as many ults as possible. It doesn't matter. Just make sure you get KO'd on point by as much time as possible.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to keep stalling it out, you know, up to 99 surely. I mean, they find velocities in the backside. I like how Dark Zero playing it now, though, right? Switching up the composition, getting that huge res from Amazing into Madara, you know, just hero. Vess also pulls back. They want to still win this fight in the sky. Ultimate, aggressive, rising down.
And the pressure goes on. Energy gonna find Smash. Vision up in the air right now, keeping the pressure on once more. Kurova trying to make a play, finds one, but again, Vess gonna counter that. Who comes back as Strange. Very aggro here on the portal. Whole team getting value again, and it's looking once more in Fly's favor. Can they shut this down? There's 7% on. The portal is likely going to come through here, as Amazing was already up here with Strange. Yes, here it comes. But at this point, 99% to 27. They need one more fight, and it is over.
Yeah, I mean, this team is unrelenting. I don't even know how you beat them at this current moment because they are always in a fight, even when it feels like they're not. Into the sky, though, Spark Chief gets taken down by Impunity. FlyQuest, they're actually pushed off the point again. So Dark Zero, same thing for them. They're unrelenting at the current moment as they take that point back shift because of a good portal by Amazing, like you mentioned, and then taking advantage of their momentum shift. FlyQuest also, you know, they're going to have to come back into that Emma Frost. Dark Zero could build up some of that point percentage, but it's always scary with Vision in the sky onto that Ultron. This team, I think they have a current composition that is super geared towards this sort of line of Energy and Vision. Vision being a hit scan player, kind of same thing for Energy, so it's a good patch for them in the current moment. Dark Zero have to kind of peel off this dive coming from Spark Chief. They've done it before. Also, FlyQuest have double shot at his ultimates. Dark Zero only have their Luda Snow. I mean, Kurova has his. They can play around it, but they lose Smash early.
And down goes Kurova. Energy, exactly like you said, finding Smash is numbers up, and unfortunately Smash did have that Kraken impact. Vess again gonna shut down Kurova mid-alt, and that is a consistent theme here. Vess popping off with that. Right, Amazing finds one, but Vess right back to Madara. Out goes the eye. Does this one land? It does, and again, FlyQuest looking numbers up, holding on to the point, battling back, still maintaining this position. Very close to point now, trying to find another pick here on Amazing. Kraken impact gonna make that happen. Vision onto Smash once more. Smash not going to be able to make that all happen once again. Very unfortunate as Energy takes out Impunity. Make that a two-piece onto Kurova, and that's a three-piece. Still holding this point. 99 to 99 now, though, folks. But now FlyQuest will be holding on to the point. OT ticking down. No portal available. The Staggerfest begins, and FlyQuest likely will take this one home.
Yeah, what a map from FlyQuest on the second round. I mean, that was such an interesting last fight because we see Madara maybe didn't even have to fall. Now, I'm not saying they would have won the fight because there was still double Shredder's ults, right? You still had Invisible Boundary up. They had advantage because they lose Kurova earlier as well. You're lacking that other Invisible Woman, for example, on the back line. But he was in damage boost while Madara went down. Like, they had time, and I don't know if he had Diamond Form still. He probably didn't, but like, he was in the middle of that dance floor. Kurova was just on the damage boost for too long, and they lose Madara. But you know, it doesn't come down to just that lost fight, you know? I mean, it's not always that one insane play that can be the dictator of it. It's the consistency, and, you know, FlyQuest have it. Look at that damage output from Energy and how many security eliminations he's getting, Shiv. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of big call-outs here. Again, for those who maybe don't know, when you are using Bucky, if you launch that Kraken impact, anyone that falls with that red marker on them or that KO percentage, it guarantees guarantees KO, goes over to that Bucky, so that's why you'll typically see Buckies with a lot more KOs. But even though that is the case, 23 is absolutely obscene in a quick domination like that in 2 maps. 35-3 is wild to say out loud. The entire stat line of the team is just dominant. Looking over at the strats of the opposition on DZ, I mean, Korova, even on the Jeff, 22k healing is wild. Actually topping heals across the board, even against something like Luna from Velocity at the end there, which obviously there was some change ups, but again, I just think as a whole, Fly just did not panic and found their footing and never let up.
Yeah, the Jeff Protect, I think, is going the way of the Dodo at the moment, Shib. It's like, it's not really worth it. Like, we didn't see enough value, I think, out of the Jeff, and we saw it maybe once, like that was FlyQuest, like, sort of making mistakes more than, like, you know, Korova's ult actually being worth using, you know? Like, it just felt like at the moment FlyQuest...
Juke, yeah. Like in underground juke, yeah.
I think at the moment, FlyQuest looks so good, right? That's the biggest thing moving forward, and Energy does too. Like, this guy we don't talk about nearly enough. I mean, he is the engine behind FlyQuest. He is, or was the up-and-coming prod, and really has, you know, lived into that role and filled into that role quite well, Shib. This guy truly has been insane. Like, I know we've been talking about Vision, the new pickup for this roster, but he's made this roster more well-rounded, and Energy is that, like, main driving force of it. The reason why FlyQuest is good is because of this guy, and on top of the supporting cast.
Yeah, it's another one of those conversations, and somebody, I think Cozy actually with the conversation with me today mentioned, he's like, you know, Energy is got to be in the conversation for one of the top duelists. I was like, absolutely. I mean, just absolutely, and consistently getting MVPs. Similar conversation with Terra, right? Yesterday we saw 3 back-to-back MVPs. Energy always performs, at least recently, and I'm, you know, Caster Curse, who knows what's going to happen the next map, but it is just, despite the hero, it still finds success. We've seen a ton of different heroes there, so again, big shout out there with some insane play.
Yep, they've filled up the roster really well. I mean, Energy has been crazy, but we'll see if they can maintain that momentum, Shib, as we enter map number 2 after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone. We saw the first map go to Fly, but again, 99 to 99 both times. DZ definitely showing up. Just a little bit of a compositional difference, I believe, in the moment. It was tough to see some success into some big counters from the side of DZ. But again, FlyQuest looking lights out in those moments, struggling at first and bouncing back from then on.
Yep, FlyQuest look to maintain their momentum, and it's kind of at least somewhat a decent ground for Dark Zero to be in now, shit, because at least when we looked at the stats, right, they already were kind of suboptimal at domination. That was their worst map type, just going 4-4. Right, and you know, on the opposite side for FlyQuest, like, yeah, they're pretty good at domination, but they're also good at everything, right? At the current moment, they're that good. They're like one of those teams that's, you know, maybe that one pickup of Vision was enough to send them over the top, right? It's not that they had any lackluster duelist play. It's more that like the duo of energy wasn't Vision. I think that's the main thing, right? I think we talked to Vess about it before in an interview. It's like, you know, we just don't have any weak links. It's not even shade towards any of their past duelists. It's just that Vision is that good. And, you know, you even heard that from his ex-teammates and Nuck. And, you know, when he was on Shroud X, people were talking about him in this way. And we were like, oh, is that really true? You know, Shroud X keep losing. Why is that the case? But no, it's because, you know, maybe the team wasn't built that well at the current moment because, I mean, FlyQuest look insane. And really that addition of Visions kind of sends them into that upper echelon with maybe even, you know, teams like Envy, who they've beat, and then teams like VP on the opposite side of the world.
Yeah, again, it's the conversation of there's going to be metas where folks who maybe are on the roster or maybe have been removed from the roster would succeed better than the current roster, right? It's all about who's more consistent and who has the flexibility, and maybe that is what they were looking for, and they found that, and clearly it has been working. Goodbye to the Jeff here from the side of Dark Zero, first ban out, and then Mantis locked out, which again, no huge surprise here, very similar to what we've been seeing.
Yep, no surprise. And I think that's interesting too, that you when we talk about that, Chib, it's like it is kind of also meta dependent because like we said, like we saw with Rad and we saw with Dreamland, which Ultron protects yet again coming through. Dark Zero prioritizing that Jeff. Don't really agree with that personally, but you know, maybe Velocity and them think that it's a good play. They're sticking with the same ban phase, and if they move into Convergence, that makes sense. But you know, a lot of these teams really do well based on the patch ship, like we saw with Dreamland and Rad. Like they were a Psylocke heavy team, and now that Psylocke was sort of changed and maybe not as good like we saw in the last game with Dark Zero still playing the Psylocke Emma team up, and it's still solid. It still makes its due. But the real value is like playing heroes like the Bucky, man, like playing the Phoenix. These characters have been constantly meta since like release, and it just seems like they keep getting buffed. I mean, we have freaking 2 E's now for Bucky. Like, why is this character getting buffed? It's just unbelievable how long this character's been good for.
Yeah, the idea is just to shut down some of that annoying, more divey brawl stuff, which you're right, it needs to be answers, but that is a big answer if you ask me. Yeah. You see the lock-in here from the side of Fly of that Invis, which again, you know, that's going to be looking more towards Zealous, and you see that lock-in of Jeff, which I know you maybe are a little bit, you know, concerned about, but
this your is thoughts there? Well, this is the same draft phase ship. Like, this is the exact same draft phase for Dark Zero. And I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be too opposed to it because it was map 1 and Dark Zero are, you know, look rough on domination compared to how they look on Convergence and other map types. So, I don't know, ship. I don't want to be too harsh, I guess. But if they lose this one, I mean, that may definitely need some changes. The problem is, if you lose this one, you go down 0-2, right? And reverse sweeps are very, very hard to do, especially since we haven't seen any yet in the playoffs. I mean, the top team always has been winning, so it's going to be really scary just statistically.
Yeah, it's funny because all throughout the past tournaments, there's been a ton of upsets, and it's, you know, you and I, even in experience in finals together, which we've had a fair amount of experience with, there's been so many reverse sweeps. It's like an insane curse. So you'd expect to see similar stuff here, but right now there's just been a clear line where these teams that are strong are clearly owning this meta and really making things happen. And granted, those teams are soon going to be playing each other and are starting, so literally starting with this game right here as we're at the upper side bracket. But you know, Fly, again, the conversation with the best team, you know, in the Americas region, you know, in the world too, right? As they're potentially going to be heading to Atlanta. So it is just a tough one to go against here for Dark Zero, but they do have the talent. Let's see if they can make it happen here on attack. And we begin on the high side.
And it's funny too, because if we look at Visions, I mean, he's sort of like the prototype that's came after the, you know, people like Rymazing. Like, he's in a similar boat of a really good Namor, really good hit scan player, and it's sort of taken the limelight away from Rymazing, who was that position or in that position earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, and Uriah is still that guy. You know what I mean? That's the thing about the talent in this level. There's so much of it, and it is very much a team game. And there's a billion cogs in this wheel, and it's all about making sure all those pieces are working. Because if one isn't working, it can impact everything else. So it's very difficult to judge. As a viewing standpoint, just for those who are maybe in the chat and the audience watching, very difficult to judge performance based on stats. You really need to dive into the full match breakdown to see where things went wrong, instead of just kind of hardcore blaming folks for maybe seeing a misplay. So we're going to start off here as Vest is now going to press forward, driven right back into this corner. This is one of those things to take into ladder. If you're being pressed heavy, drop back into that building together and use that as a power position. Come back out when you have the ult like that. Smash. Going to find Spark Chief coming back out before giving the point. That's all that matters. They don't care about the first 2 points. They just want to make sure they own before it gets into that push mode here. They just want to make sure they maintain this position. Energy going to find Velocity. And the end song lands. That one does not get much value. Vision going to find Impunity. And again, FlyQuest making big things happen. This is one of those Jeff maps that's a threat, and Kurova is crawling around the back line.
Yeah, this is a fight that you would assume Dark Zero would win, but because of how FlyQuest bunkered up, like you mentioned, Shib, that's a great call out. Like, Vest is one of the best peeling vanguards in the game, and if you have duelists that are like Energy and maybe even the backline that's as lethal as Cooper and Zelos, that's gonna happen. Upcoming fight though, Dark Zero at least have ults. FlyQuest also just used a lot of theirs, so this is the opportunity for Dark Zero, but they need to not lose anybody here.
Dropping back now. Vest holding on to the Meteor M. That will be used here. Will that be able to get value? There's that bubble to counteract, and that is what we're talking about. Essentially free counters and all. And whoa, not only getting one with the counter, we're going to find Vision out of the sky there. Madara with a 2-piece now. As Energy goes down, Smash is going to pop up with the dance of the butterfly. Goodbye, Vest. And Zelos goes down to Amazing. Everybody on the side of Dark Zero finding one, and they will get the first point.
A big thing I like to mention, Shib, and this is kind of a constant talking point that I brought up, and if it's annoying, let me know. But like, I feel like in every team, every team has an X factor, right? They have their best player for sure. Like, they have their best players in Energy, in Visions, in Dark Zero. Has Smash and Amazing. But the X factor for this team is really Madara. This guy, when he's playing well, this team wins, right? Madara needs to do that again. It's really hard. It's a lot to ask of your Magneto player. But when Madara pops off, this team does well. We'll see if we can do it again.
And that's going to be a nice... I do agree with you, actually. I do think that there are teams that play... I mean, most all teams play around a win condition, and that condition can very much change based on who gets to the banning phase, right? And that's something that we could get even deeper into in terms of conversation where others can excel. For example, maybe slept on in the conversation just from a Vanguard standpoint. Vest has been playing lights out on Vanguard, and Spark Chief with a ton of success. We saw, popping off yesterday, even things like Vinny over there on 100 Thieves. So just a lot of different Vanguard success stories, too, and the backline with these Ultron, with these triple strap plays need to be perfect. Coming in again, Cooper going to find Amazing. Energy trying to take out Impunity in the sky, who just barely gets away. Great shield there by Madara to keep the team healthy. Ult advantage going to be slightly here for Dark Zero on this retake fight, as the point is about halfway there to point 2.
A huge fight win from FlyQuest there off of some nice plays from Energy. Now in this upcoming fight, they have the Meteor M ready to go for Amazing yet again in the sky. Spark Chief also has done so much with these Feasts of the Abyss. He's been a thorn on the side of Dark Zero. They have to set up Kurova. Madara has to go big again.
And again, walking forward, Dark Zero, like we had said, 6 ults available. Amazing committing with a rage right now. Going to keep the team healthy with the last bit there. Did drive a little bit of space. Doesn't find much value. Vest going to take Amazing right out of the sky. Goodbye to the Ultron. Numbers now in the side of Fly, who do have similar ults, if not more. Vest finds Kurova with a counter. No bubble available there. Not able to get there is Madara, unfortunately, for the side of Dark Zero, now dropping back. Spark Chief going to find Madara now. Very aggro there on the Venom, who is insanely prevalent at this level of play. Venom, a force to be reckoned with, who now will have anti-heal there on his ult in the next patch. So definitely a target for bans, if you ask me. Just an incredibly strong hero.
When you saw that last fight, Zelos won it for them. Force physics under Amazing. They're not even using the Meteor M for the Ultron's Rage, and that's definitely boding well for them. In the sky, Vision still sitting with the Ultron's Rage to sustain as well, keeping his Vanguards healthy. Dark Zero try to walk up, but oh my god, Energy just shuts down Velocities again. That removes the BRB advantage they had.
Yeah, and I mean, right off the rip there, you talked about Zelos, a great shield to play around from the back line, helping out Cooper, who was getting dove there by Impunity, and that's why they keep that Invis in here. Zelos is disgusting on Invis, that force physics, the not only using the orb, but now the speed reduction in that ultimate. You can play aggro with that ult, and you make something happen. If anyone makes a dive play towards the back line, if you force out that ult, it is very difficult to get out of there, especially when you have force physics to pull them right back in. So, again, a terrifying force to deal with. That's why you see a lot more of Invis at this level of play. Just so much utility to that kid.
Absolutely. They actually started off too, but oh my goodness, in the middle of all these fights, Energy just keeps finding KOs. And this needs they need to change something up now. And you know, I think it's now maybe time as well to blame the ban phase, right? Dark Zero has lost like 4 or 5 fights in a row. If they can get something together, sure, that'd be nice, but just going based off momentum, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't cap out the whole map. They have a very low percentage to win because FlyQuest have all of these ult shit. They have every ult. They've been playing consistently with the Meteor M to counter Korova, and then in the sky, Vision's been dominating with those force physics from Zelos.
Yeah, again, not overcommitting ults. Again, going back to that conversation, playing ult, and as I say that, 3 go out. Spark Chief going to find 1. Energy going to get that reset on a Madara. They are committing heavy now. 3 ults available for Dark Zero. 15 seconds on, but the point is right here. Won't take long to make sure you get that OT. Again, got to touch the point with 3 seconds on as Madara finds Energy. Will they be able to play off this? They got to use this momentum. Spark Chief going to walk them right back. Velocity going to drop back into the spawn here. Impunity going to be jumping all over the place to stay up now. Again, Zelos going to commit that invisible boundary. Vest holding on here with Vision, trying to match Korova like you had mentioned, and great bubble there from Madara to keep Korova moving. Will they be able to counter? Not quite. 2 in there is going to be a huge play if they fall off, and Cooper goes down, but I believe Zelos holds on. It's a matter of getting back to that point together. Either way, Dark Zero with a good set of plays there and will have ultimate advantage in this next fight. Can they clutch up here? Point 2.
Yep, 2 mistakes there by FlyQuest. Energy going too aggressive. It was definitely an overzealous play for what he did, or zealous play, going aggressive with that Bucky ult outside of his team, and then his team also trying to clutch up without him. So that's how confident FlyQuest is right now, though, Shiv. They think they can win any fight, even down their engine of duelists in terms of energy. But can Dark Zero take advantage now? They finally do.
Yeah, that's a huge play there by Smash and Amazing to follow up and use those ults before they come through the side of Fly. Commit while you can, and that's where ult tracking is very important. If you know you're up in ults, do it before they can heal that front line. Do it before the strategists get a big play or the duelists, and if you can make that happen quick enough, you get a free point, as we're seeing here, driven right back into the front. Zelo's not going to be able to make that portal happen. Team's going to reset together.
Yep, good job by Impunity to realize the situation. Portal or block them out of the spawn. And you know what? I didn't account for the fact that FlyQuest, you know, could just throw like that. Like, we've seen them go too aggressive, be overly confident, and lose the second phase. So huge shout out to Dark Zero to take advantage of it, right? That's going to be big. If they can play consistent against Dark Zero or against FlyQuest, that's going to be massive, because when we talk about FlyQuest and how good of a team they've been, it's because of their consistency. It's because they don't make mistakes. But when they do that, when they send energy in and then try to ult in fights that are pretty much lost, that could definitely bode well for Dark Zero and lead to the demise of FlyQuest.
Yeah, I agree. Overconfidence is difficult to handle, because if you're feeling like you're going to make something happen as a team, you do overcommit an ult that you're down in numbers, or you know, you really don't combine an ult that should be played well together, or something along those lines. Any of those small mistakes are game losing, and you can't allow that to get in your head. Even if you know you're feeling confident as a team and things are looking up for you on the defense, things like this can happen where now they're walking to point 3, almost are at the staircase. Energy going to find Madara though and turn this back into FlyQuest's favor, and Madara comes right back into the fight though, holding on tight. Out goes the hold. Can Energy make something else happen? Kraken Impact going to go up onto the jet. Bang, comes down. Korova might be, yeah, does find one on a Cooper there, but still going to fall from Energy. Either way, decent trade as it is the Luna. Ton of healing there. Energy trying to commit with the Kraken Impact once more. Finds a ton. Can they get the reset? He does not get the reset, at least not yet.
No, I mean, he keeps diving so deep for velocities, and it's almost worth it, right? Because he's in there creating space, forcing out that Rocket Raccoon healing, and then, oh my goodness, Vest shuts down the rocket, sends him back to the dumpster diving, maybe character that he definitely is. And at the current moment, FlyQuest look like they're going to hold on, and over time, Dark Zero tries to pull back.
Oh, what do you mean? Rocket's not a raccoon. Oh, and that is going to be a pushback out of the portal. And that is a hold. But either way, again, like you're saying, a little bit of a overzealous play there from the side of Fly that cost them a point. But now they are going to be on the offense. Can they push through? We'll find out shortly.
Yes, we talk about like the Shrieks phase of the game, especially against like in the current patch, I guess, and with Bucky. it is just hard versus on defense because of how much damage output that guy provides. And, you know, like, yeah, if you get held 3, 4, 5 times in a row, like, we're starting to see a pattern there, right? Like, it's not necessarily insanely hot of a take to say that, okay, this team is not going to cap out the map if that happens, right? Like, you are being shoved into your spawn door. That is the equivalent of being embarrassed, basically, in this game. And now for Team Dark Zero, how can they play this on defense, right? They got it pretty far. Like, honestly, that's still pretty solid of a time to make it to, or sorry, distance to make it to. And look at the stats, right? Madara was popping off on Magneto. We know Vanguard players can do a little bit more damage on defense too. So this could definitely bode well for Dark Zero on their hold, right? If they change it up a little bit, maybe, you know, just win a couple of those crucial fights, that'd be huge. Because FlyQuest also, we're trying to play a comp that's sort of bunkering, right? Anchoring down together. They're going to have to mix it up on their offense too. It looks like they're going to change it up, go off Bucky, go to Phoenix, maybe something that's a little bit more proactive with setting up plays.
Yeah, I do agree, and you can kind of see that in the different take here they have on that back line. It's, you know, you're using Rocket for the main line heals at the moment. You're going to go for plays here with Amazing and Korova on that Ultron Jeff. It's really about making a dive attempt on that bunker's back line and hoping you get the pick, and then just kind of collapsing from there and making big plays happen. Defense starts, Fly with some good maneuvering. Best is going to find Korova off the rip there, and that is a huge start here for FlyQuest now walking back towards Dark Zero. The res was a little bit too far away, not able to happen there for Dark Zero, and Korova's gonna have to walk back here as fast as possible to get back to these fights. The team is gonna drop back into this bunker zone that we talked about before, and they are still gonna make this happen at the moment, but that will get deleted instantly there on the off angle. Well done by Spark Chief to find that res and shut that down. Vess again onto Smash, Vision onto Impunity, and FlyQuest are already turning this in their favor.
Oof, brutal. I mean, like, we saw Korova go towards the spawn of FlyQuest. He's just, you know, looking to set up his silly Jeff plays, but FlyQuest was having none of that. I mean, they just hunted him down with the whole squad. Vess finds that pick. You know, they did a good job peeling off, like, living, right? Velocity lives on Rocket. They're going to switch things up, though. They're going to Invisible Woman. They're changing up their comp entirely to sort of match FlyQuest now, and I actually don't mind this. They also still get that Emma Frost alongside the Groot, and in the front-to-back style, they should do well. But we've seen Spark Chief do well against this comp, and oh no, Energy finds the opening pick.
Yeah, that's a good start. Again, Energy doing what Energy does, getting that early pick, walking in now with the Rage of Ultron. Vision going to find Korova again onto Amazing, trying to make it a 3-piece as Impunity goes down from Vess, still walking right at the door, and this is that momentum shift that we have talked about 100 times. Dark Zero needs to get out this door, get a pick, and turn things around, because at this point, FlyQuest is going to hold them at this door. And the only way out may be a portal, but you don't want to have to do that here on this point before you even get a chance to fight.
Yeah, this team is damn good, man. Here comes the Meteor M with the Phoenix combination. Boom, connection onto Smash.
Yeah, gets traded right back with Impunity, and that might be the change they needed. Vess falls, and there goes that shield in the front line. Can they walk out? Amazing going to commit the Rage of Ultron. Spark Chief going to hit to the skies here with Venom. Full HP, ready to dive on that back line with Feast of the Abyss. Will come out shortly. Waiting for the right timing, trying to make it both happen. Unfortunately, not able to get through the shield there from the Luna during that Fit of Both Worlds. So that was a good idea. Doesn't manage to work. Korova going to find Zelos. Amazing onto Cooper. And now Dark Zero gets a few picks and are going to hold on in that fight. And that's what they needed to give themselves a chance here. 4 minutes on.
Yeah, they found themselves always constantly coming back to Peel, right? And the composition wasn't really boding well for that, right? They didn't have Invisible Woman, they had Rocket Raccoon, and they didn't have the Vanguards for it to help Madara. Now they switch it up. Now they also put that Groot back on the lobby, and they actually peel off that dive well. So do a good job with this front-to-back style, and honestly, their comp looks pretty solid on this front-to-back gameplay against FlyQuest, who, if they string together a few fights, they would have a good shot on defense.
Yeah, I like this compositional change. Korova is also very good at Invisible Woman, and we are going to see that change. Impunity going to find Cooper early on there. Could have been a product of the slow from the Invisible Boundary. Everybody dropping back as Amazing finds Spark Chief. Again, these trades are good for the side of Dark Zero, who are up in alts, but Vess will be available for alt next fight. You'll have Madara, Impunity, Amazing, and Smash for Dark Zero, though, who, again, they just need to play slow and make sure they don't overcommit. Keep this defense going and try to make sure you at least push it to OT so you have a better chance there on point 3 for the defense, or if not, shut it down here and keep making big plays with individual alts.
Energy trying to look for something right now at the moment. I mean, they got that combination with him and Vess again, but Dark Zero aware of that. Last time they dealt with it well. They've got ultimates to deal with it too in this upcoming fight. Maybe with Amazing, maybe with some other players, but here comes that Sonic Seduction in the back line. And here comes the Meteor M combination, but they break the Unsung Inferno in the sky.
Yeah, that was good focus there. Madara and Psionic does not manage to get anyone walking at the moment on the side of Fly. Cooper holding on to all of Zelos as well. Dance floor is going to match, and they have good focus on Amazing. Kurova, Velocity, oh, they doubled up. Velocity, Kurova, Smash, and Impunity all committing ults. That is a tough look at the moment. Will switch to damage boost, but that is one of those mistakes you cannot be making. Energy, going to find Impunity. They're going to walk now as those ults fall, and Spark Chief with a 3-piece now is walking into point 2. But oh, that is a tough look. There's that overcommitment we were talking about.
Yeah, and I don't want to flame controller players, but in that fight, Smash could have got eliminations if he could headshot. But because he's on a controller, because Amos targets the body, he literally couldn't find those final blows.
It's unfortunate right there. Up in the sky we go. Ensong Inferno comes in heavy. Vision. Zelo's going to find 1 and 2. Keeping eyes on to Madara, who's using that portal as a wall. Very smart play there. Make sure you're doing that with those portals. Use them to cut LOS. Line of sight. Vision. Going to find Madara, though. And now, 3 minutes on to push this not very far. This is looking in FlyQuest's favor. Can Dark Zero shut this down?
I mean, not to harp on that a little bit too much, but that is insane. I've never actually seen that before. Smash is a great player. I didn't realize that was actually a huge limitation for controller players. Usually we'd see a Bucky player headshot, in the group training prison, and maybe you can get eliminations with some good target focus, maybe with the damage increase from headshots. But he literally couldn't, Shib. He couldn't aim there. It was hard.
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't even think there's a ton of, when you're playing controller on PC, I'm not sure there's a ton of aim assist even in the first place. But
True.
Either way, it's tough to get the sticks up there and onto the domes and
they don't touch
walk in.
Oh my goodness. What a round.
Yeah, I can't believe that. That's tough. That's just a sign of mental crumbling right there, unfortunately. Just everybody looking at Venom, the conversation of who's on point, maybe slipping through and walking right through the point there is a tough look.
It was always going to be hard too, because if we look at the third phase, I think the cart didn't make it past that choke under the bridge.
It was very difficult. Either way,
it never favors the defense, and that goes back to FlyQuest's defense. The only time we saw them lose was a mental lapse in their case, Shib. They only lost a fight because Energy went towards the spawn door and people were trying to clutch without him. That is it, right? Throughout the series, that was just start to finish, FlyQuest dominated. And you can maybe change things up in the composition. I would like that out of the ban phase, out of the draft phase. But going up 2 in this series might just be the nail in the coffin, right? We'll have to find out. Dark Zero still have a shot for sure. But now that we're adapting this late, and also that FlyQuest just looked this good, that's the scary part. What are you going to ban? You're going to ban some of Energy's heroes? You're going to ban the Bucky? You're going to ban the Phoenix? Maybe you ban, I don't know. I guess we haven't forced them on Torch. That would not be a bad thing because FlyQuest really haven't played a ton of Torch. But at the current moment, this team just in the front to back style with Spark Chief playing the Venom or Cap, and then Vest kind of anchoring down on that front line and basically anything he wants. This team just looks pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, it's lights out. And again, we talked about the success of Energy. Vest going to get an MVP there, but 13 finals from Vision in the sky with Ultron. And, you do have the double pocket there with Cooper and Zelos going to be on that Invis and Luna, respectively. It's very difficult to take out an Ultron in the sky who has that kind of protection and can just absolutely walk the backline as we're looking at Vision here, getting a few. But 13 finals, 23k damage there on Ultron is obscene. Rye with 24 on Ultron as well, clearly playing well, 6 finals. But again, Vest here, 32 and 3. We saw some of those big Meteor M's. 8 finals, doing what Vest does with those shields.
Yeah, he's the anchor of the squad at the current moment alongside Spark Chief, right? He's the one that sort of hunkers down that objective. And I think you've talked about it, and I believe some other people in the community have talked about how, some of the Vanguards have different roles, right? And how you kind of always want an anchor. In this case, Magneto's sort of in that boat, right, Shib? And then maybe even Emma Frost, these Groot. These are all sort of the anchor tanks, and on the opposite side you have Venom, dive tanks and stuff, right? Who still want to come back. Cap, yep. They want to go for the dive setup plays and stuff. So at the moment, FlyQuest understand their win conditions so well, man. They just play 2 different comps. It's kind of in a similar fashion, right? They're kind of similar trajectory in how they work, right? But they still played it to such a high level, and FlyQuest looked good.
Yeah, again, Fly looking dominant. A little bit of a mistake there on their part. Almost cost them at least a point. But again, on their attack, looking lights out, especially there on point 2. We are going to see what happens on game 3. Will this be our third 3-0 of the day? Find out after this break.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed!
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out.
Welcome back, everyone. FlyQuest being a top seed for a reason, and I love what I'm seeing over there. Dogman, what's going on, brother?
Well, I mean, the one criticism we have of North American casters is we're not biased enough. That's the thing. Over in Europe, every time the casters talk, they're just like, oh my God, it's such a shame that we're only getting 3 teams to Atlanta. Well, listen here, buddy. We get 4 teams to Atlanta. You Europeans, you just got to stay on your side of the pond, okay? Stay crap. Stay over there and lose at the Atlanta land, baby, because it's coming home. No, just kidding, actually. There's actually a lot of, I believe, Mexican players and also Canadian players on so that's not exactly optimal, but they are playing for land, right? That's the most important thing. Both of these teams, Dark Zero and FlyQuest, that's the point. FlyQuest could maybe make it to land right now. They could get North America or the American region at large at land in Atlanta if they were to win right now versus Dark Zero.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. I mean, again, we talk about nerves. I'm sure right now they're feeling confident. Being up 2, it does put you in a different space, right? But again, there's a lot on the line here. Just the opportunity to go there, being in person in front of a crowd in a serious environment with $1 million prize pool is so many huge things to announce at the same time, and to be there live is a whole nother level. So yeah, that's what these teams are looking for, and the dreams will not be cut here for whoever does lose this. Maybe there is a reverse sweep. We could see DZ pull something out of a hat here and show up, but yeah, Fly at the moment 2-0, looking like their odds of going to LAN are very high.
Yeah, they look like they're gonna win, but Dark Zero has a good shot here, and I hope that gets clipped out of context, right? Because we already know Europe is the best, right? Like at the moment, they won the midseason, they have all of the bragging rights, and they look good, right? Now they get one of the best teams in VP making the LAN as the 1 seed. I mean, that's gonna be an exciting region to watch. It does actually suck. There's only 3 slots for Europe, but maybe they can get 4, right? Depending on some external issues that might happen potentially. We'll see. But at the current moment, FlyQuest trying to close on Dark Zero. Dark Zero have to reverse sweep here, Shib. From what we've seen out of Dark Zero, right? What is their biggest strength? I don't know. Like, we've seen them in the past. How do they come back here, Shib? Because, like, the draft phase, is it too late now, right? Is it too late for them to come back?
Yeah, I think we need to see a change in draft 1 for sure. I think we can't rinse repeat the same thing. I just to try to shake something up at this point, it's more not necessarily desperation, but if it is broke, fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right now it's broke. Time to start fixing things a little bit, change some stuff up. We saw their compositional change there even on 2, and they came out and won 2 fights straight. So maybe that's it. Go to something a little more traditional, shake things up a bit, see if that's working out for you. But again, it's a difficult thing where I'm not there in the driver's seat. I'm not there during these scrims. It's very much their decision, and I know this team has what it takes, but they've got to show up now. They need this win to progress forward and keep this series alive. FlyQuest up 2-0 heading into map 3.
And trying to close out, man. I think at the moment, I mean, there's this sort of thing that there's sort of a meme, internal meme for pro players. And I think it's transitioned over to Marvel Rivals players, but I think it's by the head coach of Envy, actually, of Gator. When we would practice on the Atlanta Arena and we would like do well in scrims and stuff, like we would sometimes lose official matches, and then it was like, damn, what happened in that upcoming week? Well, sometimes you can get baited, right? Sometimes by beating bad teams in practice and by beating other teams that are maybe out of the tournament so far in practice, you get sort of confident in your comp and you assume it's good, like the Jeff stuff that we've seen so far. So they probably practiced this Jeff comp a ton, but as Coach Gator would say, maybe they got baited this week, right? Maybe teams that counter Jeff compositions are better, and it's just tough because not many teams are doing it besides FlyQuest, if any. So feeling baited in this case versus FlyQuest if they're committing yet again, and it looks like they are.
Yeah, it does look like the case. Again, double Ultron lock in. No doubt we are going to see the same matchup once more. Stat lines in terms of damage were very similar. Rye actually coming out on top there on the Ultron. Clearly very strong, right? Amazing's hero pool is absolutely crazy. It's a hero ocean. Again, we talk about it. Can ban a hero pool, can't ban a hero ocean. It's definitely one of those players. Goodbye to Torch, though, which again, in terms of duelists, likely still the most banned duelist, but Star-Lord's been taking a place up there, similar to Phoenix. There's a lot of strong duelists as well, but again, Strategist seemingly still taking the mantle of most banned by far.
Oh my god, Shib, they're doing it. Is this the first Bucky ban we've seen in the tournament? I think it...
yeah, I think it actually might be.
Wow. I mean, that's
close. There might be a few, but still, either way, very uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, but also, I don't know, man. I mean, they get the AMER for the first time, I think, this series for FlyQuest. The biggest thing is it's interesting because we're going to Midtown, right? Maybe this sort of changes up the composition a little bit. I wouldn't have personally minded a little bit more focus, maybe towards Energy / Vision's hero pool. Nobody targeting a lot of the Vanguards this time around. You do have that Doctor Strange ban for FlyQuest, making sure that Dark Zero cannot play that hero to make sure they can't, make sure to play the triple, right, in touch quickly. But yes, we have confirmation from Patrick from EFG that this is the first time we get to see that Bucky ban, Shib, like you said.
That is aura right there for Energy. I'll tell you that, if that's going to be the case. So big, and personally, as somebody who plays a lot of Vanguard, I love that ban. You know what I'm saying? I personally think that ban is, although, granted to this level of play, I get it. Not the top of the charts in terms of what you want to ban out, especially with the current meta. But Bucky is a pain, insanely strong. And to me, I'm cool with it, man. If I'm going to try to shake stuff up like we said, that is one way of shaking things up here. But we'll see what the choice is going to be. Again, very much odds are going to be a triple comp for the hold. Spark Chief going to be on the Thor. The Thor mains are rejoicing as the hammer is out and ready to bonk the domes of Dark Zero. Here we go again on the defense.
Yeah, you're right, bonk. In the moment, Spark Chief has been that sort of guy that keeps playing the Thor in these triple compositions. It makes sense. I mean, we heard Kalush talk about it. He does so much damage, Thor does. And definitely is an underrated hero for sure.
And there's a tackle off rip here on the Spark, who does get thrown right back onto the high side. Now, Vest just maintaining point. You talked about anchoring, and Emma does a great job of that around these points. Just play around the point, and you can be a threat to anyone who tries to overextend and press you a bit when you have that grab up and ready to just punt them into the wall. Zelos with a pick there on Impunity, and use Force Physics to keep him right on top of that circle. Smash going to be taking out Spark Chief, though, who is going to be on that Bucky on the side of Dark Zero, finding one to trade it evenly. Spark Chief going to have to come back there on the Thor, unfortunately. Thor main's not loving to see that early pick. Madara going to find Vest, though, and now Numbers back on the side of Dark Zero, who honestly are walking at this point and owning this pressure with those Groot walls.
Yeah, I mean, their biggest thing is the Groot walls, like you said, and then also they're just relying on outward pressure, and boom, there it is, energy falls. FlyQuest maybe relying a little bit more on the Force Physics from Zelos and stuff. In this case, it doesn't work out until Cooper copies Adam Warlock, rises everybody back, and also look at Visions, who just dies or goes down there, but he still has the cocoon and gets brought back by Cooper's res, so he can go for his resurrection wherever he wants.
Yeah, out goes the Psionic Seduction, and Rymazing coming here with Punisher, who does a good job against Triple Get. Oh, no! As Energy finds a two-piece there. Zelos onto Impunity, and we keep seeing these duelists jump onto Magneto and hit huge ults. That was a massive play there by Energy to find two.
Yeah, this series, I think, is securing Energy's position as a top duelist, if not the best duelist in North America. We talk about Speedery, you know, how good he is and how good he was on Magneto. Energy's doing the exact same things that we saw out of Speedery at the current moment.
Yeah, it's tough to run Punisher into a strong Magneto that can keep in. You can see alt pace, right? Both at 37, 42, trying to stay on pace the whole time, ready to counter that Punisher alt every time Final Judgment gets dunked on. Spark Chief comes finds Rymazing, and oh man, cannot catch a break. Vision onto Velocity. FlyQuest with any comp are just looking clean right now. Dark Zero got to keep this moving forward, but now again, there's a guaranteed Meteor M to stop that Final Judgment from Rymazing. Just to, you know, the problem again is you want that bubble there to have some sort of solution or a shield, but there's no real duelist to help, or excuse me, Vanguard to help from Dark Zero.
And Energy just ate that ult. He just ate the Impunity ult right there on the main side. So rest in peace, that Groot ultimate. And look whose ults are up now. Cooper also with the res, knowing his team goes down, reses them back. This is the second time he's been able to do that, by the way. Smash now gets the resets, though. We've seen Bucky's go huge, but how many eliminations he's going to have to get back to back to back to back, Shiv? He's going to have to go harder than Terra ever has.
And 1-2 goes down. He's going to have to drop back to the team as Meteor M goes up and still finds Smash. And that was crazy prediction right there, understanding when that was going to come out. But now you will not have an answer here for the Final Judgment coming out for Rymazing, who's very low in HP at the moment of the back line, waiting to be healed up. Kurova going to have to drop back, but Spark Chief going to find that pick as well. And again, some big Thor play here by Spark, who's playing hyper aggro here with the bubble. Going to look for more on the back line. Vess finds Velocity now, and wow. FlyQuest again on this hold. 30 seconds on. Dark Zero's got to step it up here and make a big play. But again, two ults up here for FlyQuest. Vision is holding on and ready for another Karmic Revival, bringing everyone back in the fight if anyone goes down here.
Yeah, Cooper's close to another one. And it's funny because, yeah, Vision is the Adam Warlock player, and he hasn't even been able to use the Karmic Revival because Cooper's building his ult so fast. This is the third one he's going to build, the copy, that is. But we might as well just assume the Loki is the Adam Warlock. 1-to-1. Spark Chief in the sky, too. Comes down with the hammer.
Yeah, and that bubble does come through as Impunity makes that change there. Cooper going to find Madara. Vess on a Rymazing. Vess on a Kurova. Vision on a Velocity. And that is now in the danger zone. OT ticking down. Will Dark Zero be able to get there? Rymazing is now going to be on the Spider. Just touch point. Holding on for as long as possible. Juking around the point, but not for long. And they will be held just meters outside of the spawn door.
Ooh, I mean, this team looks so good, FlyQuest does right now. I mean, it's a good meta for them, first of all. Ban phases are going well for them. The draft phase has been perfect, basically. I mean, they keep getting this Jeff ban, and they don't even really care about that. I know Vision's a good Jeff, too. But this is a really good patch for them at the current moment. I mean, FlyQuest has been able to play front-to-back style. They're also sort of able to play like a pseudo dive. We saw Dark Zero commit hard to dive. Same thing with Sentinels. But at the moment, I mean, this maybe also bodes well for 100 Thieves later today, which is the next series we watch, because, I mean, this front-to-back style, even though, you know, they're doing it with triple strategists a lot of the times for FlyQuest, it looks like they're very good at it. And the current I don't think there's much you can really say for Dark Zero that's like overly negative, I guess. It's just that more so that FlyQuest just looks so good.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think they're just playing lights out right now. It's just, if there are mistakes, they are being turned around with something like a revival and bringing everyone right back. The double revival there with that triple comp, and hyper aggro Thor with a consistent bubble there from Energy was wild to witness. A couple picks there in the ultimate, playing just all over the back line, not allowing Raimazing to move forward there on the Punisher. You know, forced to switch over to the Magneto to get bubble just to try to hold on a little bit on the point. I mean, they looked just dominant, and FlyQuest is looking like the chances of going to Atlanta are pretty much through the roof. But Dark Zero does have what it takes in terms of skill. Can they make it happen now, as already you got to think they're working their way to already a fourth of the way in terms of distance they need to get.
And the tough part is for FlyQuest, I mean, or at least for Dark Zero, they're going to be against so much damage. We actually saw comps like this work out for Rad earlier, where they had sort of like you know, hardcore Moon Knight compositions, and FlyQuest are one of the better teams at playing this slow front to back style. We'll see if Dark Zero can handle it.
Yeah, and this is more traditional in terms of how to go against the triple. We talked about this yesterday, where you do have that damage boost with somebody that's strong on Moon Knight. Energy, again, talking about a hero, Ocean, now is on the Moon Knight making big plays. Vision gonna find a two-piece there. Energy walking forward like a vanguard, owning the space, and at this point, it's likely ticking down. I don't think the portal could come through. FlyQuest lights out here in this series, 3-0.
And that qualifies them for Atlanta. FlyQuest get over the curse of stage 1, make it into stage 2, and, you know, passes with flying colors across the board. It's funny how Moon Knight mains, I think a lot of them, you know, compete for speed running, you know, world record. Maybe Energy in that case, it was below 30 seconds. I didn't get the exact number, but he built that thing up so fast. And I know people keep clipping that, right? It's always like, oh my God, this Moon Knight built all so quickly, right? But that's that's what the character does, right? So that's the entire point, and Energy does it pretty well. Whole squad played well today's shift. Not much to say about it besides FlyQuest are going to land. And if they, you know what, the meta could change, right? That could change up the dynamic of things, but at the current moment, they look like the best team in North America, and, you know, they're going to have a chance to prove it at Atlanta.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Currently looking like the best team in the Americas region, and I know teams want to take that mantle from them, but Atlanta is calling. FlyQuest is going to the grand finals. I cannot imagine the hype right now in that room as they are together. I'm sure everybody dapping each other up, getting up. I know even you and I in midseason were so stoked to be there. I'm sure they are going to be amped themselves. Congratulations to FlyQuest. Honestly, very well deserved in that series.
Yeah, this team is scary. We'll have to see who wins in the next series between 100 Thieves and Team Envy, because, I mean, Envy, I'm not going to say they got smoked by FlyQuest earlier, but it was still pretty handedly in favor of FlyQuest, right? Like, taking a look at that series, it was pretty much all FlyQuest, right? And, you know, it's the borderline, like things like the hero pool and stuff, right? Vision's been perfect on basically all of these off strategists. But Energy was sort of this mainstay for today. He definitely deserves, I think, an overall day MVP. He just had a whole, he closed it out for them, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Just consistent top work in terms of finals and damage. Granted, not a ton of finals in that match. It was a very short one. It's actually the second time we've seen Midtown be incredibly short here today, and they close that out in just minutes. They're holding on, shutting it down before they can even get to the bridge, and portal plays even happening, and then walking right through after one fight. So again, really well played. Shows just a dominant force of a team, and they are looking like a team that could handle these big teams coming up here in the Worlds.
Yeah, we're entering a phase of Marvel Rivals where it's like, I don't know if we're going to see too much more cheese sort of come out, right? Like, it feels like the team's stage 1 ship, like when they played like the Black Panther stuff, we saw FlyQuest lose to that, right? We saw Self for Team Odyssey pop the heck off back then. Nowadays, I don't know if that's really happening, right? People can target ban, it feels like, and we're not seeing as much of that Black Panther stuff anymore. We're just seeing pure dominance from these teams that, or at least for FlyQuest's sake, don't make any mistakes.
And that's the beauty of potentially seeing some new patches coming up here as we head to the next tournament, and seeing new metas develop and weird strategies come into play that maybe are meta or are just so surprising teams do not know how to handle it. But we are heading into the interview here shortly. We'll wait for that to pop up on screen, but congratulations to whoever we have joining us. Welcome in, buddy. How you doing today?
Hello.
How you feeling?
You guys as a team. You guys got to be
feeling good
right now, no?
Yeah. We're so excited. We just jumped around. We hugged each other. We're good. It was a good win. It was not that bad. We're happy.
I bet. Well, and expectations are kind of getting higher for you. Like, you guys all look freaking like dead from now. Like, I'm like looking across the board. I see Dill back there. What's up, legit? You guys are looking very serious at the current moment, because the expectations are rising for you guys. I mean, I imagine in practice it's kind of the same thing. Probably not losing too much in scrims. I don't know. What can you talk about it for you guys? And for you too, Visions, going from a team like Shroud now going over to FlyQuest and being a part of such a good team, what does that mean for somebody like you to finally be able to prove your talent?
I mean, it means everything to me. I've always wanted to be this dominant in this game and achieve the things I'm doing now. And, I'm nothing but more proud for me and my team. What we're doing in scrims and what we're doing in matches, like, we're just dominating everything right now. Everybody knows we're the scrim team. We're cashing the scrim bucks is what we like to call it. We're winning. we're very happy. We're very proud.
You know what? I'm sure the Americas region are proud of y'all as well. Obviously, a huge run there on the lower side bracket in stage 1, and unfortunately not making it to the midseason. But now, just absolute dominant performance heading to Worlds, boys, is super exciting. But I've got to ask you, you're headed to Atlanta. Have you looked at the competition at all? Who you may be playing, or is that something you're holding off on? And if there are competition you're worried about, who are they?
If anything, right now, probably Virtus Pro. They're the dominant EU team. They just won that tournament. They're good friends of ours too, though. But I mean, that's like the only team we are too concerned about. We're not really that concerned, but they're a very good team. We go neck and neck in scrims. It's always good. But yeah, it's the only one.
Awesome.
Yeah, that'll be exciting to see. And, well, I guess because we probably don't have too much time left, Visions, for you guys, and you guys want to get ready for, obviously, your next match tomorrow. Does anyone back there want to say anything? It looks like everyone's just aura farming, dude. Like, they're just all staring forward. Like,
Anybody want to say anything? Or no?
Does anybody? There you go. There you go.
They're just happy. They're happy to be here. They're happy.
They broke. They finally broke. That's hilarious.
Legit says
Visions,
hi.
Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, it's good to see you.
What's going on?
Vision, do you want to say anything, by the way, real quick? Any shout-outs, anything? Obviously, you guys look very happy back there. But you guys have, it's still, job's not done, I imagine, for you. But anything you want to shout out or say for your squad or you yourself?
I'd like to shout out my team, especially shout out to my mom, my dad, my whole family supporting me in this journey. And shout out to all my past teammates for helping me grow as a player. That's about it.
Awesome. Well, congrats again, guys. You've got to be excited. I'm sure everybody's looking forward to seeing how you perform there in Worlds live in person. So again, congrats. What a dominant performance today. It looked lights out, and you guys are still locked in. I've never seen a team stay so locked consistently. That is awesome to see. So have some fun, man. Relax. I'm sure you guys are going to have eyes on to the next match coming up here, and we look forward to watching.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vision. Thanks, squad from FlyQuest. It's so funny.
So locked in, dude.
I can't.
Ready for it.
I can't, dude. I can't. That's great. That's how you know the vibes are solid over there, right? If everybody is not making a crack and making a face. Let's take a look back at the bracket, though, Shib. And this team qualifies for Atlanta, but they're not done yet. They want that 70K in the bank. They have to make it to that grand finals of stage 2 before they make it to grand finals at Atlanta.
Yeah, and we will be seeing who is going to go up against them with Envy and 100 Thieves coming up next. Then we'll find out who's going to be going against Nemesis side bracket after that game. But Dark Zero and Sentinels are going to be meeting once again, and to see who can come out on top. That is another one of those battles that we've seen in the past. Looking forward to watching that one. A ton of banger series coming up here.
Oh my goodness, that should be a fun one. Envy and 100 Thieves, right? We've seen this matchup time and time again, right? But just a real quick note on the last one. I mean, for Vision 2, awesome to see him in the interview. Shib, this guy has pretty much a ton of behind the scenes of people that are supporting him and just like the guy, right? Like, I don't think I've heard a negative thing about Visions, even from ex-teammates, and only pretty much positive things to say about him from people.
Yeah, I mean, someone that shouts out mom and dad at the end, you got to love that. Wholesome. You know what I mean? Somebody who's just appreciative to be in the position that they're in. And I obviously love to see that as well. And again, you talked about the team took home the victory, dapped each other up, got it out of their system, and then locked right back in, ready to look forward to the next match. That is something that I definitely can appreciate. So congrats to them. And Dark Zero, I know it's not over for y'all yet. We will be seeing you guys again coming up here, I believe, tomorrow on the lower side bracket, trying to press forward. A team that also has what it takes. Unfortunately, just could not get through the brick wall that is FlyQuest.
Yeah, that team's going to have to figure it out, right? I mean, the biggest thing for Team Dark Zero is they're borderline, right? They're almost there, right? But in that series versus FlyQuest, that kind of did show that there are tiers right now. Right now, there's a bit of a break between the two teams. And speaking about break between two teams, we have another series coming up, Envy and 100 Thieves, after this break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Welcome back as we officially make it to the land coming up here for the finals. But we've got another insane series coming up here for you as we move over to 100 Thieves versus Envy. This is going to be a storied one, brother. We've seen it before. But what are you thinking about this matchup?
It should be a good one, right? I mean, that's the only thing on my mind right now. I'm sure that's the only thing on everybody's mind watching. We get to see 100 Thieves versus Envy again, man. It's going to be a fun one for sure, no matter how it goes. So, yeah, we're just super pumped, super excited.
Yeah, another matchup. I mean, now that we're this late into the bracket, and I feel like I keep saying it, just so much talent on these rosters. you look at the top of the leaderboards, and even sometimes those who don't even need to go to the leaderboards because they're just too busy scrimming. There's such high levels of talent across the boards here as we now look over to Envy's roster, a roster that I'm sure many of you know and love, a team that made it to mid-season and performed, getting all the way to second and pushing it to game 6 in the finals, almost all the way. As you see, Speedery, Tap, Kaluj, Window, Nero in month. Tap has been rotating in and out with Cal. We had that discussion with Tap on interview, and it's essentially just however the team's feeling in the moment. But Tap has looked very good across the board on virtually every duelist, and we've seen him even on the strategist roles. This team, again, very versatile and can fill any role if need be.
So the thing right now moving forward is that this team is the team we talked about, Chib. Team Envy was as the best team in the world, at least the best team in North America, right? I mean, they won multiple times versus Rad, except faltering in that grand finals. It was between them and Rad. And now coming back to the States, there seems to be a new king, right? It seems to be FlyQuest in the group stages to beat them. Now, they have to do in the playoffs, right? They have to beat them later on, potentially. But, they still have 100 Thieves ahead of them. And this is a game where you could really make a coming out party for Envy yet again to show that, you're one of the best teams. If you were to beat 100 Thieves in a dominant fashion, that's huge. For Envy, they also are one of those teams that doesn't make a ton of mistakes, but they rely kind of heavily on Speedery. It seems like sometimes their backline can be a bit, unfocused, right? Sometimes they'll lose month for free in a near ult, or vice versa. I think that maybe the pace of play is a bit too fast for a month sometimes, or there's some sort of communication breakdown. Basically, that's the only thing holding Envy back right now, is I think their comms, and figuring that out right now. And this is a series where they can do that.
And in the past, I think the major thing that you and I had a conversation is just the struggle in terms of their banning phase. Sometimes they keep it more samey across the board, even if they're struggling. And, it may be worth trying to change it up a bit. Granted, again, it's the conversation of how they're feeling as a team and what they're comfortable going into. And it's very much focused on specific teams they're playing against and strengths of those specific teams. So it's super, you can go into the weeds on this stuff forever. But again, that's always been something that you and I both have said we weren't sure about some of the bans that they have made in the past. And I think that is something that also could be worked on. But yeah, again, 100 Thieves, another team that is storied, a ton of recognizable names also at that midseason Worlds. 2 of the teams that were representing us as the Americas region. As we look over at their roster, Terra, Delena, TTK, Vinny, Harvey, and Millennia. Got to talk to Vinny yesterday, and we've said the same old song and dance of they always seem to struggle on map 1, just kind of get waxed in map 1, and then Bruce Banner turns to the Hulk and they just kick it up and start dominating the next few maps and take home the win, as they are now potentially moving forward to the finals here of the upper side bracket.
You can never underestimate the squad, and this is a solid meta for them, right? In terms of the patch, they get to play a lot of Groot, they play around Vinny, TDK gets to play his Mag, he gets to play the Emma, he gets to really do whatever. The only thing that they really kind of maybe lack sometimes is that Venom cap dive stuff, but they can still play that too with Vinny, and he actually looked really good the other day. He had his best performance on Captain America too, so at the current moment, like you said, this is a good patch, I think, for 100 Thieves, and if they could win today, I think this team is definitely going to be scary moving forward in Atlanta, because you can never underestimate 100 Thieves. They've always overperformed, I think, what a lot of people's expectations were. And, that's with the back line pulling in, doing the switch up with Millennia going over to Star-Lord yesterday, Delena going over to Luna Snow. Like, they did some crazy things. And, speaking of representing North America at LAN, they have Harvey, who is a Britishman. So he's kind of a right. It's kind of interesting that he's a part of a squad like 100 Thieves. But this team, I think you can never underestimate them, Shib, and we know that. Even though I'm sure a lot of people are predicting Envy, 100 Thieves, I think definitely have a puncher's chance to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have the talent. I mean, just speaking of Terra, pulling out Terra from 100 Thieves yesterday, yeah. 3 straight MVPs in a row, finding 3 MVPs, 3 big games, and popping off on, I believe, even different heroes. We saw the Torch, we saw Bucky, we've seen Phoenix, and we are going to be looking here at what we consider one of the biggest conversations in terms of the Torch conversation. We talk about, Speedery in the conversation for one of the best flyers in the game, but, Terra has been looking disgusting on that Human Torch as well. Will we see that matchup today? Will we see the battles in the sky? I'm not 100% sure, but we definitely could.
Definitely could, for sure. I mean, we have America versus Canada because Terra is Canadian. So who's the best Torch? Is it going to be a Canadian or an American? That's going to be an interesting choice for a lot of people. But really, it is an important matchup, right? Because, we could see bans come through with the Torch. I think some series we didn't really see that, for example. We did see it sometimes with the last one. But, comparing, like we said, for FlyQuest, I think their only weakness is we haven't really seen them play a ton of Torch. I know Energy could play it. Visions probably can too, especially especially on the Flyers. But yeah, I mean, conversation-wise, 100 Thieves and Envy. You could also say Dark Zero with Rymazing, Melophobia 2 on Nemesis. Like, these teams are really good at playing Torch, and it'll be an exciting matchup if they can even play it, because I wouldn't be surprised in the ban phase if both teams prioritize it.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, we've seen in the these teams really do, especially on the Envy side, really do value that triple composition, and they're really strong on that triple strategist line. 100 Thieves in past interviews have said they're working on that. They want to be strong on that triple strat line, at least for the moment, and making it this far with having that in mind is incredible. Is just a huge feat in and of itself. But we're going to dive right into the ban phase now. Celestial Husk domination.
Heading in domination, we get that Ultron ban out first, and getting rid of the Doctor Strange. That's been a wrinkle in the fold of a lot of these squads on domination and on Convoy, right? With those spawn traps that come through with triple compositions. Emma Frost protect for 100 Thieves side. They want to make sure they get that hero. But a big thing, like you mentioned, Shib, that I want to bring back up is 100 Thieves, yeah, prioritizing that Human Torch, right? Getting better at that comp. And it wasn't even that Taro was bad at Torch. He was insane at Torch. It's just sometimes you play around certain heroes differently, right? It's not always, if you have a bad performance as a team, it's not always on one player. It's always a combination of things, which you brought up earlier when we were on Central Park.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And a call out here to make is TTK yesterday. The amount of huge Eye of Agamottos that we saw was obscene. So TTK, not only is that Strange going to be banned out there just to shut down that portal back strategy, which is something I'm liking here from the side of Envy, doing a little more unique stuff. And I think that's a pretty good change up there. It does kind of limit what you can do here on Dom. But again, it's not only for that. TTK was just disgusting on the Strange, but now giving that Emma to TTK, I think Kaluj is going to try to want to match that there, and we'll see that Emma battle coming up against two insanely strong Emmas. That could be fun to watch, but like you had guessed, or you and I had maybe assumed, goodbye to the double Torch side.
Yep, goodbye to double Torch, and this is I think 100 Thieves actually are playing the ban phase quite well. It's always about the draft phase, right? It's not always about it. You have to play well in the match, but you know, they're conceding the Mantis to Envy because of what we saw, right? You know, some teams banning out the Envy or the Mantis, leaving Ultron available. They don't want to do that because we know how Envy loves to play around Speedery on that Ultron. We know how good he can be. Meanwhile, Kaluj gets his Emma Frost, so we get that matchup instead, Shib. Those Emma Frost v Emma Frost matchups are going to be on our way.
Yeah, again, that'll be a fun one to witness. You know, we talk a lot about duelist matchups and stuff along those lines, but again, in terms of Emma, who is an incredibly strong Vanguard right now, the names CTK and Kaluj are always up there at the top for that conversation. So that will be a fun matchup to witness. See our final lock here for 100 Thieves and the final ban coming up after that from Envy. Curious to see what that may be. Maybe some strategists here to buy a little more space in the back line. We'll find out shortly.
You know, we'll see what the protection is at the very end. The Jeff ban, I mean, it makes sense for Envy and what they do. Phoenix Protect, that is quite interesting. What does Envy want to do on the opposite side? That'll be an interesting choice for them because, yeah, I mean, like for the Jeff comp, we saw it get countered in the previous series, so sometimes you can let it through, but you have to be good at countering it. Meanwhile, Group Ban comes out. Getting rid of Vinny on that hero makes sense for Envy, too.
Yeah, I think it does Groot does a pretty good job. Phoenix can be pretty strong. Just kind of a free fall down there for Phoenix. And again, the conversation about coming up patches, Phoenix going to be very different. Obviously really strong in terms of just the kit in general, but will not have that melee animation cancel tech, which has just been insanely powerful at this level of play, making Phoenix one of the strongest, if not the strongest, brawl heroes in the game during a strategy assault or during a window that is available. So that will be changed up. We'll see that maybe shake up the meta again. There's so many conversations of how the meta will be different. And we'll be seeing more Phoenix, which I think has been a popular choice, or excuse me, more Hela, which has been a popular choice over the last set of Ignite Stage 1. So we might see that coming around again as we progress further. But going into Domination Map 1 here, let's see how the tone is set in this first fight.
You mentioned, I mean, the tone needs to be set right off the rip. Sometimes teams will try to take advantage of portal plays like we saw against the 100 Thieves yesterday. Didn't work out at the end of it, though, right? Sometimes those Shees plays going for portals from Rad, right? That could be interesting and unique, but 100 Thieves, they should be ready, right? They've been thrown into the fire and have come out many a times alive, and right now they're going to stick with this composition alongside a Loki yet again for Harvey. Back onto one of his classic heroes to make sure this backline is nice and healthy. Meanwhile, for Envy, they're going to be going on that Luna Snow opposite side.
Yeah, I think Today, there was a conversation with Vicky and Cozy about how, you've seen a little more of Loki come back into the fold. Loki, a little bit of a, nerf there in terms of raw damage and healing output with those clones, but the crystal is just such a good cooldown, and you can still farm alt incredibly quickly, and I think you mentioned it today as well. It's still very strong, although maybe not as much in the front of the meta, can absolutely be played and has huge impact into certain compositions. Into the back line now, Vinny trying to make a play here, just putting some damage out into Kalush, building that alt as quick as possible. You can see the cam in the background there as Vinny having eyes on just going to dance around the point. This is another one of those maps here where Venom can play really well, just due to the nature of being able to use that structure in the center to buy more time, but very low HP, 300, still able to hold on. Thought was going to get tackled there, but does not come through. Still with a ton of HP, pressing them into the back corner, and 100 Thieves have point, 3% on.
Yeah, they're trying to build ults right now, Envy is, but they have to come back through. They layer them. Oh no, Nero and Month over copy ults.
You can't be doing that, and that's the power of having an alt like Terra off rip, where they maybe didn't have that conversation yet about who was going first, and that is a huge misstep there for Envy. 100 Thieves now with a big advantage. TTK gonna launch that Psionic, doesn't get a few moving. Delena in the sky. Kalush gonna find Harvey, though, get the first pick even after those strategies. Alt, and Harvey did have alt, so although that layering did happen from Envy, it doesn't really matter because there is no answer here for 100 Thieves either at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Envy through sheer willpower coming back into this fight, and Harvey getting picked off. It's tough because, I mean, that ult builds slower now, and there's that sort of slowly get changed from the Loki nerfs in the last patch, right? And in that fight, I mean, early on, Harvey, the cooldown coming into fruition too, Chib. I mean, you saw they had to use it, the regenerative domain, to save Vinny in that fight, and unfortunately didn't have him for himself. He couldn't pull away, teleport. Nice job by Envy to come through in a tough situation. That's where this team shines the most. Envy, one of the most mechanically skilled teams in the world, right? Can they figure it out from a macro perspective? It looks like they didn't need to in the last fight.
I think the play here now is to try to get a copy relatively early and try to make a play before anything cycles back around. Potentially, Crystals go out as Terra finds Speedery early, try to get the point back. 40% here for Envy, 28 on the side of 100 Thieves, and there's that copy like I had mentioned. Soul Resurgent going to be popped here shortly as they are playing aggro now. Kalush on point, just brawling with everyone. Millennia going to find a pick out of Tap there in the back line. Is Tap going to be on that Mantis? Terra going to find one with a reset. Will we see two? Not able to get there, but they do have control of points. 60% roughly for Envy, 30%, about halfway for 100 Thieves, who have a slight ult advantage in this next fight, but you'll see Nero, Month, Tap, Speedery, and Window getting all. Speedery going to be towards the end of the fight in this next fight, where you'll see Delena, Vinny, TTK, and Millennia with all from 100 Thieves. It's all about who gets more value off rip, and can they make a big play before the dance floors and the healing begins.
Envy gonna have at least some shredded results over the fact that 100 Thieves just used Harvey's in the previous fight. Still a good fight win for 100 Thieves. Let's see if they can maybe force another mistake out of Envy. But their damage output has been crazy. Here comes that Venom in the back line, forcing out the regenerative domain.
Yeah, the combination there to try to use Tendrils to get the backline pick. Unfortunately, not able to make it happen. Good disperse there from the backline to make sure they do not fall to both. Speedery taking that space back and punishing Vinny for the extend there, but still Vinny holding on with full HP. The team now just stalling, 72, 73%. TTK now going to try to find a few here with the Psionic. Forces out an ultimate onto the backline of Tap, who uses that Resurgence to keep them on point. Speedery and Month ready to counteract. Terra with the Kraken impact can come any moment. Just waiting now until there's a window, seeing if they can make a play. If he can make a play here, finds the window, onto Window, but no, Harvey is going to drop back, or excuse me, Window's going to find that pick onto Terra and Harvey. Speedery onto Delena, Millennia falls, and Envy are committing a few ultimates, holding out of Speedery's, and 100 Thieves do not have much answer, and they do not have a portal back.
Yeah, that was a hard fight to win, I think, for 100 Thieves there, just based on ultimate charge and based on the fact that Envy are so good around playing around Month, right? In that fight, it was clean, right? We saw Nero pop his ult first, Tap to follow, then Month last. That's because they want to slowly work themselves towards that point to make sure the invisible boundary is securing that objective, and they can, save their Venom, who goes aggressive, right? 100 Thieves tried to find something onto Window, but just couldn't. Now the suckling fight, they have an edge, but Harvey needs to build that copy up immediately, or they need to find a pick off with maybe Vinny, / he needs to live.
Terra finds Tap early. There is no way back there. Numbers up now for 100 Thieves, but they will have portal opportunity if need be. Terra going to find Kalush, too. That's a two-piece now. Delena putting a ton of damage out towards the back line. Going to keep the team healthy in the front. Nero holding on barely in the back line into the face of a Venom from Vinny, who is at ult now. What a shot there by Delena on the Window with the fall down, and the portal comes through. Can they hold on? 100 Thieves want this win to set the tone. 99-99 in OT we go. Speedery still has that end song. Vinny goes on it with a feast. Out Out goes a few as we see everyone pressing Q. Terra goes up, Ensong goes up, but who gets value? No one just yet. Everything is being used. It's all about the first pick. Window takes out Millennia. There is that first pick, and that is a huge psionic. A few walking. Terra gonna find Month. Forced backwards now. 100 Thieves is owning this position. OT is now in danger. Somebody on point holding and stalling, but there will be no portal back. Tap balls. Delena with that pick there. TTK now gonna find one onto Window. Vinny gonna clean that up, and that should do it. What a play here by 100 Thieves.
Yep, huge fight there. I think was that TTK's window or wall on Emma that blocked off the healing from the Luna Snow dance floor at the Fate of the Worlds. It might have been, but regardless, they found Month before he built ult, right? That was the big thing. Prioritization for 100 Thieves onto the backline, onto Month is going to be key moving forward, right? He only went down once in that fight, or once in that entire map, and they lose, by the way. So that's kind of crazy, that fact. But right now, I think that Delena's playing super well, and that Ultron, you could see just in terms of raw damage output alongside having the perfectly timed Ultron's rages to follow through. And it's like you said, Terra on Bucky, and honestly, there's not really many people who would match him. Speedery maybe can on Bucky and stuff, but like it's not exactly the best patch for them to be playing the Bucky, because Speedery feels pretty good about that Phoenix, and we've seen maybe Bucky's actually overtaking Phoenix towards the end of this patch.
Yeah, again, nowhere near as banned in terms of target bans, but yeah, has seen a big presence, and a good call there on the Emma. Yeah, I didn't have eyes on it, but Emma Shield can absolutely block that LOS from the heals on Luna, so you can get that focused pick, and that is a good call out to make for those maybe who did not know that and want to take that into ladder in the future. Now, Window going to be holding here on the high side again with ult advantage, just slightly, as Month will be there. Ult's going to be ready for Vinny Delena very shortly. Terra holding on to the Kraken Impact too, and again, 100 Thieves just slightly up in terms of ult composition, but nothing major in terms of a strat line healing ultimate like Month has available at the moment.
Here comes that aggressive Ultron's Rage from Delena in the sky. Both backlines are going to be dealing with Venoms. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, Window falls so low, goes down.
Yeah, actually didn't land with anyone but clones there, so wasn't able to get that overhealth, or if it was there, it got burned immediately, because I never saw that HP get grow there at all, so apparently didn't have any luck with that, but a good idea. Still going to hold on to point here. 100 Thieves are going to commit now with Vinny doing the same, and that one doesn't seem to get too much value, just pulls out some cooldowns. Ensong Inferno from Speedery is going to take out two, and that should give them enough of a presence here to own this point. We'll find out shortly if that comes through.
A nice job from Speedery, really showing the power of Phoenix alongside the power of Invisible Woman. I mean, that was set up by Month. Had a 4-person force physics, basically, which is kind of crazy. That might be the most people we've seen actually pulled in one go. But that's going to happen to 100 Thieves, right? They are a front-to-back style team, Shiv. Like, we know 100 Thieves love to just play together as a cohesive unit and just deathball, right? Whether they deal with that Venom in the backline from Window, whoever it may be, regardless. Because of that Venom pick, it didn't even result in a point flip for 100 Thieves. Envy set themselves up in a good spot, and also they're in a pretty good spot back with Nero towards this main side.
We will proceed again. Ults up, roughly even now in these fights as everyone is getting close, but that neutral pick there from Vinny prior to anything is massive here from the side of 100 Thieves. Vinny been playing very well these last few days. Speedery going to be taking out Harvey in the back line. Good focus there by the Phoenix to try to even the odds a bit. We're trading a strategist for a Vanguard at the moment. TTK going to bring out the Psionic. Does that get one? It does on a Kaluge, but that will not be enough through the dance floor there. Countered by Nero. The team still trying to own this space, but Envy up at 50%. Vinny going in towards the back line, forces out some cooldowns again. Is at 1500 HP right now. Is wild here for the Venom. Still maintaining that positioning and adding a ton of presence in the back line, but still not enough. Harvey going to copy up, force out the boundary, and just stay on point there. Window holding on to ult as well as Month brings out another boundary.
Yeah, right now they're Envy leaving Window on an island, and it's kind of working, right? Because if you lose one person, if you lose the Venom, he can come back quickly. Meanwhile, Feast of Abyss committed by Window just to stall it out. He's going to go down, but he's going to be able to come back quickly. So Envy, if they build up a straddle here or something, that'd be huge, but they are slowly losing. Usually Speedery can find a pick here, but not against Ultron's Rage, who's just diving into your backline.
Yeah, they do get point, but folks, 90% roughly here for Envy. That is more than enough on their first point take. That's exactly what you're looking for. Granted, alts, even still, yeah, actually, alts are very close on either side. Speedery will have alt. You'll see Kaluj with alt in this next fight. Tap will likely get there, but on 100 Thieves, Vinny, Terra, TTK, and maybe Millennia towards the end of that fight, or definitely will towards the end of that fight unless gets picked early, will have alts as well. So roughly even, still coming out with 90% is a big win there for Envy. They've got to keep this momentum. Let's see what happens as there is a change in composition here as Window now is on the group.
And now they want to switch to that front-to-back style. Window not enjoying being the target of 100 Thieves, but this time he doesn't even get a choice. He gets pulled in by Terra early on. Regardless, they walk up, they get that team up as well. But here comes that Sonic seduction from both AMER Frost, in fact, where they both sort of negate each other.
Window gonna find Vinny early on. Envy now up by 1 in numbers. Millennia gonna pop that resurgence, keeping the team healthy. The dance floor is mashed right back by Nero. Month gonna be close there, as you had discussed, always seemingly second to just use it as a way of maintaining point pressure and having that advantage in every fight. Vinny finding huge feast at 1800 there as Terra picks off Speedery through that mix. What a play there by Vinny with a ton of damage and a ton of overhealth. And follow-up as Envy now is losing their lead. Good pull there by Terra, who is finding a strong damage, but Kaluj gonna get that pick onto TTK with the Emma battle. Window onto Terra now, and Envy likely will be taking point. Window with a huge ult towards the back line is gonna find a two-piece onto Zelena and Harvey, and they will get this point back at 90%, but will that oh, they can't portal in. There is no portal play, so they gotta come back as fast as possible.
Good point. I mean, let's see. 5% away. Who's going to touch him? It's going to be Vinny, right? You have Delena on Wolverine, though, and you know it's getting real dicey when you see that. Overtime ticks down. It's the Venom touch, but gets grabbed and dunked on. Overtime spawns also make Vinny's spawn timer a little bit longer, so they're going to be lacking him in this fight and going to rely heavily off of Terra and Delena.
Yeah, and this is that panic moment now where you're forced being down in numbers for the touch, and that was a really strong grab there by Collusion. Insane focus to be able to burn down Venom prior to that animation even finishing, so you do not have the chance to use that E on Venom to stay healthy. Window gonna find Delena now. Delena actually was the one on that Wolverine there, surprisingly, as Terra's maintaining that presence on Bucky. Does have that Kraken impact. Millennia gonna pop out Soul Resurgent. TTK finds Collusion, though, trying to turn the numbers, and there is a chance now that this fight will continue as 100 Thieves get that pick, and numbers are now in their favor after all of that with the comeback speed from Vinny on that Venom, who has ult again. Harvey going to be breaking a ton, or excuse me, Speedery breaking a ton of Harvey's clones there. Going to drop back with the team, but very low in HP. Window with a huge ult there from Tap to keep Window healthy, and out goes the group hug, and that still is not able to get much value as Harvey copies up. Tap, though, going to find Delena. The portal out in the back line from Kaluj, and it is still a trade fest back and forth. Everyone playing slow, a little bit too safe, trying to ensure they aren't the next one to fall. And another ult here from Month on the side of Envy, but that's a two-piece now, and it's looking in Envy's favor to try to tie this up. That is 3-4, and they will take this second map.
What a comeback there from Envy. I mean, it looked pretty much over after Kaluj gets hooked by Terra and the Loki crystals come out, but you know what? I mean, they played it consistently, right? They just played it slow, allowed 100 Thieves to make mistakes, right? Vinny at least has HP to work with, right, when he goes in on the Venom, which he is tied for most deaths, unfortunately. But we saw towards the very end, I mean, Delena got picked off twice on Wolverine. It was really tough for him to figure out how to slow down. I mean, it's hard to kind of get a read on what exactly to do on Wolverine in that case, but he's coming through to stall. He also wants the big ultimate for the last stand. But regardless, I mean, he's looked really good on the Ultron, and then when he switched over to the Wolverine, it seemed like Envy just dealt with him, and we saw so many grabs come through from Kaluj, and TTK also played well on that AMER Frost, but I would honestly give the edge to Kaluj there towards the very end. I mean, he had so many impactful grabs, stalled at the point so long, and they're also playing around Month really well at the current moment. It's all tied up now because of, like you said, Shib, and now we enter this last round, and you know, that one was kind of favored towards the Luna, but this one I think could be up in the air because you have a little bit more verticality to work around towards this middle phase.
Yeah, this is definitely, I'll tell you what, going to be strong for the Venom pick on the side of Vinny here. And this is one of those maps that you can stall with Venom incredibly long just due to the nature of running around that point. As you see already, there's some insane movement up there from Vinny in that cam. Speedery going to be breaking and dealing a ton of damage on that off angle. And that's exactly what you want to see from a duelist with hit scan, consistently adding pressure on a weird position so that your team has to look in different directions. You'll see more damage out now. The stun goes out. Alt advantage up here for 100 Thieves, but Nero is very close to that dance floor. Will they be able to stop it now? And that's a huge psionic. Will they be able to play off it? No. The dance floor comes through after the fact. Not able to get that pick prior to that happening. Up goes Speedery now. And Song Inferno going to come in hot. Will it get value? Looks like it will, but I guess not. Thought I was going to find a pick there. Millennia going to match back with the Soul Resurgence. Terra now up with that End Song Inferno. That one doesn't get too much. Vinny goes under with a Feast, and that doesn't get much. Everybody trading ults now, but nobody going down. I might have spoke too soon. Great crystals there by Harvey, and still no one falls.
Until now. I mean, Terra was eventually found, had all of the pocket on him. Huge ultimate by Window. Kaluj also tries to capitalize off of it, and 100 Thieves back to spawn off of that. Well, actually, I mean, Window got picked at the very end, but yeah, I mean, this kind of composition is working out so well for them. They moved Window over to the Groot. Well, 100 Thieves can't do that because they also have Group Band. So, I mean, this switch up has been nice, and it's tough because, I mean, in the front to back sort of style now, 100 Thieves are a huge disadvantage because they keep just losing Vinny in the middle of these fights at the very beginning. Envy then repressure towards the opposite side, and then they're always finding themselves on the back foot, and Speedery, with all this space, is just doing so much on this Phoenix, and he has been sort of a standout player too for Team Envy at the current moment. This has been an incredible map for him.
Mont holding on to ult here. Harvey 2. 100 Thieves will have 4 available in this next fight, as you'll see roughly 3 here for the side of Envy coming out early in this fight. Will they be able to win with this ult advantage? 30% on. Remember, 1-1 series here on Domination, and both teams, you know, very passionate play, a ton of huge opportunities, and everything getting shut down here by some strong strategists. Kalush going to use that dash from the Emma grab, which actually gives you a 5-meter dash there to jump over those walls. It's one of the few cooldowns and only ways you can escape something like those walls, which actually was from a teammate there on Window. But still, ton of damage goes out. Ensong Inferno available here for Speedery, who's going to try to combo here with Nero, likely with that damage boost. Well, maybe not. Still holding on to it and might use it as more of a health reset, and that looks like that will be the case.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Envy's surrounding them. If they don't lose anybody, I'd be a little scared for 100 Thieves. They do have res ready to go, like you said, so Harvey gets caught out here, but gets saved by Millennia on the backside. Delena also still holding onto that ult, but are Envy aware of it? They're also not finding eliminations with their ults, also committing the Strangling Prison, and Speedily, he gets found.
Yeah, nice pick there by Terra on 1, but again, they've got to get this point back. 80% on here for Envy, making a one-fight game is exactly what they're looking for. TTK on a tap, though. Millennia onto Window, and now the number's back in 100 Thieves' favor. But at this point, 90% is a tough look when you do not have Portal back. You need to stay locked on this point now, and you cannot give up. And this is going to be very much in the hands of those reses from Delena. But again, you know, those reses, you do come in with a ton of overhealth, about 80%. But if you do have that Ensong Inferno available from Speedery, all that overhealth is immediately gone. It is a very large counter there to a Warlock immediately post-res, and that may be an answer that they need to shut down that res to keep them on point, which is essentially their answer for not having the portal back in. So here we go in potentially one of the final fights here. Can 100 Thieves hold on for 80% more?
Yeah, it's a long path forward, and oddly enough, even though ults are in their favor, I'd be a little bit scared of Tap. I think he's found first picks multiple times. Millennia's playing well, but right now, I mean, Terra is going to have to be a huge savior. Maybe pick off Tap early or something, because he's been a menace on Mantis.
Traded right back here with the Sonic Seduction, but not able to get that grab there on Terra. Good juke with a punch, and again, gonna have to drop back towards the team. Good focus by the strategist to make those plays available while still staying healthy. Speedery with a great line here, dealing a ton of damage, and Window's gonna clean up Millennia there in that moment. Immediately, Delena gonna launch that ult to buy them time and make sure those trades did not come through as impactfully, and they are going to walk forward now. And you almost don't necessarily need to get value, you just need to take the space. Kaluj is gonna drop Vinny, but Vinny's right back in the fight, and here's that counter, but not gonna use, is gonna try to come in, but it is broken. Good focus there by 100 Thieves. Harvey with ult, Millennia with ult going to launch. Nero brings out the dance floor. Window ready here with the Freedom Charge and tap. Ult advantage up here for Envy. Still going to use that Soul Resurgence in a dangerous spot with the dance floor. We're still holding on with a few seconds, but maybe it was necessary on a side fight here. Now Window going to use the Freedom Charge right after the fact as well. Everybody committing, but Vinny still holding on to ult. In terms of quote-unquote better ults, 100 Thieves has a chance here as Vinny finds Tap early and maintains this position. We might see a portal come in here from Tap, and yes, we do see that transition over to Strange.
Yeah, huge pickoff, and like you said, that portal comes through. 100 Thieves, though, getting up all the way. Wait, overtime does tick down, but, I mean, nice work from 100 Thieves. The change of pace as well, committing the ultimates at the right time, and like you mentioned, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about 100 Thieves not having a ton of success on these first maps, and this is their fight, but Tap's gonna find Harvey, which is a huge Speedery, gonna find Delena. Vinny now onto Speedery finds one, but still numbers now in the favor of Envy. If all those, respawns come through, Terra needs something huge here. Is looking for one. He is going to find one on window. Going to try to get another here. This could be huge. Right under the Vanguard's great shielding opportunity there. Terra's now in a dangerous spot. He's going to get healed right back up. TTK with a two-piece, though. Oh, my goodness. 100 Thieves with a clutch moment at the end. Not having the strange portal. Hold on there. Way to communicate and reverse the curse of those first maps.
Holy, we are in for a series. 100 Thieves close it out on map number 1 on Celestial Husk, and it was very, very tight. I mean, back and forth. I think these teams both really good at this style of composition. But then you saw, like you mentioned, TTK on that Emma front. He got so much value towards the very end. And, Terra, again, finding the pick at the right time every single freaking time. I mean, he was so consistent. You could see even, death-wise, the priority towards window was so much, right? They needed to shut down window. He still got his value even though he went down a lot, creating space for Speedery. But then towards the very end, right, they started shutting down not only window, maybe forcing him on a bunch of different heroes. I mean, he played Groot, he played Cap, he played Venom at one point. And then they were able to find Tap, right, multiple times. And that was the biggest thorn in their side on the previous rounds where Team Envy won. So huge work from 100 Thieves on that map to win in the first game, and that's getting a great series from a viewer perspective. Chip.
Yeah, that was a ton of fun to watch. Again, some really strong performances there across the board. I'm very excited to get eyes on stats again, but I mean, that was a insane back and forth, 99% back and forth, consistently almost on every single map, and it was always down to that final fight. It's Envy looking like they had control there, and I thought, with that kind of control, it was almost, I thought it was an unlosable situation when Strange is removed and it's a one-fight territory. But then again, I think that switch from Delena with that res available was a good solution. It really only brought back one, and they just could not stop it after the fact. After that res came through, it actually brought back two later on in the fight, bringing back the Cap. But still, I mean, that was a good answer. I think that was a big brain answer to find the change of Warlock instead of having that Strange.
Yeah, that is the biggest point, and that is the best point, honestly. Like, there's not much more to be said, except it was a fantastic job to switch over to the Adam Warlock, like you mentioned, Chip. So great call out there. And TTK, another call out to him. I mean, this guy on Emma Frost has been insane. And you know what? In general, we talk about this guy a lot for sure, and he gets his praises sung a lot, but I mean, he is probably the best controller player in the game, at least one of the most storied in that regard. I know there's some European ones as well, but he in North America, has been the GOAT kind of in that regard. Smash as well, but, huge shout out to him to play as well as he has been on that hero.
Yeah, I mean, just 26, finding 9 finals there on Emma, including a huge two-piece at the end right there to ensure they take home the win. And then when you jumped off in that moment, unfortunately with Cap, just not able to maintain control, Envy loses it right there. So again, huge performance there by TTK, but I'd have to say the entirety of 100 Thieves looked clean there. Same with Envy. I mean, the battles were so back and forth. I was really unsure who was going to take that home, and just constant trades in every fight. And eventually it ended up 99-99 anyone's game at that point.
This team, I mean, yeah, this is like I was talking to you about this. It's just a great meta for 100 Thieves, right? If they're really good at this sort of brawl style, and if they can keep it up, right, that'd be huge. Considering we go to combo, we go to convergence, we've seen how good they can be on those maps. Like, record is never something that I think we can fully take into account with 100 Thieves, because, like Vinny said, sometimes they just toss games. It's just like it feels like they lose games more than the other team wins. But we'll see if they can keep it up. This momentum is in their favor on map number 2 after this break.
Welcome back as we just witnessed a knockdown drag-out battle between those two teams. 100 Thieves coming out on top. The choice of map now clearly going towards Envy, and they choose Yggdrasil's path. But the crazy thing is, so far in stage 2, 100 Thieves are 5-0 at Yggdrasil's path, and Envy is 5-2 there. So there is, it's kind of a tricky situation to be in. Well, I'm curious to see how this battle looks once more, as we're clearly going to see some triple comps on the whole.
Yeah, it's a map everybody loves to play, and like you mentioned, historically speaking, in stage 2, this team has been freaking good at it. Like, this is the last map I'd want to take them, but it makes sense that you'd rather play your strength rather than focus on their weaknesses, I suppose.
Yeah, it's something that you're comfortable with, and I mean, Envy has always been known as the team that can run that triple, if not the best, then close to the best. So yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves definitely trying to make that transition. They've struggled a little bit with that composition, but they still always seem to pull through on this map and clutch up in those more streets phases. So I'm curious to see if they can get there.
Well, they kind of have like that old mentality with the triple ship. Like you mentioned how Envy's really good at it. They're on the mentality like they want to win every fight, and 100 Thieves, I think when they play triple, they're just trying to like stall for time.
Yeah.
So just a sort of a difference of opinion on how to play the comp, and there's no necessarily like wrong way, because I mean, I guess you could see, like you said, Envy's lost 2 times on this map, right? And when they do, it's because, they're against FlyQuest. So I guess that's, one thing.
One thing,
yeah, that's probably the biggest thing more than anything. But, that kind of makes my point mute. Never mind. They played FlyQuest. Tough to say.
Well, it's tricky. It's tricky looking at stats. Hey, you know what? And this brings it back to the stat board at the end. Not always telling the full story, because once you heard the FlyQuest thing, it changes it a little bit. But yeah, gonna lock in and remove it. I think this is big brain by Envy. Goodbye, Strange, not allowing that back on the triple. Instead of trying to maintain and hold that, they will ensure they can do it and make it more difficult there for 100 Thieves too.
And they get the AMER mismatch to get rid of Torch for a Team Envy, making sure Speedery can't play that hero. Vanguard priority again for Envy. They did this again. Like they did last time. Envy banned out the Vanguards, and it can work, right? I actually don't mind it. They get rid of the Magneto, getting rid of the Doctor Strange, and making sure they can't play that triple at first. And to be honest, I think 100 Thieves are actually better off that way. However, now they don't get to play the Groot yet again, making sure Vinny is a little bit more uncomfortable. But Vinny has Cap or Venom to play, and he's actually done very good at it so far. They're protecting the Venom, actually.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the idea of what I'm seeing here from Envy, but I don't think 100 Thieves necessarily run that the best anyway, right? Like, unless, there's obviously stuff behind the scenes when it comes to scrims, but, that's something to think about, right? Is that always worth it, or is there another angle that can get more value?
Wait, literally, by the way, 100 Thieves had the opportunity to protect Torch. I didn't even freaking realize that. Oh my goodness. I don't know why they didn't. Like, the Venom is good. I get that. But, like, you could also play Cap. Like, you could bait out another Vanguard ban, play a good backline, and then you could get Terra on Torch. That was the biggest missed opportunity for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think that, it's tricky, right? Because there's so many Vanguards banned out right now. I think they do want to have a chance to run that triple comp. I would assume they're going to think about doing it and still making it happen, maybe with Thing. And, I was going to say Groot, but Groot's removed too. So I honestly not sure exactly, it'd have to be like Emma, Thing, and I guess Venom, which is definitely a more unique take on that. We'll see what they end up doing and if they do stay on that path. Oh, looking like they might do the Thor, which we have seen actually in this last series a few times today, which, has definitely taken more of a presence. Is a very strong damage dealing Vanguard, but is very self-focused. It doesn't do a ton for the team, and that's why you typically don't see Thor all the time, and more so just in these triple comps.
Yeah. And you got to keep Vinny happy too. I mean, that's another thing. Like, they want to make sure that he gets a hero he's comfortable with and can do damage on, right? But he was good on Cap too. I don't know. I just feel like that was a big missed opportunity for 100 Thieves. Like, from what we've seen, at least in terms of win right now, it is a digital path. It could be different, but I mean, shit, like, we've talked about it so much. Like, whenever Terra gets torched, they just win, right?
Yeah,
like, and teams keep giving them it too. Like, it's kind of crazy. That's sort of a gap, I think, against the ban phase from them. But regardless, we get to see what happens, right? They do want to play the triple comp, like you mentioned. And you know what? They just want to stall out, right? That's the main thing, is to stall. Also, they're playing the Jeff, too. They're putting Millennia on it. They have their pick of the litter when it comes to the strategist line because of the ban phase. And they put Terra onto a hero we haven't seen him play. It's Angela.
All right, so they did have something that they were thinking about cooking up there in their conversation, as Terra is going to be on Angie, and this could be a good play here, looking for maybe Groot or one of the frontline Kalu's going to be on that. Thor gets down immediately and is not going to be able to get much value. Falls immediately there to Kalu's. That res will be happening, no doubt, as, again, Thor's very difficult to tackle as Angie, because if you use your forward momentum left shift, you instantaneously knock each other out of the sky and put you both on the ground, and that cooldown is 2 seconds, so you always have an answer for Angela, and it's tricky. Honestly, I do think the brother-sister combo, the brother comes out on top during those battles. Window gonna find Harvey, Speedery on a Millennia, Kaluj on a Terra, and that is a lot of value here. Thor popping off. Thor mains from their couches are losing their mind right now, as you're seeing a ton of value here from Kaluj.
Yeah, nice job by him. They switch up their comp on defense. We know 100 Thieves just want to play for stall anyways. They're not exactly the best at spawn holding, but that's okay in their books, right? They also don't have Doctor Strange, though, so they're still only going to have maybe like a fight left here regardless. And that's the tough part with Angela. Like, they got the pick off early. They did the cheese play, but then Angela's, you know, flight kind of sounds like a jet, and it's so loud, so obvious where she comes from, right? Now comes a dive from 100 Thieves, who had built up ultimates, but so did Speedery.
Yeah, and this could be huge here, right onto the back line. No answer yet. You're going to have to patty cake for days, but that's not going to be enough to stop as Harvey goes down. The panic sets in. He's going to trade. Harvey does come back. Kaluj with a two-piece ultimate here. And Tap going to find Terra. That could be point one instantaneously here for Envy, who are just showing up on this map, showcasing why they selected it. And they are through point one with a ton of time on the clock here. Heading to point two with 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, this is the tough part, man. It's like the Shredder just could not build up fast enough for 100 Thieves side. They now have to switch it up, and that's how it is when you lose fights as quickly as they did, as you just try to, like, you know, die on that payload. Envy build up those ults. They built up the constant pressure, and they just go even more aggressive towards that right side angle, going with a huge trailing prison from Window, who built it up so quickly. Now they switch up their comp. Shiv, they're putting Tap over to Bucky, which I think is a nice change up for them, putting Speedery back over to the Ultron.
Yeah, I think we saw a little bit of rock, paper, scissors there. Them coming out with Thor when he had the Angela was a big surprise, and I don't think it was expected, where they more so wanted to look for that Groot grab, and it just couldn't work out when you had something like Thor there dealing a ton of damage and ready to knock you out of the sky, making you vulnerable at all times. CTK going to find one there, putting 100 Thieves back up in numbers for the moment. Month does go down with that ultimate. Terra starts off with the Kraken Impact. Gets matched right back now, this time by Harvey, who's going to let them walk forward. TTK with a two-piece now on a Tap and Window. One of the strongest Emmas in the game. Saw that MVP last time, and now with another two. And Delena on the pick there under Kaluj. You and I had a conversation about Delena being one of the strongest hit scan in the game, so it translates so well to Warlock, who is very much moving forward in the meta.
For sure. I mean, Delena plays on, like, I believe the slowest sensitivity out of any pro. I mean to fact check that, but man, I copied his sense early on because he was so good at Hela, and that's exactly why. When he can play these heroes that just aim down a corridor, right, he has some of the best aim in the game.
Yeah, and that's, you know, slow down the sense is always something to keep in mind when you're playing on PC. You don't always need a billion sensitivity. It can be very tricky unless you're playing melee heroes. When you start going for those hit scan, you know, slowing it down and really locking in and having more space in the mouse pad is typically the way to go. But, you know, to each their own here. Speedery going to find Vinny early on, and that puts Envy up as we see Month now commit with a deep ultimate there. Invisible Boundary to slow down the whole back line. Rez comes out for Delena. Terra falls there. Window is going to take out Millennia. Millennia going to trade with Nero, but everybody's res right back from a huge ultimate there. Tap, though, with a three-piece with a huge Kraken Impact. Do I see 4? I do. And this is going to match some of the best, as this could be 5 here. And the escape goes through. It is. What a play here by Tap, who we haven't seen as much on the duelist role, has been slotting in as that third strat. But wow, that was clean.
It was clean. I mean, that's why they picked him up for situation range. That's the difficulty, I think, for Tap in the lineup, is figuring out when to pop ult. But now, speaking about ults, 100 Thieves have every single one except that res, because they didn't use them in the last fight, but they still have to focus on this objective.
Yeah, going to use that resurgence to walk in very quickly and give the speed boost here, and that is going to dunk directly on TTK, who's still in diamond form. Going to have that reduction in damage. Out goes Terra with a Kraken Impact. That one lands, but not enough. Damage boost was out there again, and we see Speedery with the Rage of Ultron trying to get some value onto the back line. Not going to be able to find a pick. Nero going to commit here with the Eternal Bond, keeping them healthy on point. Envy still holding on as Harvey matches that right back with the with the Invisible Boundary. Vinny does have the Feast of the Abyss, though. This could be a big play as it goes launch. Now it does find Speedery, make that 2 onto Nero. What a play there, and what a hold by 100 Thieves. But they committed a lot in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of, to be honest, I didn't think they were going to ban the Venom, but it makes sense now. I mean, maybe they would have actually, just because of what we've seen so far. I mean, Vinny on the Venom, you can see definitely why you play it with the Mantis. You talk about all the time with those one-shots alongside the damage boost you could do with the Feast of the Abyss. Every single time it feels like Vinny's gone for it. He's found eliminations, huge value found from the Venom player of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we've been talking about how Vinny's been getting a ton of value recently on these picks. Venom, obviously, one of his strong suits and clearly working in this current meta. Does get pushed away there, though. Immediately hits the sky. Wow, there's a ton of overhealth in that moment. Very low on HP. Good pop there. TTK now going to commit with the Sonic Seduction. Getting this in 2 fights consecutively goes to show you how much damage TTK was doing in that last fight. Just had used it in the fight prior. Already has it again. 100 charge up here. And one of the tips there from TTK is to use that diamond form sometimes to hold your alt charge or your laser charge at 100% if need be for the next fight. Speeder, you're going to find one, does get res right back to Lena, but doing that very aggressively, keeping the team up as everyone goes down and just commits heavy now. Tap finds one onto Terra, who comes right back into this fight once again. That was a stuff strangling prison there from 100 Thieves with, I believe, TTK using that shield to make sure that doesn't happen from Window. Kalush tries to dunk there with the Meteor M. That does not work, but Window gets a pick onto Lena, who does have that res available.
Yeah, comes back into the fight, no ultimates either, but guess who's coming up with one? It is Vinny. Also, Soulbong keeps everybody up. Nice block from Window, though. Saves them from that hook out of Terra.
And here comes that Eternal Bond. We'll be able to make it happen again with Vinny here, 85%. Millennia with some good positioning here. Speedery going to find Harvey, though, and that's going to put them up in numbers. Alts are coming here for TTK and Vinny, and Millennia, but that may not be enough as we see Speedery available, Tap, and Month all going to be able to match that right back, and at this point, they are meters away. I believe they do get this point. The touch comes through. Will it hold long? It does not. Good cleanup there by Envy.
Yep, good cleanup. The ultimate by Nero was the biggest thing in that fight, and 100 Thieves did not keep pace due to how much damage that Envy was taking from these dives. And from the reses of Delena, they've been nice and all, and 100 Thieves are holding on quite well with a minute and 14 in the third phase of the map. But still, like, it doesn't feel like they have a huge, like, sort of aggressive push after their reses. Every time it's kind of like slow, but now here comes a fast push out of Speedily in the sky. TDK already found Window, though, and that removes so much pressure out of this team.
Yeah, Speeder going to pull out any ult available, but unfortunately he's not able to do that. The idea was to look towards the back line, but too much damage and pressure coming in, has to drop back. A lot of pocket there on the Speedery in the sky at the moment. Is going to get knocked out there by Bucky in terms of Terra. Alt advantage going to be slightly up here for 100 Thieves, but Window's going to be there quickly with this Strangling Prison to set up for Tap's combo, which we've seen have a ton of success in the past. CTK trying to slow that up. Month forces out invisible boundary to counteract that. The chess game begins, but here's that opportunity. It finds a ton. Tap going to take out Millennia. The reset goes through. TTK is going to fall here. Selena with a huge res back, though, but Kraken Impact is still available. Will it come through? Terra has that opportunity, too, and here it goes. Will it be enough? Now, looking towards TTK, who has to play on this off angle as the rest of the team is in that hallway.
And Vinny trying to go
in here.
Oh my god. I mean, they stay alive barely. Here comes a Meteor M from Peluche. Could it be big? No. Oh, yes!
Wow, good follow-up there, right? And nice, make sure to get that clean up, and that will be enough for them to hold and take this space. Terra is forced back. No ults available here for 100 Thieves.
And no ults yet necessarily. TTK in that diamond form trying to stay alive, but NB have ultimate still, and last time they had the Eternal Bond, they just won. I mean, can they even touch? All of these walls are brutal for 100 Thieves.
I'm not sure that they can get through here as they are now. Millennia going to commit alt as that Soul Resurgence is keeping them there moving forward. Nero, though, with the Eternal Bond. Great smoke screen to keep the HP flowing downward. Terra onto Tap. Nero onto Delena to tie this up once more. TTK going to try to get a few walk in here with the Trance. Does get one onto the group, looking for Kalush now, who might have cooldowns, and does. Good patience there to wait to the last possible second. That's exactly how you need to counteract that ultimate. Ensure that that crystal above your head does decrease. TTK onto Kalush, Delena onto Window, Millennia on a Month, Terra onto Nero, and that is going to stop the OT before point 3. And I will say that was really well played by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be scary. Every time that we've seen, you know, the Eternal Bond come from Nero where it's not met by 100 Thieves, they would lose it. But in that fight, they did have Millennia with that Soul Resurgence, like you mentioned, and off of that, you know, they just kind of run towards that point, and Terra, again, just does Terra things, finds those picks, and then sends Envy back to the spawn, sends Tap back to the spawn to switch to Doctor Strange, and at that point, it doesn't matter. In fact, I don't think we've seen the Doctor Strange really been a part of the game, Shib. Like, it's not been a factor at the current moment. for Team Envy, so that's not been a protection that's mattered in that regard. Meanwhile, for 100 Thieves, they're getting to play both of their vanguards that they feel comfortable on and taking full advantage of their squad, but that's still quite far. Envy got it, Shib, and we know how, you know, these convoys can work on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's a huge push still. There's still nothing to scoff at. We got to make that notion because the second point's super easy to defend in terms, or it's more defensible. You are closer in spawn by a ton. And, you know, we didn't see that Strange get a ton of, a ton of impact, but this is where you will see that impact, right? They're going to be holding that, and then they'll use that Strange portal to take that ramp, guaranteeing them more fights. And 100 Thieves had no opportunity for more fights there. Essentially just got walked there on point one, but we'll see. They are running a more traditional, looks like Punisher Storm composition off the rip.
And running that comp to deal with Envy on their triple. They have kind of, well, 100 Thieves also do well versus it sometimes. Like, they actually can, like, wall off sometimes, or at least go for those dives on the back line, make sure that they prioritize getting the strategist players back here. Meanwhile, they just actually go front to back style with that Storm and Punisher composition for 100 Thieves, going off of it immediately.
Yeah, TTK taking a ton of space here with Emma very low on the side of Speedery, who is able to escape with some good focus on the back line of Nero, Month, and Tap. Taro with a nice shot. TTK following up on a Speedery, and that's going to be another. Got to keep the damage rolling, but the rest comes through for Speedery. Numbers still evened out after the fact. Got to keep that in mind, but a lot of cooldowns being used here. TTK going to find one on the window, but Month onto Tara now, but that res is significantly closer. Probably won't see the portal play just yet from Window, unless Window plans on setting that up. If this does go downhill, everyone going to try to fall on point. That's going to be another pick, yes. And this is what you're seeing from this level of play. Everyone is making sure that when they fall, they are directly on the point. There's no reason for this thing to move an inch.
I mean, yeah, they built the straddle super fast on Envy's side, but yeah, 100 Thieves just kind of dominated in terms of damage output. Portal ready to go, waiting for Tap to come back now, though. 100 Thieves have ults against it. Speedery also doesn't have Meteor M, most importantly, so Terra's ult should be free unless he goes down.
And here comes a huge hurricane here. Nero's going to find Millennia, though, early on in the fight, and that's big for the side of Envy. And Nero again on Delena. Colluge on a Terra mid-ultimate. TTK finds one, but the value is definitely in favor of Envy throughout that. There's going to be some commitment here by Vinny, which I don't know I necessarily agree with after all of that, but is going to still hold on, drop back to the team, and start once more.
Yeah, that was, I don't think 100 Thieves were ready for that somehow in that fight. I mean, Terra also committed his ult to run in the previous one, so they don't have that Jeff Nato available. And now Envy has ult advantage running with the Freedom Charge.
Yeah, losing the Jeff Nato was a great call out. That is tough, and that could have been impactful here, especially in this invisible boundary. That is a big eat, and we'll see if this works. Millennia going to try to find an off map here onto Window, but Strange does have that cooldown to jump up. Instead, going to just displace. Didn't have the jump at the moment, but displace and try to get focus back there in a moment when need be. Good play here by 100 Thieves, who have this space dominated now. TTK going to try to get the Sonic Seduction. Now look backwards, and there is that stagger on the window. Again, great play by the Jeff. Sometimes that displace is all you need, and it actually buys you more time before that pick.
In that fight we saw, I believe, Speedery go and just try to yeet that ultimate, his meatball over to that invisible boundary from Harvey. But, you know, you usually see these Meteor M's be saved for Jeffs a lot of the time, right? Make sure that you can counter that ult. Also, they have no bubble for him. That would have been a free kill, but regardless, or KO. But regardless, Envy Count comes back with a good time in the bank. Minute 20 seconds now for 100 Thieves. They've struggled on their offense.
And here we go. Terra is going to have that Kraken Impact window ready with a big eye, and it is launched now. Does it get value? It's huge onto the back line. Everyone goes down. 3 fall as Window takes out Harvey. Delena Millennia goes down. Terra and TTK as Speedery gets a 3-piece, and Tap going to clean up Vinny. What an ult there by Window. That was disgusting.
Yeah, it was a clean ult from him, and then the rest of the team to follow up on it, right? Harvey maybe not ready to push back in that fight. Millennia now goes over to the Mantis. They're switching things up. Delena going over to the Adam Warlock. And they used Terra's Kraken Impact in the previous fight. He's been big with those so far. So now he's going to be, you know, relegated to hook duty, and Speedery just shuts him down.
Yeah, that's a good start there by Speedery, who is finding a 5th pick in a matter of a 30-second window. Just disgusting on that Ultron. Rage of Ultron is launched 25 seconds on here, folks, for 100 Thieves, who will be even in ultimates. Should have about 4 ready for the next fight. Unless it's sustained, then TTK will get there. But you'll have Month, Tap, Colluge, and Nero just slightly ahead onto Envy. It's all about value early on, and who gets those picked? Do you drop someone that has ult close? That is what you're looking for. Vinny going to retake here. Good movement, is holding on to a few cooldowns now. Terra is going to try to take the Sky and is using the Phoenix now. Focus goes out. Will they be able to burn that? They cannot. Kaluj onto Harvey. Mid-ultimate is insane. Well done by Kaluj. Harvey comes right back from Delena. Another end song lands. Did that one get value? No. TTK on a month, though. Still holding on, and the numbers are now in 100 Thieves' favor as Terra takes out Speedery. That could be enough. A big Jeff all comes out. It's Jeff gets a few, but the focus is there as Terra finds Nero Millennia onto tap, and that should be point one for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, nice job from 100 Thieves to close it out. Switching to the Adam Warlock comp pans out, and more importantly, Terra on Phoenix doing everything he can for sure. I mean, they took down Harvey with the Meteor M, the Ensong Inferno, everything to make sure Harvey did not get a good invisible boundary. Again, like, there's so much priority towards Harvey at the current moment and towards making sure he has bad ultimates, but it's setting up the rest of 100 Thieves. Now Portal from Envy again. They want quick fights.
Yeah, these aggressive portals I absolutely love. I think taking the space, it doesn't matter when you do it. So if you do it early enough, there's a chance that in OT, you know, there's a minute OT, you can potentially get portal again. There are 2 minutes here on this push. This could be another big eye. It does get launched, not sure the value. Terra going to be taking out window though, so there's the value. It's actually the opposite direction, but it was a good idea. Terra with that animation canceled finds Kaluj with a pick there. Speedery on a Millennia though to try to even the numbers a bit. TTK going to keep the pressure on and drive them, reversing their locations. Terra with that pick now. Vinny onto Speedery, and that's another find as 100 Thieves keep walking.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how much time in the bank. If you just win fights like that, quick portal play coming out, maybe that results in 2 more fights for 100 Thieves, or for Envy rather. So that's their goal. We've seen so many fights come out of them. But in overtime, 100 Thieves have won. Can they do it again? Can they clutch up in the moment, right, to try to get one step closer to Atlanta? Envy don't have ults in this fight, though. They do have the Eternal Bond, or not Eternal Bond, Ensong Inferno. 100 Thieves have a lot of ults on top of a Resurrect in the middle of this fight.
Yeah, this is now a dangerous position here for Envy, who are heavily down an ult advantage in this fight. If they commit and, you know, find value here, they do get this point for free. It's all about finding the first pick and making a big play. 5 ults available here. Envy getting close now. They have to commit soon and might just be a little bit too late now. TTK going to start up here, finding a few walking, at least 2. And can they commit and take out Month, who is low? They do. Vinny with 1 pick there, putting odds in their favor now, but out goes a few. Terra hits the Sky. Speedery going to find that pick. The res comes out once again by Delena. Back is Terra, back is Millennia, and that will keep them progressing forward. Envy now going to have to use Rage of Ultron. Terra finds tap. Delena with another just huge res opportunity. I cannot express that enough. That has been massive in these team fights. And there is another end song towards the back line. That one not able to get much value from the side of Terra, but 100 Thieves still able to... Ooh, I may have spoke too soon as Nero now finds Terra. 12 seconds available here. Dive towards the back line. Window! They're not done yet. Speedery on a Harvey. This could close out now as Envy are clutching up in this moment. Not much answer. Delena res is back and will not have ult available, and that will do it. The win goes to Envy.
Yep, that switch up over to the Captain America. Window building it ult at the very end. 100 Thieves committing all of their ultimates previously just to get rezzed, and, you know, didn't find enough value after being rezzed by the Karmic Revival before that res comes through. So good peel off from Envy. They secured it at the very end, and a well-deserved MVP. I mean, this guy playing well. We talk about X Factors. Window has been one of them for Team Envy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the cap switch was very impactful. Just a ton of pressure on that back line, but yeah, I mean, that was another one of those fights where I wasn't sure where it was going to end. You know, it was very much anyone's, you know, the ball was in anyone's court there. And yeah, again, Envy, the back against the wall, able to clutch up there, look clean on a map they definitely like, and put the first loss on Yggdrasil into 100 Thieves' bank there. So well done by Envy.
Yeah, we don't usually see, I think, numbers wise, pretty sure that Tap was actually even with Speedery in terms of damage. I'm going to double check this real quick. Like, Speedery was doing so much. Yeah, he was doing as much damage as he did more damage than his Phoenix player.
That's
I mean, he's playing Ultron. I mean, he was playing some Magneto first, but yeah, maybe Speedery is just the best Ultron player in the game right now.
I mean, I think if you put any flyer, you know, if you put Speedery on any flyer in the sky, his movement's just disgusting, and he translates that into like hit scan, and, you know, just wow, that was a huge eye again by Window, finding 3 and actually turning it into 6 here in a moment. But yeah, again, Speedery just in the sky in general just masters those heroes, and I really do think it's very difficult to close him out in terms of bans.
Yeah, it's going to be a unique situation for 100 Thieves moving forward as they target certain heroes, certain players, because we're going to go to yet another map after this one in a second. But Window, MVP Shib, and you said it, I mean, he was doing so much on Captain America, on pretty much every hero. This guy kind of was finding the right timing for his ultimates that was pretty much throwing 100 Thieves out of whack.
Yeah, big plays there by Window again. But yeah, 1-1 series, first, I can't believe I'm saying this, first 1-1 series of the day, which is just crazy to think about. Both these teams just duking it out there. Again, you know, we talk about how defensible that position is, and I really did think 100 Thieves won, and then of that second point there, and I thought they were going to push it to 3 and make it a battle on that final point. But yeah, I mean, Envy just somehow bounces back, finds 2 picks even being down in numbers, and then the whole thing shifts. And 100 Thieves shoved right back to the door. No Strange to get back there. It goes to show you the value of Strange on these maps.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting. It's such a tight battle over here because at the moment it looks like, just based on history wise, like it looks like at the current top team is FlyQuest, right, in North America, and they've qualified for LAN so far. Meanwhile, Envy and 100 Thieves both won their matchups, so they look like they also are, you know, top 3 teams maybe. And then that 4th team, you know, that's up in the air. Is it Dark Zero? Is it Sentinels? Is it these teams in the lower bracket trying to work their way back? We'll find out if 100 Thieves or Envy qualify after this short break.
Crush! Priceless! Feel presence!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the
Welcome back. A 1-1 series. We are going in to game 3, this time on Symbiotic Surface, and the choice is in 100 Thieves' court. Let's see what they do. Can they push through and make this even tighter? You and I, brother, always getting these fun series. I'm excited to see the next match.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like it was going to be the sort of, peak series of the day. But I think you said it earlier. I mean, nobody expected every other game to go 3-0. Like, that was crazy. So we're in a situation now where Envy and 100 Thieves get a good matchup for our viewers. And I know their fans are definitely, getting their blood pumping right now. They're probably a little bit nervous because Envy just fought back pretty well there, even though 100 Thieves, they looked like they were on a snowball.
Yeah, agreed. There was times where I thought the fight was going in their favor. Let's talk about that last fight. I really thought 100 Thieves had it. Then I think I saw Speedery get a nice pick onto Terra, who was flying away. And then from then, it was just a snowball downhill and kept getting picks and driving everyone off point. And there is no way back. You don't have any solution besides hoping that Venom can get there and stall until your team is there. But even then, in those situations, the odds of you taking that fight are very low because especially going into something like an AMER, you're just going to struggle, or whatever Vanguards are running at the moment. Either way, just a ton of damage out there. It's very difficult to win. So they ended up losing that, but now we're going to their map choice and Symbiotic Surface. I'm looking forward to seeing what they run here. We've seen some strange stuff in the past, not from these teams, including things like Penny being run here. So, there is some different opportunity, but a lot of the time, this is a very defensible point 2, but point 1 just seems to get rolled through a lot.
I think a difficulty for 100 Thieves ship is that now that we're off of Aegis Path, we saw Vinny on Venom doing a lot, but also you could do that much on Cap, right? That's the hard part, is that even with the Mantis, it wasn't enough to really give them an edge. Now we see the Ultron ban coming through from 100 Thieves early on. Also the protection of that Doctor Strange, but I don't even think we were going to see a ton of targets towards the Vanguards at the moment for Envy. I mean, it does make sense. I think targeting them, making sure they can't play Groot and stuff is huge. But for Envy, they're just getting rid of Phoenix early, so that's going to change back into this sort of duelist focus yet again for Team Envy.
Yeah, goodbye to Phoenix. Emma, that's obviously going to be looking right at TTK, but at the moment, at least the first time, we haven't seen Strange banned out off the rip, and that's because you very much will not see triple comps, or at least we haven't seen triple comps being run here. You don't see it as much nearly on Convergence for maybe those who are confused. You always see it on a convoy map like Spider Islands, like Yggdrasil, like we just saw. So not going to be a huge focus of the bans, but this is a pretty smart decision here. Remove the Phoenix for the opposition and lock it in there. Honestly, Tap or Speedery have the choice of that Phoenix.
Yeah, making that decision is them at the current moment, whether or not to play Phoenix. And the Luna Snow ban coming out from 100 Thieves, so they're going to want to make sure to maybe force Envy's backline on different heroes, right? That's going to be a big thing. You get that Phoenix protection, but we've seen in other series how strong Bucky can be. And we saw as well, I mean, there was some flexing on Twitter from FlyQuest saying that we were the first team to get Bucky banned because of how good Energy was playing. And, another player we know has a good Bucky in his back pocket is Terra. So heavy targets towards Envy's backline. What do they do to react?
Yeah, there's a lot of solutions. We've seen some different takes on what you could run there, but Envy has had a very diverse hero pool, so I have no doubt they have a way through it. But yeah, goodbye Invis, goodbye Luna. A lot of those mainline strategists that are just going to be pumping heals into something like a Groot or a Venom will be removed. And now you're going to have to run something along the lines of that Rocket and maybe the Pocket Ultron. Mantis still very much on the table here. Might see that, likely will see that. Goodbye to the Loki as well, which I am actually surprised about.
Yeah, that makes sense though, because I mean they're kind of refocusing back on these main healers. I think Vinny even talked about it. They literally told the strategy, which is there's so much focus towards these off healers, and they, in other words, are prioritizing main healers. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works. And Ultron is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, for Envy. And they're going to protect Groot on the opposite side, so that's why they protected 100 Thieves. Do smart play, I think, but that might result in a Venom ban on the opposite side this time around. But it makes sense, Shib, just because we've seen Envy, protect and ban over and over and over again. It's obvious they wanted to ban out the Groot. This time it's going to be the Torch, so that's going to not get through this time yet again.
Yeah, we're going to be starting up here. Defense going to be for Envy. Map choice here, attack for 100 Thieves. And what's strange? I'm always curious, what do you think the advantage is if you want to attack first or defend first? I personally like defending first, but maybe, you know what? It kind of depends on the map for me. And I think we will see a little bit of an OG portal strategy off the rip here for TTK, and that has some potential. We've been seeing more of that come back into fruition here in the new season, which kind of went to the wayside at the end of stage 1 of Ignite. I don't know why. I think it's more so people just expected it so much, and now it's more unique, more uncommon. So we might see something like that off the rip, as you will have time to portal towards the end as long as you portal initially. So we'll see what they decide to do as we start up our attack here and begin map 3 1-1 series, folks. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one looks off the rip.
Yeah, nobody's tournament life on the line just yet, but it is going to be Atlanta on the line, and we're only halfway through, right, with this 1-1. Nobody at map point just yet. Still early on, both teams given time to sort of adjust. And I still feel like 100 Thieves are leaving some room on the table here, right? They're still leaving some food on the table, rather. We're not protecting the torch, even though it's available, getting it banned at the very end. I mean, it makes sense to prioritize the Vanguards to make sure Vinny's playing the heroes that he wants, but I don't know. That's something to think about later on. Maybe a wrinkle in the fold as portal play come through from 100 Thieves. They want to go on that backside. Speedery also playing the Wolverine this time around in a 2-2-2 comp for Team Envy.
Interesting. Okay, so a little bit of a shake up here, and that goes back to those strategist bands, right? And you're going to see a Cloak Jeff backline from the side of Envy, but you're right, Speedery going to be playing that Wolverine and potentially thinking that they would run that group, which Vinny very much did choose here. Terra owning that space in a complete switch here in terms of location. This is exactly what you're looking for on attack, and this is why you make those portal plays. You try to own that zone, that safety net in the back near those heals, and force them down the mainline path so you can own the point. Good tackle off the rip onto TTK. Speedery dealing a ton of damage, but low, does pop passive, and that is a huge call out there for 100 Thieves. Now we'll be able to take that KO out onto Speedery if available. Tap doing a great job here, is going to be playing that Phoenix, as we discussed, could be played by either Speedery or Tap, and dealing a ton of damage, but Terra trying to do the same here. Is already at 98 to alt and is going to launch this very soon. Month and Nero available for all. TTK finds Speedery. Tap gets one onto Vinny. Numbers are evened out, and here goes that bond.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job, NVR, at pressing forward, though they did trade Speedery. Here comes that Jeff ult on the backside. And Meteor M, meanwhile, comes out, but Nero's already gone. He's left.
Yeah, Tap gonna find Harvey, after Nero gets 2. That is a huge Jeff ult there, and that goes to show the success of Jeff, especially when you have the wherewithal to know that you're on a strategist ult and you can really play aggressively, and that was shown there. Terra is gonna be able to escape that Psionic, just barely. Good play there, but again, numbers should be in favor of Envy as another pick comes through. Vinny falls to the side of Speedery, and that is such a big counter. Delena, though, with a big pick onto Kaloof. We've seen Delena make that switch over to Luna. Again, talking about hit scan, and Luna deal a ton of damage, translating well, similar to Warlock from a Duelist.
Yeah, both teams understanding that, you know, in this case, Vinny back over to the thing to deal with that Wolverine, like you said. They're trying to touch the point. No Invisible Woman in the meanwhile, but everybody's Eye of Agamotto. TTK, huge ult.
That was a huge ult. Again, TTK always just knowing cooldowns and always finding success with that. The Jeff ult comes through here from Nero once again. Already has the ult again and finds 2. Using that Jeff on the high side so there's not a lot of focus on breaking, and then immediately yeeting them off map. Goodbye. Oh, they both hold on, just barely. That is insane. Onto the ledge there. Terra finds Tap. Window gonna find Terra as both strategists are launched away, but still the point is going to be grabbed by 100 Thieves.
Well, sadly for Nero, I mean, yeah, it's because they're playing the 2-2 style comp. The Jeff goes for his ult, eats, you lose month, you have no more healing towards that point. Everybody slowly dwindles away life-wise. So this is a very unique matchup, I think, Ship, because both Invisible Womans were banned. You know, 100 Thieves thought they could play the Groot, get that matchup, you know, alongside this front line to make sure you have that edge, and then completely forgot that. Yeah, same for Wolverine, especially alongside Magneto, getting that edge. Tira with the hook, though. Can he find something? The answer is yes, but it gets blocked off by the box.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with seeing what I'm seeing now. I think the banning strategy was very strong. I think this is a tough backline to deal with. Agreed, when you're going for those eats, those plays there from Nero, leaves you very vulnerable. Obviously, you know, with that new patch, there is that healing circle down there for, I believe, 8 seconds, which gives you some more time. But, you know, it's very zone locked. It's similar to a very small Invis ult with less healing per second. And it's, you know, it's not as nearly as, you know, impactful as something like a Luna or Invis mid ult. Delena falls there from window, though. 100 Thieves with 5 ults available will give them a big chance in upsetting in this next fight. Eye of Agamotto gets launched by TTK, but he gets pushed first by Window. So well done by Window to make sure that does not get a lot of value. Anything happen there with the Kraken impact as well. And, you know, I talked about those 5 ults slowly dwindling down to 3 now with no success. And now Envy are going to have 4 as Nero goes under.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you said. It's window popping off there. I mean, Terra's doing everything he possibly can. Clobbering time comes out, though, but they still lose Speedery. And at the moment, I mean, they're just getting walked on. Terra does finally take down Speedily, though, and maybe with that, 100 Thieves could buy some momentum here.
Yeah, Monk going to try to escape here. Nero with some good positioning. This is a very good Jeff position when it all comes down to just lane focus, dealing damage and healing at the same time. That's why Nero has had 4 ults, I believe, already, if not 3, and working his way to 4. Terra now walking heavily at them with the Resurgence out. That's a big tackle there on the window, and that is not going to find much. But Speedery turns that right back at him. Terra now is going to fall as Kalush punts him into a wall. The whole team going to have to drop back and reset. Ult advantage up for Envy as Speedery has that available, and it does go out as Delena falls. Tap takes out Millennia. TTK goes down, and Vinny, and Envy are walking them backwards.
That was a sick ult, man. He just like boomerang that thing around the corner. Didn't matter. It was a bad ult, honestly, because they already won the fight. But despite that, it was a good shot from him. And, you know, 100 Thieves, they have to figure something out here. Off of that Luna Snow from Delena. Going to switch him over to that Ultron, which makes more sense. Also go back over to that Groot despite the situation. Maybe thinking they can keep the Groot alive if he gets kidnapped by Speedery.
Yeah, we have another It's Chef available here for Nero, who is just farming these at this point. And it's a similar story to Storm, where sometimes you get value on just pressing the It's Chef button, forcing out some defensive cooldowns, as we see it happening now. But this could be huge here. On to the back line, looking at Terra, who will try to jump out, does jump out there using ultimate, and finds Nero with Delena following up. Terra going to get that reset there. Good movement by Tap, but still does get impact.
Whoa, window!
Whoa, out of the sky into Delena. That was disgusting.
Window's been popping the heck off. Speedery goes down. They're down actually him in terms of duel list, but Month stunned up, gets taken out by Terra. On the opposite side, they're getting pushed back, Envy is.
Yeah, TTK did have the discussion with everybody on social media about how to have that ult successfully land on Cloak and Dagger. If the 4th dash is near you, you essentially got to be at like 80 charge there on your expelling magic, and then as soon as they come through, right at the very end, you got to launch it as it's ending, and then you just full commit as a team, and it pretty much should work out for you every time, as it does there, even through bubble, just enough damage to press right through it and get that pick. So well done there, putting that practice.
But the problem is that you actually have to be good at the game, which, you know, that's hard for most people.
Yeah, at this level, they're all just disgusting. Terra going to find Speedery early, though. Again, putting them up in numbers and a lot of commitment. Harvey going to copy up. Harvey with 1 on a Tap. Millennia on a Collusion. Vinny on a window, and that's definitely enough here for them to get this point as they clean the entirety of Envy up and already go through point 2. This was their map for a reason, and they're walking to point 3.
And nice moves by them, and it's the trade-off is so interesting. 100 Thieves and Envy really thinking hard about what to change, what to mix up, and that's 100 Thieves and Envy's strengths, mainly 100 Thieves' strengths, and how they even like made it to the grand finals last stage is that they were like constantly making changes, adapting, not really giving up in any situation, being an absolute thorn in the side of Envy right now, and they've kind of stuck by the same comp. They're putting Nero over the Rocket Raccoon, going away from that. Jeff, you talked about it earlier. This is the change up for Team Envy.
Yeah, it may not be a bad call out at the moment, as Phoenix is not available there for 100 Thieves. So, you know, Rocket's all immediately getting significantly more value. The Res comes out for window, and also the BRBs is at this final point are of a ton of value up in the sky. Delena doing a ton of damage, but that BRB keeping everyone healthy. Good movement there by Delena, who immediately re-engages and is going to fall there from Tap with some insane movement, who just picks him out of the sky. Collusion, Speedery going to get 2, and that is 4 now, as the whole side of 100 Thieves is going to have to re-engage. 26 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Terra's ult just a bit too late, unfortunately, and more importantly, I mean, last stand, you're seeing the value of that without Invisible Woman. It's just an insane stun, right? You can kidnap and then you stun for another few seconds. Now here comes the portal play from 100 Thieves to come back into it. They do have that Ayavagomoto, like you mentioned, and it's going to be against Month again. Let's see if he's well practiced enough to hit it 2 times in a row.
And it is beginning, likely going to learn from that. Month obviously very smart and strong on the strategist role, but Speedery goes down, immediately res right back. Another huge win there for the BRB. Vinny going to commit here with Groot, and that is going to find Tap. Do we see more? A lot of commitment onto the front line. Nobody falling just yet. Good movement. Wow. TTK going to find Kalush at that point, and everybody falls slowly but surely. This is a lot of free space, but there definitely will be another fight here. Envy heavily up in ult. Terra will have that Kraken impact, though, and that could be game winning, but you have Kalush and Nero available. That BRB coming back incredibly quickly there from Nero.
Yeah, the question for 100 Thieves is, can they wall off? Can they shield off that Psionic Seduction through all that damage output that it's going to do alongside that Rocket Raccoon? See you later. Maybe Terra could pop off, but they're going to need to buy him so much time.
Yeah, excuse me. The see you there from Nero is going to be launched now, but immediately deleted. Good focus there. It might have been just a little bit too far forward. Window drops down to about 10% HP. Still holding on. TTK is going to start walking, though, and is going to fall there from Tap. Vinny going to trade right back with Window. Out we go with the Kraken Impact. Does this get value? It does. Terra out of Kaluge. Immediately looking for another. Do we see two? The classic Kraken Impact from Terra is going to be launched. It does not fly, but great pull there on a month, who is going to have to drop back and fade away. But a huge last stand is going to pull them off point.
Oh my, yeah, you're right. What a play from Speedery. Millennia even got a pick, dude. That was crazy. Nice job from Team Envy.
Yeah, didn't even need to get a ton of value with that all, as long as it yoinks, whoever's on the point in that moment, especially when OT's down to a sliver like that. It is a millisecond fight, and that was all that was needed. Great hold there by Envy, but on the opposite end, great push by 100 Thieves. Getting to that point has been a huge achievement in these maps, and in this map specifically, we've seen very few teams push it all the way to 3, and when they do, typically does go to OT. And like we said, point 2 is very defensible, and I do think the banning strategy of all these strategists has really worked out for them, and it might buy them, some success here on the defense.
You brought up something interesting earlier where, is it better to start on defense or attack? And right now, teams both each other, like they both want to kind of create that momentum, almost like start the sort of offense themselves, right? If you get a start, you get to set the pace, right? You're kind of limiting, I guess, where the other team has to go to. And if you can start off setting up the pace like both teams have done, Envy did the same thing on their attack, making it to second phase. I mean, I'm not sure that there's tangible results necessarily in this regard, but 100 Thieves showing that they made it to the third point, like you said, and they had all the time in the world to figure it out, change it up, and really sort of make Envy's comp with these strategists a little bit more tough, because Envy on their attack now going to have to figure something else out again, because they're not going to be with these strong strategists. But oh my goodness, is this going to really happen?
Yeah, I'm curious to see the stats on that. What ends up being more successful, despite what teams like more, right? What ends up working out. I do agree that I like attacking first. I think you're right on that. Is it does really let you know where you need to commit alt and hold. But it's setting the pace is definitely one thing, and 100 Thieves have done that. Speedery on that torch is going to be obscene, but there's not going to be a ton of pocket, and that's where things get a little dicey. You're going to have the Mantis damage boost, and Mantis consistently healing you, but you have to have Jeff constantly looking up outside of that, and if Jeff's not spraying downstream down a lane, it is kind of tricky. So there could be some good focus in the sky here.
Sees Terra on the right side, pushes him off, and hears the footsteps of the little Wolverine. Nero sets up on the flank. Meanwhile, Delena is always looking forward. So they're getting surrounded right now. Delena is matching out Nero, though. We've seen the prioritization towards Jeff flanks work out usually, but Nero is so evasive.
That was insane. This is really good movement, and Jeff is so difficult to take out, especially when they are able to stay underground for so long. So well done there by Nero to draw a ton of focus away, allowing Speedery to get in here now and just be on top of everyone. Not a lot of focus up, and there comes the focus. Gets to about half and just consistently moving. Tap gonna find Harvey now, and there goes the bond out instantly. That is a very quick cooldown as Window gonna find Terra. We might see the play backwards with the portal soon, as we do see commitment from Vinny and Delena, but no one goes down just yet. Supernova, Mom's gonna find Delena. Kaluge on a Millennia, and that is a huge attack.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the tough part with Torch is that you build Shredder's Hold so fast, but also in that case, we saw the Regenerative Domain popped. We saw the Dagger Storm popped from 100 Thieves, and once those were committed, Harvey's a free KO. Delena, though, swaps over to that on Warlock. We've seen them do this time and time again. It's against so many Ultra Team Envy, though. They have to use these cooldowns perfectly.
Yeah, the bond could be huge for this retake fight, as Kaluge is going to commit here. Nero finding another pick onto Harvey for the second time. Window onto Delena again, and this team is popping off in this moment. Kaluge onto Vinny. Delena going to res right back, but not going to have that ultimate. Not even close yet, but just still gets a pick onto Speedery. Window now onto TTK. I think there will be some value in having that Warlock into the sky of Speedery. Not a bad idea. Tap on a Millennia, and that will be first point.
Yeah, this is one of those points that's super hard to retake. We've seen it. It's hard to portal back because of how far away the spawn is from, just the spot where you can actually portal, right? Because the spawns are so big on the second phase after you respawn on first. But at the moment, I don't blame even Harvey not committing the ult there. It makes a lot of sense. And now 100 Thieves in the second phase of the game. get to set up their defense against Envy, who didn't have to use much there, Shib. Most importantly, I mean, they just used that Sonic Seduction, which has been big, but that's still nice in their bank.
Yeah, I think, you know, just understanding, I think the closest way to get a portal off is through that left side door, which I'm assuming a lot of these teams obviously are implementing, but for those who are maybe curious, that is the way to go. When you come out, go out that left side door. Up we go with window now. Meteor M goes out. Ton of cooldowns that cannot press through it. Bond gets launched. The copy up from Harvey. Nero goes under again with it's Jeff, and it's huge with a 3-piece now. Just going to bide time and throw them into this corner and have the whole team commit on it. Can they get this pick? And they are able to find Millennia during that alt. Nero with a huge it's Jeff. Delena, though, the res comes back from everyone. Again, can't stress this enough. There has been a ton of those huge reses today by Delena.
When I thought this would be a strategy versus Envy is banning out the strategist, because if you could focus, you know, and force them onto odd heroes, that would definitely benefit you. But Nero showing the flexibility onto Jeff has been so good on that hero so far.
Yeah, just so annoying to handle there for Harvey, consistently targeting the backline Loki and forcing out those crystals early just with Jeff is a ton of value. Good tackle here by Kaluj. Bond is out though. Harvey gonna find Speedery in the sky, and that is difficult to do there with Loki, so good shots there. Ayavagamoto gets launched here. That finds a few from TTK as they take out Tap and Kaluj and Window, why don't you? Soon to make it 4. Well done there on the retake by 100 Thieves. 2 minutes and 21 on though. Plenty of time here for Envy.
100 Thieves might be one of the best teams at like winning sort of seemingly unwinnable fights. I mean, they just live in the inside. They're so good at just like understanding what they have to do to come back, and that's play around their strategist, peel for Harvey, peel for this back line, and they kept them alive on the side of 100 Thieves. Great work out of their team.
Yeah, agreed. I think we've seen it a lot because Helena is just, you know, getting so many of these huge reses, and this has been a multitude of times now where they've come back and won the fight after the fact. And I think it's just because you commit a ton to get the team wipe, and you almost, you know, you expect it, the res, but you know, when you're using those alts, if you were able to trade 3 alts, let's say, to get a team wipe, and then you just res back the whole team, they're down 3 alts to 1. So it's just so much value, especially when you can hit your shots like the Lena can on headshots and get those heals back quickly. Good pull there by Terra. Not able to bubble. What a bubble.
That's crazy. They just canceled it, and now Terra takes him down out of the sky. Nice turnaround there from 100 Thieves in the bubble, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I think that it is. You can see the impact of not having a ton of pocket on Torch, who's still insanely strong, but you know, you are far more vulnerable into things like, you know, ooh, wow, another big eat here. Baby Shark just popping off here on the side of Nero, who again is going to take out Millennia. TTK though going to trade Window, and Nero, why don't you find a 2-for-1 there with that all as Harvey goes down again. Nero really showing up on the Shark here.
Yeah, did he take him far away enough, though, for Delena not to bring them back with a res that you called that earlier? It looks like the answer was no. They have ults to come back in. All that the race for Envy is the Sonic Seduction, and he pops it early. 100 Thieves, if they outlive this, they have so many ults to work with unless Speedily can somehow find eliminations in the middle of the fight.
And it's getting dicey again. Again, a big trade with that res, and now they don't even have to commit that much, and they're walking them backwards 30 seconds on. It may be forced here for a portal fight, and oh my goodness, the whole team falls, and 100 Thieves still have 2 alts to answer to 0 of Envy. This is 100 Thieves map to lose. Will they be able to take this map home? We'll find out shortly. This final fight of this map, and Symbiotic has just been huge here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think this banning phase of getting rid of the strategist pool of Envy is actually panning out. Now Portal comes back through 4 seconds left to go. Chippin, like you mentioned, this is going to be a tough fight to win versus the healing of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and alts are going to be committed. Vinny didn't get a huge alt there, so that's 1 down. TTK, though, with the eye, is that huge? We'll look shortly. Doesn't look like it gets too much value. So these alts that needed to not get value and the side of Envy are happening, and now they're very close to having 4. Millennia and Terra need to commit alts now and make big plays, and now it's matched back up as Tap has alt and is launched. Nero closely there. Month going to be there at the end of this fight. Terra launches Kraken impact. Millennia going to match it back, and that is a huge Jeff. Good dodge there by Terra, who does turn that around on Nero. Delena with some good focus damage, now looking up towards Speedery. Good rotation of the map. Now they're playing on their the opposition side and still holding as everyone falls. Envy has 1 on point, and this is looking dicey for Envy as Delena takes out Speedery.
Delena's been huge throughout the series. Same thing on Millennia. Ayavagamoto is here from Kaluj, but it's into a huge karmic revival. However, they're still here, still holding on with his turtle bond. Losing Tap is big, though.
Yeah, month coming in, and tap falls there from Delena, and there's another eye right back at him, but this time from the side of TTK, which is coming any minute now, and he's second now, 98% here, and that will do it. 100 Thieves take map 3, and we have a serious series on our hands, folks. Wow.
Yeah, huge map there from Delena and the other side of Millennia. Same thing with those duelists. Terra dodging all of Nero's ults, and it pans out. That puts them on map point, man. I mean, 100 Thieves, they look like a really, really good team at the current moment. And, you know, this could be the best team in North America potentially, too, if they can keep up this pace. They look so dominant when it comes to peeling off these incredibly hard dives. And then the ban phase works out, too. It was a good draft phase for them, making sure that 100 or Envy could not play the strategist that they want. And I think that's the way forward, because early on in the tournament, that felt like the weakness out of Envy is when they're forced to flex on to other heroes that aren't like the Luna Snow, the Invis Woman, and even in this case, the Loki. It looks like they're really pushed to the brink in terms of that hero pool, and didn't work out for them that map.
Dude, these stats are blowing my mind. TTK might actually be that guy. 14 finals there on Strange, huge ultimates once again. You know, remove the Emma, it doesn't even matter. Put him on Strange, still finding a ton of value. Vinny with some big ults there, but gotta show some love to Harvey with some huge crystals, and being pestered the entire game by Nero on that Jeff had to be incredibly difficult to handle there, and still managing to get that MVP. Well played. Again, I think the tricky part is for Envy getting banned, all those strategies getting banned out. When Nero's making those off-angle plays like you had mentioned, you really have one strategist having eyes on your front line, and that makes it tricky, especially into something like Bucky, who can just pester the front line, and Strange even was consistently putting out area damage.
Yeah, this team is honestly like, I don't know, like a really tough like zombie survival group or something. Like they're like, I don't know. I'm not a big guy of the Walking Dead, but to me, they seem like they like constantly are pushed into tough situations, but they have a really good look on the outside, right? They constantly are watching these flank angles, watching that Jeff, making sure Harvey is safe, and he pops off and gets MVP if they do it like they just did and peeled for him heavy. So great work on the scouting team, just great work overall from 100 Thieves, and this team looks really good when they get to play around Terra on the Bucky, when they get to, you know, play that triple, and they know when to play it. That's the most important thing, Shiv. They're playing like a 2-2-2 style sometimes, but then also they transition when they realize it's time to switch.
Yeah, they just do a really good job of it. I mean, that was, I don't know. I mean, they look dominant. I'm not going to lie on that map, especially on their defense. Losing that point 1 and then their point 2 was consistently kind of in their favor after that first fight. Even, I mean, at that first fight, they lost, immediately res back and found a ton of value. They committed, you know, on the side of Envy, 3 ults, I believe. That res comes through and they have 4 available, only use 2 win the next fight after that. Continuously win fights until they lose to another 3 ults. The res comes through and it's rinse and repeat. And it's happened 4 times there, I believe, 3 times there on point 2. And that's all you need. I mean, that's just so much value. Those small trade wins are what you're looking for, and it was almost guaranteed every time Delena had ults. Harvey with big crystals, huge plays by TTK, Terra, and Vinny. Really well done across the board. Millennia as well.
Yep, huge game from 100 Thieves. They put themselves on map point to get to Atlanta, get to grand finals. We'll see if they can close out or if Team Envy can come back in the series and still become one of those teams at LAN already. We'll come back after this break for map number 4.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
And 100 Thieves are up 2-1 to Envy. Potentially an underdog story here right now for 100 Thieves that always clutches up when they need to, seemingly. And that's the advantage of winning that domination on that first point. Map advantage kind of goes in your favor. You can take map 3, putting yourself up, and now it's getting dicey. You're at game point, buddy. How do you think Envy has to bounce back here?
Yeah, they've got to figure out something that 100 Thieves are doing, and that's kind of switching into this Adam Warlock comp constantly, right? Ship, that's been the constant thing we're talking about, is how often they fall back on that comp and do well with it, right? We've seen them do well in Ultron too, but I wouldn't say it's as consistent as their Adam Warlock stuff they've been doing. Maybe that's a focal point they should do on this next map.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And also maybe, you know, locking in a more of a mainline strategist, having more solution there. The thing is here, this is definitely headed town is going to be a selection by Envy. This is very much one of those triple compositions that they love to run. They found success with it in the past map. Can they do that? Or on Yggdrasil, excuse me. Can they do that again here? That is what they always seemingly love to run. So we'll see how this ban is affected. They did, you know, have success with the bans on Yggdrasil and kind of, you know, maybe struggled a little bit on the last map. So we'll see what they change up.
Yeah, Midtown, that selection that you mentioned is because when the maps are selected originally, we go to domination first, and then you have any choice between convoy or convergence after that for round 2. And then whatever the third map type we haven't been to is the third one, and then it resets, right? We can do whatever we want after that. So a bit of a correction to what we were thinking before. And now we're going to Midtown, and immediate first bans to Doctor Strange. Both teams prioritizing the triple, and Envy, they could do a similar thing that we saw earlier in terms of what they did on Yggdrasil Path ban-wise.
And the lock-in of Emma, that's no surprise there. TTK getting a ton of value with Strange, though, but, you know, is going to be running that Emma battle. Last time came out on top of the MVP in domination against Kalush, both of which in the conversation for the number 1 and 2 Emma out there in the game right now. So we'll see as Strange is double banned out. I think that is a smart play. It's going to change up how they run this composition, but so funny to see how that has shifted from the beginning of this tournament.
I wonder on Team Envy's side what they're going to do ban-wise. They've been banning on Torch last. They always go for a Vanguard ban here, I think, with this next ban. Just on Convoy, right? This time it's the same thing. They go for the Groot, 100 Thieves prioritizing those duelists, making sure they can't play Star-Lord or Torch. And they protect the Torch this time. They're doing it.
Yeah, that is not a bad call here. That's something that you thought was a huge missed opportunity. So again, big win there, but we might see something along the lines of their lock going to be for Speedery as well. Definitely have the opportunity. You'll see it.
Well, it was banned. It was banned on their side. So
yeah, I didn't even see it. Banned too. My fault. I missed that. Yeah, you're right.
But the thing is, that's interesting, is that like they go for the Ultron ban. Okay, that kind of tells a lot, right? That's the benefit of being up in the series, also at map point ship too, is because like you have some room to work with. You can experiment. You can see, okay, you know, we've had Terra close it out for us before. Let's see, you know, let him do it again. He's sort of like that star wide receiver that you when you get that Hail Mary play and, you know, you send him deep. He's the one to constantly get, you know, so many yardage for this team for 100 Thieves. They rely heavily on his Torch play when he does get to play it, which is not often.
Yeah, and that is going to be the double Ultron removal. We're going to see what kind of compositions they cook up here for the triple, guaranteed triple. Terra is going to be running, it looks like Torch on defense, so maybe they will not run the triple because the Strange teleport won't be able to come through. So I think that's the plan now, kind of shutting that down off the rip, and Speeder obviously showing off fantastic. Not likely going to be played here, but
it could be. Well, that's the difficulty when you ban out these Vanguard ship. Like, man, like you go for those Vanguard bans, and then boom, they hit you with the Torch Protect, and you're like, oh crap, we didn't ban any of the heroes that can keep this guy healthy.
Yep, we're going to see what it looks like. I mean, again, this is a very strong Envy map, so, you know, clearly chosen for a reason, had a ton of success here. Let's see what they're able to do now as we begin our map 4 game point here for 100 Thieves. Again, potentially an underdog, although, you know, an incredibly strong team. I think nobody is sleeping on that, but maybe not expected here into a team like Envy, who has had such success in the past. And I do think that you and I called it right. I just think there's so much value in this Warlock comp, especially on defense. Delena playing lights out, and they're still going to allow that to come through here.
Yeah, that is interesting. At least he doesn't get the Ultron at the very least, but he is going to get that Invisible Woman team up, and we've seen Invisible Woman be a priority in these ban phases for both sides. And the last map, it was banned for both teams. Now this it's getting through because of the triple idea, and 100 Thieves give up on it. They don't even want to bother with that comp considering the ban phase. It makes sense too, right? Understandably, switching off of that, not even going to try some Angela stuff that didn't work out before, but for Envy, they're just walking out with a solo, or sorry, with a triple backline as well, but with a Phoenix instead of a Torch.
Playing on the high side here, giving a ton of space early on, trying to wait for these strategists to press up to try to make a play on the back line. And that is an opportunity as Terra finds Speedery on the high side. Good play by Terra, doing exactly what we had assumed, just waiting for an opportune moment, pretending like you weren't really focused there on the team until, an opportunity presents itself on the high side. Owning this space here on the left side is Terra, while the rest are maintaining position on height. And you're going to put TTK down low, playing on point, just to make sure that card isn't moving too far. Again, no triple comp here, so there won't be a portal back, and that's why it's all about just kind of holding in the neutral here, guaranteeing at least 2, maybe 3 fights, as long as you can walk back and retake, potentially by the ambulance, which has some potential for a retake. Again, Vinny now going to be on that cap, owning the height, and Terra going to find 2 on the tap, and Speedery once again.
This is brutal, man. Like, already off the rip, we do get the cart forward, right? At least 100 Thieves can't play that objective because of the Groot, right, taking so much space. But I mean, Delena has such a great instinct at controlling these high grounds, controlling these flanks because of his time on Duelist, that yeah, he just plays it perfectly on this Adam Warlock. And while you send Tap and Speedery on those flanks, I would rather take the Adam Warlock on defense with those full right click charges to go for one shots.
Yeah, ult advantage going to be slightly in favor of Envy shortly, as all 6 should be there. And actually, as I say that, it'll be 6 ults to 6 ults in this fight. As Terra starts off with the Supernova, does this one begin? It just kind of forces the team off height. Nothing major there. Is going to deal some damage and try to get that all back quickly. And that's what Torch can do in the right hands. And using that zone to keep the charge moving. Going to hold on to that team up. TTK going to begin here now, looking towards the front line. Does find 1, almost 2. And Millennia cleans up Speedery there. These early picks on Speedery have been massive. As Millennia cleans up, oh, great strangling prison there. That's going to find 2 as Nero cleans up Terra and Delena. What a play there by Window.
Oh, they know the Karmic Revival's coming. Did they find Delena? They made the walls up to the height, but the Peel's here. Everybody's coming back to peel up Kaluj. He falls so low.
Yeah, almost gets picked right back. And you know what? I think that was good patience there by Envy to only commit Window in that fight, and everybody else held on. I think that's the only mistake that's been happening in the past. It's just a little bit of overcommitment before that res. Millennia now going to start with the Soul Resurgence, keeping them walking, but does fall as Window with a ton of pressure through that ultimate is pretty insane. Harvey now, Invisible Boundary out, and the team will play inside as CTK already is ready for another ultimate, and it is launched now. Terra with the Supernova to follow up as Tap takes out Delena. Collusion to Harvey, but can they turn this right back here with Torch? Vinny gonna find Nero, and they might be able to do just that, as now Window falls from Terra.
Oh my goodness, Terra's making it work, kind of. I mean, they're lacking the healers. They're stalling that card. I mean, now the Millennia's back here. They're also making it dicey, running away with that cap. Vinny's still alive in that back line, who has been great. And now Envy have 40 seconds left to go. Envy, the pressure is on, right? They should be able to match this with this Phoenix, but at the moment, it is not panning out. Window has to have a big strength in prison yet again. And Delena doesn't have an ult for it, so this could be big from Team Envy pacing-wise.
Yeah, and the pressure is on. Envy does have heavy ult advantage, needs to commit now and make something happen, as 100 Thieves have nothing in this fight and will not have anything for some time here, 60% being the most from Delena. And there we go, off the rear, Kaluj. Gonna Psionic Seduction the back line. Tap gonna clean up Harvey, and that could hold. Point is gonna be capped here by 100 Thieves. Should have an opportunity to potentially retake here. Tap gonna find Delena, who has now found 2 from the Mantis place. Tap done a great job on Mantis today, but unfortunately, Terra is also chasing that Mantis down. Great pocket there by the side of Month with good foresight to know that positioning. Kaluj onto TTK, and down goes the entirety of 100 Thieves as Envy gets point 1.
Yeah, they figured it out. I mean, they're not dying to those one shots from Terra anymore. They're not falling to that, and they didn't even really use much. Over 100 Thieves, maybe you could say overcommitted in the last fight, which would be totally fair. It was hard to win at the ambulance side because Envy's also been prioritizing this objective. 100 Thieves really haven't been able to stall it out too much. Their only real win condition in the last fight is Terra finding, you know, maybe some crazy shots off and maybe getting that one shot. But everybody's playing around this torch better for 100 Thieves side now. 2 minutes left to go as well. If they snowball in the Streets phase, we could see a pretty hard third point for 100 Thieves. But they do have the Supernova available on this offense.
Much else. Kalu's going to find TTK throughout that, and that's a good start. And why not lose Harvey and Vinny? But the whole team comes back here. Delena with a huge res on the high side. Everybody going to come back. Terra going to find Tap. And that's going to put them back up in numbers once again. Switching sides completely, and Window going to commit with ult. It does not find much success. Does get stuffed, I believe, there by TTK in that shield. And here comes the Sonic Seduction now. Month going to pull out that boundary. Speedery goes up after finding Millennia. TTK committing Psionic now. Terra going to find Window as the trades keep going back and forth. And that is a huge freedom charge there as TTK tries to put some pressure on a Kaluj and looks like will win this fight.
Speedily was playing a little bit better there in that last fight, but tough fight there for Envy because of how 100 Thieves played it, right? Playing heavily around the res from Delena, also building up quickly towards another one. That's the big fight, win condition for 100 Thieves. It has been every map, right? If they win this series ship, I think you and I both can agree it's because of the plays from Delena on Adam Warlock, and right now 100 Thieves, you know, they are lacking a little bit of ultimates, right? They have the Supernova, they have that Manta Soul on their side. Envy, same thing though. They need to build this Sonic Seduction because TTK was big with that last fight with his own.
Yeah, it seems like every huge sweeping play comes off of the back of a res. I have to agree with you there. I feel, we keep reiterating it, but it keeps happening. So it's worth mentioning here as the fight starts once more. Envy gonna have even ults as Tap and Kaluj. Both start up here. Millennia with a slightly quote-unquote better ult, committing a little bit later, but still almost getting deleted there by the animation cancels from Speedery. There's a tackle on a Millennia who is gonna be kicked into the wall, but still is holding on as Harvey takes out Speedery now. Terra on the Month up in numbers. They may hold here before point two. Downward ramp as Terra finds another onto Nero now. And this is looking dicey for Envy now as everyone goes down and Terra cleans up the rest. OT ticking down. Portal will not come through. 100 Thieves stop them before point two.
Wow. Why did Speedery not switch to Strain? Oh, it was a ban. Never mind. It was banned. I forgot about that. Completely omitted that out of my brain. And that was a huge play from the side of 100 Thieves, right? I mean, just consistently pressuring them all of the time. And it's what we talked about earlier. It's what you mentioned, Delena doing so much on Adam Warlock. Terra also on the torch. It looks like that wasn't a bad protect now. And in the long term, this is huge for 100 Thieves. I mean, this stage, I think a lot of people underestimated them, and we all have, right? That's a problem that a lot of people, we're struggling with coming into this stage is, how good is 100 Thieves? At the midseason, they did make it quite far, but you could always say that was seeding that they got there. I think at the current moment, this team in the meta looks phenomenal. And if you look at the stats, if they're given these sort of heroes, if they're given Delena onto a hit scan character, Terra onto a torch, you got to be terrified as any team.
Yeah, I agree. I think this team has found their footing. They mentioned struggling with the triple comp, but they have found a way through it, and it is clearly, successful. 10 finals there for Terra in the sky. Just an absolute raid boss there with Torch, and allowing Torch through when the triple comp has been removed is tricky, but it looks like Envy is still going to find a way to make that triple comp work. Holding tight again, but with a different shift up here. As you see, the Jeff going to be in play, the Rocket going to be in play, Thing, Magneto, and Emma holding on in the front.
Yeah, this has kind of been also what we focused on too, Shiv, is that this, throughout the tournament, the Jeff has just not been as good, right? We originally thought Jeff was insane, and he still is good, but we've seen he's counterable now. He's not some, god. He's definitely manageable, the little annoying shark boy.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think the presence has fallen off a bit, but as we say that, Nero going to find one onto Vinny, and this is one of those positions there. That water will get some serious healing and damage down this alleyway as everyone plays on the low side now, trying to get some value and find an early pick. Terra on the sky. Again, their way of pressing through this triple comp is instead just going to be to damage boost the Torch up there in the sky and allow him to just try to make plays in the backline, forcing strategists into those buildings in weird angles as Delena just farms here and is getting a ton of those pops there from the passive of Phoenix. And again, here comes that Jeff ult. This could be successful here, but Phoenix going up the counter. It is matched. Bang comes down and immediately deleted with some good focus from TTK.
Yeah, and this all starts off of Terra going for that flank onto the Rocket Raccoon onto Tap. I don't even know how Tap went down. I mean, he got hunted down. We saw at the very beginning, you could see him floating over the top side. Speedery finds one. Kalush falls. I mean, Window's trading it back and forth. This is when we talk about 100 Thieves. They're really good actually at fighting in these neutrals, you know, compared to most teams. But regardless, huge plays by Terra to find that Rocket Raccoon early.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big Q-Fest coming up here as Window, Tap, Speedery, and Kalush are ready. But then you look over at 100 Thieves, and there are 5 ults, available as Delena obviously using that ult to counter Jeff there. You know, Nero's idea was to play aggressively there, knowing that if he did fall, there was the rocket res. But at that point, it was just, essentially the dominoes started tilting, and they just kept falling at that point, and everyone went down, could not hold on enough to get these ults through. Terra immediately finds Nero, and that is insane as Envy clicks Q on a few ults. Tap going to use that Sia. Speedery up in the sky now is going to use that Meteor M, doesn't land, and out goes the clobbering time from Window. But still, I haven't seen a KO go across the feed, and that is a tough look here on the defense for Envy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of starting to believe, like, the train of thought that 100 Thieves are having. I think their ban phases, their draft has been really good lately. And you can see, like, they don't even care about these off healers. They don't care about Rocket Raccoon. They don't care about Jeff because in the past, right, those characters have been honestly terrible, right? They haven't been good enough in terms of the Stratus ultimates, and it's kind of happening today. You can see 100 Thieves ults in the Strat ult department are way stronger.
Yeah, they are looking good right now. Still a minute 20 on, but Envy can absolutely hold this. They do have the talent to make it happen no matter what. Deep with that out there from Delena, not able to make that play work, but still going to come back with a reset HP bar. Doesn't matter as Kalush comes in with a shield to the face. Delena goes down. Envy up in numbers once again. Ultimates now going to be roughly even in terms of when they get them. Speedery should be there. Monk will be there with Window. And then you look over at Terra, TTK, Millennia, and Harvey are very close in this next fight. You should get there again. Now we're down to the 60-second window. Envy knows their back is against the wall. This is when they clutch up, a team that is very much known for playing very well under pressure and getting all the way to second place there in Worlds. Can they hold on here against 100 Thieves?
Terrifying Speedery. It looks like the answer is yes. And does Window find anything? The answer is no, but BRB brings back Speedery into this fight.
Yeah, and that's the value there of Rocket right now. Speedery is going to escape with a great utilization there of the Ensong Inferno. Dunks down. It's not going to find much value besides the reset in HP. And Terra does have that Ensong, or excuse me, that Supernova, which is now going to be looking directly towards the back line onto the Phoenix. And Speedery goes down. Now looking towards the Jeff on Nero. Just biding a ton of space here. Going to try to break this Sia quickly. Down it goes almost instantly. Nero now in a tough position. Very low in HP. Kalush trying to dance out of the point. 7 seconds on. They do have to touch. Terra is going to find another on a Tap now. Nero in a tough spot, and they're still moving forward, but under goes Nero. Can this be a big ult? The dunk goes in from Terra onto Speedery once again, and the OT has started, and I do believe they take this as month falls.
Yeah, Envy. I don't think we've even seen, by the way, Kalush play Captain America, like, at all. So that was interesting, the fact that he had to play that hero, but tried to come back with the Appeal to Freedom charge, not enough to keep them alive through Terra's ultimate. And you know what? This is sort of like, you know, don't overthink it, right? You got to give your best player the ball, put it in his hands to pop off. LeBron James, you know, Terra kind of that in this situation.
Day at the spa. I require. Don't step on lava.
Yeah, I think that was a huge pull through here for 100 Thieves. Getting this torch has been invaluable, even on defense and now on attack. Just so much pressure on the back line. They cannot look forward at all because Terra is just deleting them every opportunity, and you really don't have much answer besides Speedery, but that focus is always on Speedery first here from Terra. Out we go immediately here. The trance starts. It is going to find one, and that's going to be a takeout of Window. And that, Terra again with a nice pick. Out we go with the Supernova, which is still going as Speedery takes out Millennia and is now going to try to even these numbers out. Terra going to commit with the Supernova very close to the point now. Delena is going to bring back Millennia as that res comes through. This is a huge opportunity for damage. Vinny going to find Kalush, and that is a huge pick now as it's getting dicey. Will 100 Thieves be able to close this out now? Everybody pressing Q. Millennia with the pick. Terra with the pick. Now they're up by 4. Huge ult there by Window. Tap committing. Nero doing the same. Double ult up though. As it's tricky again. And Vinny and Millennia now are pressing Q to hold on to the point and try to press through. 58 seconds on. Enough for another fight if need be. But Thieves want to end this now. Can they do so?
Yeah, I mean, they've got the only ultimate in the game. It's the Sonic Seduction. TTK looking to end it. But does he?
Oh my goodness, down goes Window. This may be it. The double trance is huge. Delena onto Kaluge. The 100 Thieves are looking like they'll do it, and they do. They move forward and make it to the World's Finals.
What a series. 100 Thieves cement themselves as one of the top teams in the game yet again, making it to LAN despite what the doubters said, and the doubters being us, Shiv, honestly. And you know, I think like fair play, this team is so good and they deserve to talk as much smack as they possibly want, and they never do. That's the thing. 100 Thieves is, well, they do behind the scenes a little bit, but whenever we talk to them in interviews and stuff, they're just a very happy, you know, consistent style squad. When we talk to Vinny, he's very, very you know, consistent in terms of his responses, right? And as you mentioned, PR trained. This squad, 100 Thieves, done it again. They're going to LAN, baby, and they're going to get that match versus FlyQuest in that upper bracket finals.
Wow, that was insane. Atlanta is calling 100 Thieves. They will be traveling and duking it out with the world. What a battle, right alongside FlyQuest so far. 2 of the 4 slots have been filled, and now you got to look to the lower side bracket, talking about, you know, being very stressed out in these tense moments. Now, not only do you have Atlanta on the line, but you have it being in the tournament as a whole on the line, and I know that prize pool is calling out to the names of everyone in these teams.
For sure. I mean, yeah, you got to get 70K, right? If you get to that #1 spot, not only to get the #1 seed, you get an easier match at the grand finals in Atlanta, theoretically, but also, like you mentioned, you get 70K. You know, we have every team in every other region is finished, right? And it's just on us to get done with the North American region. And the 100 Thieves, right? They cemented themselves before, and they do it again, Shiv. Last time they got the 2nd place in stage 1. This time they're shooting for #1.
What a battle there. Tara coming in with the MVP. 22 finals there is obscene to see. What a performance with 44K damage.
Yeah, you can't give this guy a Human Torch. It's the same thing on the opposite side for Speedery, right? And you know, I at first last week I was like, okay, these Vanguard bands seem pretty good. They seem like the play. But honestly, you know, from what we've seen, it's kind of going back to old meta, Shib. Like, it's you mentioned it, early days, things are different in the patches, and you know, it seems like 100 Thieves have figured it out.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be heading over to an interview here with Tara again. Man, is lights out here on these duelists. We'll let Tara jump in here when he gets an opportunity. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you again.
I'm good. How are you?
Well, good, man. You got to be feeling good going to the finals in Atlanta. Tell me, how stoked are you? Is the team amped? I can hear some background. They've got to be excited, man.
Yeah. I think everyone's excited. I think we well deserved it. I think coming into group stages, we weren't as prepared as everyone thought we should ever be, because we're losing maps to Extinction, busy at work and all that. I think we were just getting a little bit complacent, but ever since playoffs and leading up to the finals of playoffs, I think we've been the strongest form that we have been in a long time.
For sure.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, that's what we've done. You guys have like a level head approach kind of to things. It's almost like you're not overreacting, which can, I guess, like in the other weeks, you know, it can start off slow with trying to play the triple compositions and stuff. But at the end, I mean, did you feel like it was over when they gave you Human Torch, right? When that was in the lobby, you got to play the hero you're best known for, basically, so far. It's been awesome for you, I imagine. But did you think it was done as soon as you got to play that hero in the last map?
I didn't think it was that done. That map's really hard to try to do the stuff that we do. I should have protected on Yggdrasil, but like there's so much shit talking about so much stuff talking about the drafts in Yggdrasil. So I mean, I accidentally protected Venom because we were too worried about like the tank. But we should have just stuck with the old reliable and all that.
Yeah, I mean, and you guys also, one of the strategies we thought was really smart was when you went over there on Symbiotic, you guys pretty much banned every single strategist available, forcing them onto Cloak Jeff. Is that something that was a thought process of how to take that map, or how did that come about?
I mean, I think Envy just botched draft really hard on that map. It's more the fact that like they're wasting their second ban on Phoenix, and like they can ban DPS outs and all that stuff, and like they banned a DPS that I don't think is that good on Clintar. I'd rather play Bucky into that because most teams play front to back on that map with Groot. So I mean I was perfectly fine with them banning that stuff out.
Yeah, and you bring up front to back. It does feel like you guys are one of the best teams at playing this front to back style. I mean, it shows that you're now in that top 2 position now in that upper bracket finals alongside FlyQuest. But I don't know, like, did it take a while to figure out this meta? But because it's interesting, because in hindsight, it does seem like this is like a perfectly suited meta for 100 Thieves.
It did take us a long time to figure out this meta, to get stuff rolling. For a long time we would never like win any scrims whatsoever, and it was like very demoralizing. But I think like what we just had to do is we had to keep going and just like level head it through until we have locked it down.
We always joke about how your team, man, if you lose one map, you come back like Bruce Banner Hulk. I think it's the same thing in the tournament. I think you guys got underestimated. I mean, even I think you guys underestimated yourselves, I would argue. And now, I mean, you guys look like a whole new refreshed team, back to form and clean out there, dominating. I mean, you're heading into Worlds Finals guaranteed now. Are you looking forward at all into that, or are you looking at the teams over there, or are you keeping minds on this tournament for right now?
I think we take one thing at the other. There's still the big juicy prize pool for first place, so I think we take one step at a time. We take our next step on how to win against Fly. So, and then after that, it's just all about prep for Atlanta. There's going to be a whole different meta, but I don't think the meta's going to change whatsoever. There's just going to be like one new character.
Oh yeah, Daredevil, and I'm sure people are, well, 2 things. We'll wrap up here, but do you have any thoughts on Daredevil? Obviously, I'm sure people want to know, like, you are the pro and you're one of the best, melee players in the entire game. What do you think about that hero?
I don't think it's good to ask any NA players because we haven't played any of the new patch that's like been handed out to us. EU players have, I know some of the EU players have been like streaming on that new patch, the early patch, so we don't really know because we're still have to play on this patch to focus on this tournament.
Smart.
Yeah, my bad, Sortera. Well, do you have any last thoughts or shout outs, I think, for your team or yourself that you want to say before we let you go?
I think there's one thing that should be said, and this is to old man Kaluch. Young Calc has a Rolex, Hydron drives a Mercedes. What do you...
Oh my God.
Oh, I love it. It's always a pleasure talking to you, buddy. I look forward to more interviews and seeing how y'all perform as this tournament keeps going. Again, thank you so much for your time, bud. Congrats on the win, and we will be seeing you very soon. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. So you have it there. 100 Thieves clutch up in that moment. As we're going to look forward to the bracket breakdown now. Let's see how it all shook out after today.
Yeah, today was a fun day. I mean, 3-0s across the board yet again, besides this end side with Envy and 100 Thieves. Sorry, not 3-0s across the board, but at least in the lower bracket, we say goodbye to Rad and Dreamland. That happened earlier. I mean, they put up valiant efforts and fights. For both of them to even be here in the playoffs was a big deal, considering that in the last, stages, they kind of struggled leading up to this, at least before when Rad was Solaris. It was a tough group stages. Now they get to finally show up here in the playoffs at the very least, and now this is crazy, Shib. We're going to see Envy Nemesis in that lower bracket and Dark Zero against Sentinels once again, that rematch, and then FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a lot of storied old-time matchups, and then teammates versus ex-teammates going on. So another crazy battle. I'm excited to see how our predictions shook out. I think actually none of us, I think we all put Envy there at the end. 100 Thieves, though, again, like this, I think they underestimated themselves and kind of tricked us all into not expecting that. But Vicky popping off there and taking the lead with a straight 4 for 4 today. I blew the lead, lost Rad and Envy. But yeah, I mean, look at the predictions there. Well done by you too.
She was smart. The newcomer, obviously, in Ignite series comes through and shows that, the narrative of, okay, never doubt 100 Thieves rings true. 100 Thieves qualify, man. Like, it's every time. It literally, somehow they just keep doing it. And what a team they are,
Yeah, again, I think they almost convinced me they weren't prepared for this meta. I see them just figuring it out. It goes to show you that you never give up on that team. That team really has some very incredible players, and they're just always clutching up, man, looking really good with some insane play against a wild matchup there against Envy. As we head now, we're going to look at the teams made it so far. We had a little bit of a discussion to the grand finals. As you can see here, 100 Thieves making it in on the Americas region with FlyQuest. 2 more slots, though.
Yep, 2 more slots to go. Meanwhile, we get Citadel, VP, Navi all qualifying from EMEA. These are the teams that I think we all expected to qualify. People were, like, oh man, chopped and stuff. And there are some really good teams over at EMEA in the top 5. So, hopefully for their sake, they keep competing and keep trying at it, because there's a lot of good teams in EMEA. Same thing for Asia, right? Reject and Crazy Raccoon qualifying, and then OUG back at it again in China, alongside more teams across the board. And, apparently that OCE squad's quite dangerous at the moment, Shib. Apparently they are like a god squad, picking up the old team from Nova, or part of them from Nova, with a lot of the top end talent from Oceania. So it's going to be exciting back in Atlanta, which is a place I used to live in. So it's going to be cool to finally see the Atlanta region, or Atlanta Grand Finals, come through after Stage 2 finishes up in North America.
So crazy that it's going to be in the States. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to having eyes on and maybe even going to the event. Again, we're going to be looking here at the schedule for what is coming up here tomorrow. Let's go ahead and look forward to the matches. Envy versus Nemesis, Dark Zero, and Sentinels for your early games. Remember, those are going to be, again, knockout stages. 2 of those teams will be removed, and the other 2 will make it to the finals.
Yeah, these are going to be some fun games. I don't know who the best teams are in NA. We just saw 100 Thieves, FlyQuest now get those spots. 2 more to go. And we're going to see that tomorrow, right? Teams get qualified and teams go home, Shib. Oh my God. We really are in Stage 2 of Ignite, man. It's been a pleasure casting with you as always.
Absolutely, my friend. Again, like you're saying, always great working with you, bud. I hope everybody in chat had a good time. Some good battles today. A couple 3-0s, though, but that last series was a banger. We look forward to seeing all of you right back here tomorrow.
reviving all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember